Because this deals with evidence that wasn't exactly presented, because it would have to deal with evidence from Catherine Strobel, who was the defendant's prior attorney, and it would also have to deal with somebody, I guess an administrative person or somebody from the jail, to come in and talk about what the COVID protocols were. If there's not a stipulation as to what the language is, I'm not going to give an instruction. I can't do that.
And honestly, Judge, it seems like we're making the mountain of a molehill over this issue as well. And I actually am in favor of not giving any stipulation instructions. Well,
I'm not going to comment on the mountain out of a molehill, but it is because this is a request for an instruction on evidence that wasn't actually presented. Unless there's a stipulation, I don't think I can give an instruction.
Well, part of this, Your Honor, was
I know what the issue is. It doesn't change the outcome. Either you can call Catherine Strobel.
I could get her down here by 1:30.
Well, you guys need to talk about how you're going to do it, because I can't make you guys reach a stipulation, and I can't tell the jury what evidence is that hasn't been presented. So give this instruction?
Yes, except though just take out the line, Gannon being called in court, period, and the defendant said she was never in court, just take that out.
So it would end in Gannon being found in Florida.
Yeah.
I can do that. Okay, Mr. Allen, do you stipulate?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And obviously you guys can still argue that. So, okay. All right, I'll take care of that. Don't go anywhere yet. The other issue is, this may be a Mr. Young issue as well.
I'm in the room and you know that.
Okay. I looked at the verdict forms and I don't think they're right.
So did you not see the email that I sent yesterday?
No.
Okay, so I sent another copy. I copied you on it, Mr. Sproul, and all the parties.
Okay.
There was a structural error in the forms that we had submitted. What I submitted yesterday is actually straight from Colby.
Okay, this was a error that I found yesterday in all of them.
Is this the version?
No, this is what you originally sent, and then I crossed out this language.
Well, I think Colby actually requires you to list the rest of the charges out.
Hello, everyone. Sound check.
The other form that you were talking about with Roman numerals,
right?
We were talking about Roman numerals. It actually says to go to Part A, which is this, and then it tells you to do this. And then my understanding in Colby is that are supposed to list out all of the other charges.
Here's the problem I see with that. The way the instruction reads right now is, if you find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, and you also find her not guilty of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering. So it would be, if you find her guilty of murder in the first degree, and you find her not guilty of all these other charges.
Well, this first part is not guilty of basically all the charges, and you answer those questions.
Correct. You're right. But my whole thought is, they're not required to find her guilty or not guilty of all of them. They could find her not guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation, and still find her guilty of tampering with a deceased human body. And this question, this special interrogatory down here, only applies to murder in the first degree after deliberation.
Right. So each verdict form would have the exact same.
It does.
Here, but then the question actually applies to the charge for that particular verdict form.
Okay. The concern that I had was,
welcome. Are we ready? Got my green
the
smoothie
concern
here.
that I have is that if, suppose that a jury were to come back and find the defendant not guilty by reason of insanity as to murder in the first degree, both counts, but were to find her guilty of tampering with a deceased human body, then they wouldn't answer this question at all. Yeah,
And I think that's what we just cross that out. And have
Right.
it on each different verdict form, so that
Right.
part B only reflects to the charge on that verdict form.
right.
I think it is a little cleaner and less confusing.
Because otherwise, what you have is they only fill that out if they find her not guilty on all charges. And then they find NGRI as to each charge of each verdict. I suppose out of all the realm of possibilities, they could find that she's not guilty on both counts of murder. But if they find her guilty of tampering with the deceased human body and physical evidence, this instruction tells us nothing about that interrogatory.
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. That's the same thoughts that we were having as we were drafting these. The concern is obviously that Colgie actually has it exactly like. And I'm always reluctant to change Colgie just because of issues.
Right, and I get that.
And I guess that's
Mr.
what we're
Tellini?
having a cross out. I think it's cleaner and less confusing to the jury. Okay.
As long as.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would agree to that. I think it's just cleaner
To cross it out.
to cross it out.
Okay,
I think
I'll take,
sometimes Colby doesn't anticipate that you'd have these types of things where you have multiple charges where they could.
right, because it's
Not
over a
one.
period of time.
Yes, but yeah, especially because it is.
So, I'll give that to Mr. Young. Can you make those changes? Email them to Mr. Actually, Ms. Gratiano is the one doing the heavy lifting. Can you make those changes? Okay, and send those to Mr. Sproul. And then, so essentially what it will be is when we get there, this part B is just going to say, if you find her not guilty of murder in the first degree, then answer the question. Because the concern that I had was if what if we do this, then they're not answering this question at all,
I understand.
which is
exactly.
bad for everybody.
I understand.
So,
Colby is more confusing than it should be.
well, I still blame Judge Gilbert because he's on that committee. So,
Well, I think especially because you don't often have, crimes that occur over.
and that's the other issue.
Period, and that's what
Right.
makes it more confusing.
Thank you,
And
Pamela.
actually more of an issue.
Right.
Investy. Gators.
Okay, so I'm going to give this one with the modification.
Thank you.
Are you able to do that, Ms. Gratiano? Do you have that?
Yeah. she's on-
She has her computer, we just don't have our computers.
Okay, all right. All right, then, I'm going to take a break while Ms. Gratiano does that. I fixed this instruction. Before we do that, though, I want to give, some instruction to everybody else that's in the courtroom.
Those lights went off.
And that is,
Perimeter lights.
that the plan is that we're going to be, once we get the instructions done, we will be bringing the jury in, around 9 o'clock.
Okay.
As I understand it, and I'm not holding you to this because I told you I wasn't going to impose time limits. I'm just trying to logistically plan. That's all. Do you have an idea as to how long your closing is going to last?
It's hard for me to predict how long mine's gonna last. Mine's the rebuttal close.
No, I'm talking about, I'm mostly concerned about the front end.
I'm trying to keep it to an hour.
Okay, how long? Okay. So it may be probably what will happen is the closing arguments are going to start 10-ish. Most likely what will occur is that we get through prosecution, defense, take a lunch break, and then come back for rebuttal, would be my guess. I think it's too long to have the jury all sitting together, missing lunch and everything like that, to do it all in one chunk. So, and it's probably going to take me about 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, it'll take.
Um,
It takes at least that long for it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it'll probably take me about 40 minutes to get through the instructions. So that's kind of what I'm planning on. If it turns out that we're way ahead, and we may be able to finish in the 12:30 hour, be ready for rebuttal
My
if you need
preference
to.
would be that we just get them all done.
It's mine too.
I know, yeah.
I just, it's a long time for them to be there. The other thing is, for everybody who's in the courtroom, there's a couple of rules. Number one, no phones. Number two, no phones. The only people that are going to have their phones out are the people in the first 1.5 rows. Those are press people. We know who they are. If you leave the courtroom during a break, you can't save a seat. So take all of your stuff with you if you leave the courtroom, so that when you if you don't get back in, you have it with you, because somebody else may come in and sit where your stuff is, or move your stuff or whatever. So keep that in mind. Counsel approach, please.
I really hope so. Kimmy Can. 2 hours to find guilty of all charges. Please let that jury deliberate and come back quick. Let us still be waffling, and they're like, oh my word, they're entering the room again, and then we're like, what? And they're like, oh, can't wait. Guilty. Yes. I really hope it goes like that. G Pop Gill says, high emotions today, guys. Sound check. Hello, check. Check. Okay, there we go. Sound check, G. Justice for Gannon must be served.
Right.
Yes.
In addition, generally, if you leave the courtroom during an argument, you're not going to be allowed back in. So the only time that you go out and come back in is during a break. I know that this is a difficult case for everybody. Jury's working hard. Lawyers have worked hard. You got decorum orders back there about the conduct that I expect. If you think that there's going to be an emotional reaction, step outside. We don't want anybody to be influenced by an improper reaction from the gallery. So we'll leave it at that. So she's working on the verdict forms. I'll take care of this instruction. I'm going to number it. I need to see. Oh, I've got them right here. And I'm going to number this an A instruction, since we've already got the other ones numbered in that way, as opposed to putting it at the end. Okay.
Okay.
And then you can just shuffle it in on the other ones. Yeah, that'll work. Right. Are they stapled?
No. You
Is
were
it-
beginning and the end of the stack?
I was thinking, I guess you would have to take a look here. Well, I was actually going to put it up here at like number 10A or something like that, but you'd have to go through all the stacks.
Okay, I mean.
You can do that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right, so court will be in recess, and when we come back and bring the jury in, rest, yes?
Yes, sir.
No rebuttal?
That's right.
Okay, and then I will tell the jury what they can expect and how it's going to go forward. Once I read the instructions, we'll take that 15-minute break or so, and then we'll go into arguments. We'll see where we are. I mean, if Mr. Young doesn't take as much time, or Mr. Tellini doesn't, it may be that we get it done. It's not a hard and fast noon, but I sure don't want to put them in at like 1 or 1:30. And
Yeah, and as far as if we can get them all done before we break for lunch, there will be a natural break anyway between Mr. Tellini
Right.
and then me doing my rebuttal close. I'm gonna have to rearrange a little bit here anyway.
I'm glad you brought that up. Can we turn that camera on so that they see? We rearranged the camera, and you can see so you can see where you can be seen in the courtroom if you want to do that, and take a look at the camera. My suggestion, however, would be, if you're going to use this easel, that you unbury it before we start. So it'll be a little, as opposed to trying to move all that stuff afterwards. So, okay. All right. Court will be in recess then. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, sorry. I was just trying to set that up there quick. Just hold on 1 second. Now we've got to go to, let's remove this one. Cool. Okay. There's sound check. Mic check. You guys are going to get used to that. Okay, let me just quickly do this. There we go. They started early, man. Caught me off guard there. Not really. I was ready, but I'm like, oh my word. It's like, okay, they're probably going to start at 9 o'clock. No. They were like, there they were. Okay, so thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it. Please like and share so that others know we are here. We are here for closing arguments today. I can't wait, although I've been very, very anxious about it, honestly, because I'm like a risk manager type. So I'm like, what could go wrong? What is the worst that could happen? In the unlikely event that they file a motion for a mistrial. Not going to be loving that. In the unlikely event that Letecia Stauch acts out. Interesting, you know? Anyway, I don't know how are you guys feeling about it? Warrior Aphrodite says, I really appreciate you and your chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. Veronica says, thanks, Grizz, for being here with us. And thank you for being here with me as well. Thank you that we can all be here together. I think it's great. Is the mic good? I don't know how I sound. I like plug and play mics, as you know. So thank you all for donating to the mic fund. Here is the new Yeti. It's not like Yeti is like ultra cool mic, but for now, this is great. This works. No complications. Okay, nervous. Jenny Diver says nervous. I've been so nervous, on my word. So, yes, last night was a little bit difficult to sleep because I'm like, oh my word, it's closing arguments. It's happening. Okay, so let's quickly go through a few little things. Let me just wait. I just want to minimize this and bring it across so I can monitor it. Okay. So this stream was from day 16. And at the end of the stream, they actually talked about how it's going to work today and time limits and stuff, which they aren't time limits. It's normally 45 aside. Now you got double G time here. But let's just listen to what the judge said here from day 16 at the end. Thank you, Sarah.
Hopefully not.
Okay. I just need to, do they need to have their expert ready to go on Monday? Or
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if I think we'll be able to tell by the time we break for lunch whether we're going to
That's
get to
fine.
that, and obviously we'll coordinate with them too on
Okay.
timing. So
All right.
Just wait for
Okay.
it.
That'll be, and she's going to be staying here, right?
Yes, you sir.
Okay.
Don't worry about this. We're getting there. The timestamp is like 8:11 something. I'm just getting to it. Just hold on.
Okay. So that should be fine. Okay. All right. Then we will see
Insane.
everybody on Monday. You can leave everything here if you want to do that. It's up to you. The courtroom will be closed and locked.
Wait.
The
Say
other
it.
thing that we're scheduling.
Go ahead.
I've already talked to the district regarding the drilling sessions. All except for one, particularly out of Colgy, might have an objection to one that's out of Colgy, but all the rest of them.
What?
Is that the statutory language that's
Yeah.
based on the one? Yeah. Okay.
That's gonna, and we can talk about that later.
Right.
Just give the court a heads up on scheduling. I don't think we're gonna need.
See?
Okay. The other thing that I want to talk about or
Yes.
get a better idea as we get closer. I'm not going to put time
They-
limitations on this, except for I'm probably, and I know neither side.
So this was from day 16, and they talked about how this closing argument day is going to go. There's not going to be time limits, but they just talked about now the prosecution, the defense, and then lunch break, then the rebuttals. So right now, the defense has to rest their case first. The defense rests their case. Then it will be the prosecution closing arguments, defense closing arguments, lunch break, rebuttals, jury deliberation, and all that. Lynn says, please give a wave to Canada. Oh, maple syrup land. I want maple syrup. I love maple syrup. It's so expensive here, on my word. Hello to Canada. And did you guys know the Crime Circus? Drip Drop is also from Canada. Hello to Canada.
Even came close to using the time that I gave them for opening statements. I understand that. I understand we're at a different place now. So I'm not going to put time limitations on, but I most likely would interrupt you somewhere after 90 minutes because I don't want the jury sitting there. So we may have to figure out a reasonable break or something like that.
I guess. I don't know how to do this. I'm just speaking out. Like a fairness with rebuttal. You know, they do theirs
Just
and I'm
do it.
hiding mine, and then, you know, rebuttal takes, 2.5 hours. I'm sure.
Right.
That would be, appropriate for her, and I don't know how.
So I'm just playing this so we're reminded of. Okay, so it'll be defense will rest their case. The prosecution will do their closing arguments, which they plan to do for about an hour. Then the defense will do their closing arguments. Then it's lunch break time. Rebuttals, you just heard Talini say it could take 2.5 hours. So now we roughly knowing sort of what's going to happen today. So if rebuttals are like 2.5 hours, and I don't know if it's like in total or what, is that for both sides or what? Then jury deliberates. And I have set up another stream already because I don't know how long this jury will deliberate. Will it be An hour? 3 hours? Will it be all weekend? Will they come back on Monday? We don't know, you guys. Oh my word. That uncertainty, I don't love it. Right on says she is shackled. Yes, she is shackled by the feet. She is. Indeed, she is. Yes, it has already started, but they're in recess now. So welcome to everyone who's joining now. We're just going over what they said on day 16 of how long this could all take. I think that's pretty much what I wanted to show you. Let me just quickly see if there's one more sentence here.
Thought it's all, yes, but I think
We have that issue in every single case where there's not time limits. And as you know, my typical practice is to put time limits on everybody, but I also understand that this length of case is rare. And we're at, I don't know what, somewhere in the mid 700s for exhibits. I frankly am going to have to figure out some logistical issues because
so nice.
we can't get all of this back in the jury room and get the juror.
I think we heard what we needed to hear, right? Okay, so just hold on one second. Swiss Miss says, A4G, the mods in chat, Gannon. Yes, thank you so much. And let's hope if it's 45 minutes, I'll be like, oh my word, yes. Can't wait. Heaven on Earth, welcome to membership. Wild Sage says, saw text that Landon and Alice were friends back in Myrtle Beach, and LS had affair with Al, hence the extreme jealousy. Interesting. I think so. I think Letecia met Al at in a softball league. Yeah, and she was trying to lure him away, which sadly worked for her for a little while. Okay, now what I want to show you is something here. We've got how many minutes now? Wait. We've got 10 more minutes and then they'll be back. So let's go to sushi. You like sushi? Here we go. True crime sushi. Okay. Look at this. This was an interesting statement from April 28 from True Crime Sushi saying, this is disgusting. Letecia Stauch trial. She got the cape idea from all the Gannon Stauch tribute art. It's so passive aggressive to have her explain away his murder while he's in that sonic blue cape. Whoa. I mean, she could have. But what I wanted to show you was this. So it says, remember how Letecia Stauch remember how Letecia Stauch had a pen and she was taking notes? Watch what her attorney does with him. But like, guys, really, I haven't seen this. Look at this. Okay, wait. So remember Letecia Stauch was taking notes. Okay, I don't know, drawing something, doodling, whatever. Welcome to all the new members. Swissman says, today I'm wearing my only blue hoodie. Love it. Even me, I'm all in blue. I've got my blue necklace on. We are all here for Gannon, for his family. I hope they all know we've got their back. For the community. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Trotz RSA says, congratulations on 145 kg. So happy for you. Thank you so much, everyone. I saw this morning. I'm like, what? Carol says, we need another trial. We'll miss you all. Don't worry. There are so many trials. So many. We've got Taylor Shea Business. We've got Richard Allen in the Delphi case. We've got Brian Koberger's hearings. We've got the Petitos versus the Laundry scheduled this year as well. There's a Sarah Boone one as well, which I've never covered that case on my channel, but doesn't mean I never will. You know what I mean? It's never too late. Amanda, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And thank you, Nerdy Cat. I'm going to show you this clip now, okay? If you're like, just play. Come on, where's the one troll? Come on, troll, say it for us. Just play the effing clip. I'm waiting for someone. Just play it now. I'm going to play you the clip now, okay? I just first want to say welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. And welcome to all my patrons. I need to still check what your answers are for what I asked you today. They're on Patreon. All my members, and thank you to everyone who bought me coffees and sent PayPals and supports the channel and everything. For the stickers, I really, really appreciate it. You guys are the sweetest community. You are very kind and very supportive. So thank you so much. Thanks for giving me a voice, guys. Truth to Power says justice for Gannon. Grizzly True Crime. Thank you so much. Yes, everyone like and share with those hashtags. Letecia, not guilty, reason of insanity, or guilty and life. Hope jury deliberations take. You know what, Truth to Power? I also hope it takes 2.5 seconds. That would be great. Okay, now watch this. Watch this. I didn't see this. Oh my word. Look. He tears up her notes. And look at Tolini. He's like, oh, whoa, bro. He's like looking at him like, damn, bro, you tearing up those notes. Please tell me if I'm talking too loud. I don't know. This mic, I can turn down the gain a little bit. Hello, check. Okay. Look, he tore it right up. What do you think that note had on it? She's not even really looking at that. But he's like, oh, okay, that's going straight to the trash. See? Look at one more time. Thank you, Kirsten, for being that person. Play it. And look how he looks at the judge, and Tolini looks at him like, bro. This is a good clip. Welcome to membership, Kimmy Can. I hope you guys checked out the stream that I had yesterday with Peter Tragos, the lawyer you know. He definitely helped us clear up some stuff. Did you watch it? Just hold on 1 second. Let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, okay, we're gonna go here. I'm so worried about a mistrial. I'm gonna play that for you now. Okay, here's my channel. Now, the reason I'm so worried about a mistrial is because all of you guys, okay, a lot of you have been sending me this article from Dr. Dorothy Lewis's behavior in the Arthur Shawcross case. She pulled the exact same stunts, the exact same, say now, like, I don't have any notes. Oh, here's the notes. And then just lying about things and just being so shady and cunning. And that was years ago, right? So decades. So that same behavior and just her like causing mistrials. That's the rumor, right? She causes mistrials. She causes mayhem. And I'm like, what? That's what kept me up. I'm like, no, don't say mistrial. Please, no. So we are waiting for the court to come back. I am monitoring the courtroom. They're coming back in 5 minutes, okay? With the jury and everything. And then we're going to do. The defense will rest their case. Prosecution, closing arguments, cannot wait. I think it's going to be epic, okay? Then the defense's closing arguments, I think it's not going to be so epic. That's where I worry about them pulling out the mistrial card. You see what I'm saying? And then lunch break, then rebuttals, which could be 2.5 hours or so, and then jury deliberation. Hasina, yes, welcome. You're like, yep, yes, thank you all. Thanks all for watching. That was just a surprise live stream. Just like, oh, wow, okay, let's go. I had such trial bubbleus yesterday, you guys. Oh, my word. Okay, now look at this clip because it says, how high is the risk of a mistrial? So let's see what Peter Tragos says. And P.T. Notterman, my word, you spoil Fury. You spoil him. I'm sure you've seen. Yeah, you have seen. I saw your comment there. The video I made on my second channel with Fury eating his treats. Thank you so much. I'll address these and I'll play the clip. I feel so bad for Al. He must feel so guilty and it breaks my heart. Same. Shoal Bear, welcome. NC Rain said, didn't they decide on no rebuttal? Did they decide on no rebuttal? That's not what I heard. I didn't hear that. I heard prosecution, defense, lunch break, rebuttal. Right? And 40 minutes for jury instructions. I heard that as well. Okay, now let's play this one. This is a big question that comes up a lot. Thank you, Pernille. How high is the risk of a mistrial?
I don't see a mistrial happening in this case. And I think the DA is playing it pretty close to the vest here to make sure that doesn't happen. I think the defense hasn't done anything too outlandish. Meeting with the client in the middle of the trial for the doctor is bad, but you can fix that by just saying, don't talk about it. And I don't think that a lot of people also want to know, do I see an appellate issue with ineffective assistance of counsel because of what a bad job the lawyers are doing or what a bad job the experts doing? I don't think they're doing such a bad job as to not try. I think sometimes lay people can confuse losing a trial, having a bad case that would be tough for anybody to win. You could put the best lawyers on this case and they probably would still lose because she probably wasn't insane at the time of the crime. So, yeah. I mean, when you look at it from that perspective, they're not sitting there doing nothing. They're not.
This is a big question. So that was a little bit comforting to hear again. I listened to it again today. And Lala, I was there. I was in the chat. Did you see me? That was nice. Very nice. Yes. Okay. So, wait, I missed that comment. It just flew by. Kirsten says, gee, you've been great in covering this trial with us. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you all for being here with me. Really appreciate it. Okay. So now before court starts, they're starting in 3 minutes. Let's hope this doesn't double play. Okay. Tell me if it double plays and I'll just stop. But I'm going to play my intro, which I never got to play because they started so early. Okay, here we go.
Hey guys, and today I'm about to play some Sonic Mania.
Okay, so welcome to day. Try again. Welcome to day 20 of the Letecia Stauch trial. We've been here together every day for long days, and it's been a wild trial. I don't know what are your top moments. There's been a lot of very crazy moments. I mean, from the space buns. Oh, that's Letecia Stauch changing her hairstyles to that Maria video that sounded like it was filmed underwater. Dr. Dorothy Lewis, that Nicole Mobsley witness. She lives in the community and she played Letecia. That was one of my favorites still. FBI Special Agent Grusing. Kevin Clark with his timeline and map time. Loved that. Tony says, I am ready for this case to be over, but I will miss the daily live stream with you, G. My fellow Grizzlies and the best mods on YouTube. Thank you for everything. Wow, what a ride. The thing is, though, you guys see me every day in general. I'm generally here every day, so please don't worry. I know what you mean, though, because of the hours. But there are many trials happening. So don't worry. We're going to be together. It's one of those careful what you wish for, you know? Before you know it, we'll be here again for 8 hours a day, every day. Okay, I'm monitoring the court. I'm showing you so you can see. There we go. We'll check. Yes, Leticia's brother. Ooh, that was a moment. Oh, my word. Shame. He was so shattered, honestly. So emotional. And when the jury was in, and then he's like, why, Tisha, why? Yes. And then it's like, oh, okay, all right, jury, out you go. That was quite a moment, right? Wow. Yes. Oh, and yes, when the judge said, stop, that was quite something, right? That was quite something the other day. That was on day, I think it was on day 18, 17 or 18 or 1. And that was when the prosecution said, objection. Judge Vanna said, sustained, but then Dr. Dorothy Lewis just kept on talking. So Judge Vanna was like, stop. And then he's like, very firmly, when an objection is sustained, you do not carry on talking. He had to discipline Dr. Lewis so many times, oh my word. She's got a conduct disorder or something, right? Francine says, morning, G from good morning from Honolulu, Hawaii. I think you say Hawaii, right? That's the right way to say it. Aloha to you. Okay. Oh, damn. Christy says, G, hands down, you're the best true crime channel. So informative and professional. Oh, thank you so much. Grace says, do you think you will cover Chad Daybell's trial? Maybe. Depends. I hate it when we can't see. You know, I'm a visual person. Far above just audio. So like, man, when we can't see, I'm like, oh, come on. So the Lori Vallow trial, just with audio. Come on, we want to see everything. So, but anyway, I think his will be next year if I had to guess. So, but maybe, yes. Charlotte says, L's testimony. His parents are Gannon Stauch. Yes. That's true, Van. If I covered a US trial and an Aussie one together, we'll have 24-hour streams. Don't give anyone ideas now. Okay, so court should be back any minute now. But they're actually 2 minutes late right now. It's not Dr. Lewis's fault. Well, you never know. Not this time. So if you missed the jury questions, by the way, we went over that on the community tab on a member stream. We went over it yesterday in the stream right after Peter Tragos was on, the lawyer you know. If you don't know who the lawyer you know is, go check him out. That was a great quick show yesterday as well. Charnay, I can't see it. Okay, hold on, let me go look. Sometimes it doesn't show on here. I'm not sure why. Sorry about that. I don't see your super chat, Charnay, but thank you so much. I'll go look behind the scenes. How about that? Okay. So let me just see. Well, thank you so much. I always review them afterwards. I really, really appreciate all the stickers. Okay, come on, court. Come on, court. We're ready. I'm like so ready now. Don't be late now. We're ready now. Let's go. So the defense will rest their case. And thank you to A. Heinemann for clearing that up. No rebuttal witnesses, but there will still be the rebuttal phase of the day. Welcome to membership. Yes. Truth to Power says she affected so many people's lives. NPD for sure. NPD for sure. Did I do it? Yes. And Chelsea says, I wish the prosecution would have won a cape. That would have been interesting. and red. But are they wearing blue? I didn't look what they're wearing. Tiff Weave says, "I will miss these long streams with the Grizzly family. You've done a great job, G. We appreciate all your hard work. I'm ready to not see Letecia. You know what? I'm ready for that too. To never see her again. Right?" Peace Dog says, "We have prelim hearing for Koberger starting June 26th. Sarah Boone starts in July." Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And let's hear when Richard Allen's will start as well. And Taylor Shea Business is also sometime soon. Taylor Shea Business. What a one that is. Let me just look. I know the West Boys trials is also going on. Cal City Boys, Sincere and Classic are in Orson West. That's also audio only, man. It's so hard to follow, especially if you miss it because they're not like streaming it anyway. So that's a very difficult one to follow as well. But I'm doing my best to follow along with it. Calico Jane says, "Watch the first half alone. So glad I found you for the last couple of weeks. Thank you for all you do." Oh my word, I'm so sorry you watched the first half alone. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking here. Please can you do a poll on the verdicts? Maybe later, yes. Maybe later. I'll do one when the court comes back on. Okay, so I don't know what else to say because I'm just ready now. Come on. Come on, court. Let's go. Let's go. Care Bear says, "Thank you, G Bear, for doing this as a Grizzly family." Absolutely. My pleasure. Wanderlust says, "Thank you for all you do. I'm honored to be a Grizzly. Hashtag Gannon's Army." If you guys could like the stream and share it, Gannon Strong and hashtag Gannon's Army, that would be very helpful. You can also add Grizzly True Crime because 3 hashtags is normally good as well. But Gannon Strong and Gannon's Army would be really, really great. Yes, I could try to do that, but oh my word. The audio is so crap. It is so bad on that Maria video. That'll be a full weekend of work. Lori says, "Will you cover the Chad Daybell if they allow cameras?" Well, yeah. It also depends what's happening then, you know? It depends. I mean, YouTube is a wild place. It depends what I'm doing at that time. But yes, I would like to follow to see what happens there as well. And they actually are. You are right. They might allow cameras in Chad Daybell's case. You are right. Brad, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Paula says, "I feel completely confident in the jury." I must say, based on their questions, me too. They asked very smart questions throughout. Actually, that's one of my favorites as well, is the jury questions, that they were able to ask questions and the types of questions they asked. They're very smart and very skeptical as well of like, wait, what? Like to Dr. Lewis. So like why is the attorney in the courtroom, and did you test for malingering, and what's going on here? So since when you open the hospital, DID cases spiked, but then since you've left or it's closed, now what? I like their questions a lot. Yes. Wow. Okay. No. Someone's asking, hasn't Chad Daybell already started? Nope. Lori Vallow Daybell has. Chad and Lori's cases were severed. So now Chad's is happening later. I would speculate next year. You know, same. These things take time. Even with Brian Koberger, everyone's waiting for like now. It just takes a long time in the justice system, right? The legal system. What? They recessed until 11 a.m. already? Who said that? Aren't they coming back at 9? Who said 11? Can you guys please help me with that? 11. What? Rosemary Cato, thank you so much. I really appreciate your sticker. We'll probably just have to read an article, then they'll come back. Here they come. See? I just mentioned it and they're back.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Hope they could put the lights on. It's so dark in there.
So we'll just take them over there. And I tell them and they can just pass them down. Cameras. Oh.
The camera angle is quite something.
All rise for the jury, please.
Thank you, Poe. Yes, mine too, Donna. Yeah, buckle up. Here we go. And yes, how dare she wear blue? She's so inappropriate. It's really odd lighting.
Seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start today like we have every other day. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, when we took our break on Wednesday, we were in the midst of the defendant's case. So that's where we will resume. Mr. Tellini, call your next witness, please. Ladies and gentlemen, what that means is the defense has presented all of the evidence which it intends to present for you to consider the issues in this case. I want to remind you that the defense does not have any burden of proof at any point in these proceedings. However, because the defense did present evidence, the prosecution also has an opportunity to present rebuttal evidence if it chooses to do so, to rebut any of the evidence that was presented by the defense. With that, prosecution, do you have any rebuttal evidence? Ladies and gentlemen, what that means is that all of the evidence which you may properly consider to decide the issues in this case has been presented. Here's what we're going to do going forward. Mr. Combs has some instructions for you. He's going to hand those out. So if all of you would take one and pass it down.
I tried to brighten the courtroom for you guys. Does it look better? I'm going to check now. It's so dark in there today.
All right, the law in the state of Colorado requires that I read these instructions to you, even though you have them with you to take back into court. In addition, because you each have your own individual copy, you can write on your copy any notes that you want to have, just like you would any other notes. Those are not discoverable. Once the case is done, again, those are destroyed. The original jury instructions that I'll give you at the end, those are the ones that need to be filled out. In addition, you'll also see that your instructions start with 9A. That's because we had an addition. So if you hold on to 9A, it's going to go right after instruction 9. Just hold on to it. We'll get there, I promise you. Okay. What we'll do is I will read these instructions, then we'll take about a 15-minute recess or so. Then we're going to come back. Then the prosecution has an opportunity to give you a closing argument. After that, the defense has an opportunity to give a closing argument. After that, then the prosecution has an opportunity to give rebuttal. It's much like rebuttal evidence. They get to comment on anything that the defense had to comment on in their closing argument. So that's the process. I want to tell you, we work almost always on a closing argument, from my perspective, a little bit on the fly, because I've not placed time limitations on the attorneys. However, I'm not going to have you guys sitting there for a 4-hour block of time either. So it may be that we do the prosecution closing, the defense closing, and take a break, a lunch break, and then do rebuttal. The other thing is that since we are here for closing, that means that this case has been concluded. That means that you will be here all day. Normally, you have gone out to lunch, those sorts of things. That won't be happening today. We're going to order lunch in for you. When we take our break, we're going to have somebody come down and they'll tell you about the lunch process and stuff like that. But we're going to have you here today. And once we discharge you, or once we send you back for deliberations, you'll need to stay together for the deliberation period. Members of the jury, the evidence in this case has been completed. In a moment, I will read to you jury instructions that contain the rules of law you must apply to reach your verdict. You will have copies of what I read to take with you to the jury room. But first, I want to mention a few things to keep in mind when you are discussing this case in the jury room. Until you have returned a verdict, you must not do any research about this case or this kind of case using any source, including dictionaries, reference materials, the internet, or other electronic means. You must not communicate in any way with anyone else about this case or this kind of case until you have returned a verdict in court. This includes your family and friends. If you have a cell phone or other electronic device, you must keep it turned off during the jury deliberations. Actually, what happens is we collect all of those. You get them back at the end, and sometimes you even get back your own. But we collect them all at the end. We collect them all and we hold on to them during deliberations. It is my job to decide what rules of law apply to the case. While the attorneys may comment on some of these rules, you must follow the instructions I give you. Even if you disagree with or do not understand the reasons for some of the rules of law, you must follow them. No single instruction describes all the law which must be applied. The instructions must be considered together as a whole. During this trial, you received all of the evidence that you may properly consider in deciding the issues in the case. Your decision must be made by applying the rules of law that I give you to the evidence presented at trial. Remember, you must not be influenced by sympathy, bias, or prejudice in reaching your decision. You should not allow bias or any kind of prejudice based upon gender to influence your decision. If you decide that the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, it will be my job to decide what the punishment will be. In making your decision, you must not consider punishment at all. At times during the trial, attorneys made objections. Do not draw any conclusions from the objections or from my rulings on the objections. These only related to legal questions I had to decide and should not influence your thinking. If I told you not to consider a particular statement that was made during the trial, you must not consider it in your deliberations. Finally, you should consider all the evidence in light of your experience in life. The defendant is charged with committing the crimes of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with the deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence in El Paso County, Colorado, on or about January 27, 2020. The defendant has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. The charges against the defendant are not evidence. The charges against the defendant are just accusations. The fact that the defendant has been accused is not evidence that the defendant committed any crime. Every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial and should be given effect by you unless, after considering all the evidence, you are then convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is upon the prosecution to prove the dissatisfaction of the jury beyond a reasonable doubt, the existence of all of the elements necessary to constitute the crime charged. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of all of the evidence or lack of evidence in the case. It is a doubt which is not a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt, but such a doubt as would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. If you find from the evidence that each and every element of a crime has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of that crime. If you find from the evidence that the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of that crime. The number of witnesses testifying for or against a certain fact does not, by itself, prove or disprove that fact. You are the sole judges of the credibility of each witness and the weight to be given the witness's testimony. You should carefully consider all of the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness has testified. For each witness, consider that person's knowledge, motive, state of mind, demeanor, and manner while testifying. Consider the witness's ability to observe, the strength of that person's memory, and how that person obtained his or her knowledge. Consider any relationship the witness may have to either side of the case and how each witness might be affected by the verdict. Consider how the testimony of the witness is supported or contradicted by other evidence in the case. You should consider all facts and circumstances shown by the evidence when you evaluate each witness's testimony. You may believe all of the testimony of a witness, part of it, or none of it. A witness qualified as an expert by education, training, or experience may state opinions. You are not bound by the testimony of witnesses who testified as experts. The credibility of an expert's testimony is to be considered as that of any other witness. You may believe all of an expert witness's testimony, part of it, or none of it. The way you give the testimony is entirely your decision. Every defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. The decision not to testify cannot be used as an inference of guilt and cannot prejudice the defendant. It is not evidence, does not prove anything, and must not be considered for any purpose. The court has taken judicial notice of a certain fact. You may or may not accept that fact as true. It is entirely your decision to determine what weight, if any, shall be given to the evidence. And this is where the 9A goes. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the El Paso County Jail was accepting WebEx meetings on March 20 of 2020. The defendant's attorney had a WebEx meeting with the defendant on that date around noon. Later that day, Dr. Moore had a conversation with the defendant about Gannon being found in Florida. A fact may be proven by either direct or circumstantial evidence. Under the law, both are acceptable ways to prove something. Neither is necessarily more reliable than the other. Direct evidence is based on firsthand observation of the fact in question. For example, a witness's testimony that she looked out a window and saw snow falling might be offered as direct evidence that it had snowed. Circumstantial evidence is indirect. It is based on observations of related facts that may lead you to reach a conclusion about the fact in question. For example, a witness's testimony that she looked out a window and saw snow covering the ground might be offered as circumstantial evidence that it had snowed. Members of the jury, you may discuss this case only when you are all present, and you may only deliberate in the jury room. No juror should attempt to discuss this case with other jurors or anyone else at any other time except when all jurors are in the jury room. Once you begin your deliberations, if you have a question, your foreperson should write it on a piece of paper, sign it, and give it to the bailiff, who will bring it to me. The court will then determine the appropriate way to answer the question. However, there may be some questions that, under the law, the court is not permitted to answer. Please do not speculate about what the answer to your question might have been or why the court is not able to answer a particular question. Finally, please be sure to keep the original question and response. Do not destroy them, as they are part of the official record in this case and must be returned to me when you return the instructions and verdict forms at the end of the case. One other caveat to this instruction is that takes time, because I have to reconvene the court, have to bring the lawyers in, we have to discuss the question, what the possible response is. So it's not as quick as the questions that we have when you're asking witnesses. During this trial, you were permitted to submit written questions to witnesses. If a particular question was not asked, do not guess why the question was not asked or what the answer might have been. My decision not to ask a question submitted by a juror is not a reflection on the person asking it, and you should not attach any significance to the failure to ask a question. By making legal rulings on the admissibility of questions, I did not intend to suggest or express any opinion about the question. My decision whether or not to allow a question is based on the applicable rules of evidence and other rules of law, and not on the facts of this particular case. It is my responsibility to assure that all parties receive a fair trial according to the law and rules of evidence. The fact that certain questions were not asked must not affect your consideration of the evidence in any way. Do not give greater weight to questions or answers to questions that are submitted by yourself or your fellow jurors. In making your decision, you must consider all of the evidence that has been presented. In this case, a separate offense is charged against the defendant in each count of the information. Each count charges a separate and distinct offense, and the evidence in the law applicable to each count should be considered separately, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other count. The fact that you may find the defendant guilty or not guilty of one of the offenses charged should not control your verdict as to any other offense charged against the defendant. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of any one or all of the offenses charged. A crime is committed when the defendant has committed a voluntary act prohibited by law together with a culpable state of mind. A voluntary act means an act performed consciously as a result of effort or determination. Proof of the voluntary act alone is insufficient to prove that the defendant has the required state of mind. The culpable state of mind is as much an element of the crime as the act itself and must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, either by direct or circumstantial evidence. In this case, the applicable states of mind are explained below. The term after deliberation means not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. A person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to cause the specific result prescribed by the statute defining the offense. It is immaterial whether or not the result actually occurred. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to conduct or to a circumstance described by a statute defining an offense when she is aware that her conduct is of such nature or that such a circumstance exists. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to a result of her conduct when she is aware that her conduct is practically certain to cause the result. These next instructions have to deal with the elements that must be proven for the charges, and it makes more sense once you actually have all of the instructions because it references in instruction 21. The elements of the crime of murder in the first degree after deliberation are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, after deliberation and with intent to cause the death of a person other than herself, caused the death of that person or of another person, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in instruction 21. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation. The elements of the crime of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, knowingly caused the death of a child who had not yet attained 12 years of age, and the defendant was in a position of trust with respect to the child, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in instruction 21. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. The elements of the crime of tampering with a deceased human body are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, believed that an official proceeding was pending, in progress, or about to be instituted, and acting without legal right or authority, willfully destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered a human body, part of a human body, or human remains with intent to impair its or their appearance or availability in the official proceedings, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in Instruction 21. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of tampering with a deceased human body. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of tampering with a deceased human body. The elements of the crime of tampering with physical evidence are that the defendant in the state of Colorado at or about the date and place charged believed that an official proceeding was pending, in progress, or about to be instituted, and acting without legal right or authority, destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered physical evidence with intent to impair its verity or availability in the pending or prospective official proceeding, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in Instruction 21. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of tampering with physical evidence. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of tampering with physical evidence. In this case, certain words or phrases have a particular meaning. The following are the definitions of those words and phrases. Accordingly, you are to use the following definitions where those words and phrases appear in the instructions and define crimes, defenses, special rules, and verdict questions. Cause means that act or failure to act which in natural and probable sequence produced the claimed injury. It is a cause without which the claimed injury would not have been incurred. Homicide means the killing of a person by another. Official proceeding means a proceeding heard before any legislative, judicial, administrative, or other governmental agency, or official authorized to hear evidence under oath, including any magistrate, hearing examiner, commissioner, notary, or other person taking testimony or deposition in any such proceedings. Person, when referring to the victim of a homicide, means a human being who had been born and was alive at the time of the homicidal act. Physical evidence includes any article, object, document, record, or other thing of physical substance. Physical evidence does not include a human body, part of a human body, or human remains. One in a position of trust includes, but is not limited to, any person who is a parent or acting in the place of a parent and charged with any of a parent's rights, duties, or responsibilities concerning a child, including a guardian or someone otherwise responsible for the general supervision of a child's welfare, or a person who is charged with any duty or responsibility for the health, education, welfare, or supervision of a child, including foster care, child care, family care, or institutional care, either independently or through another, no matter how brief, at the time of the unlawful act. The evidence in this case has raised the defense of insanity as a defense to the crimes of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with the deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. The defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the acts if she was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state that is an essential element of a crime charged. But care should be taken not to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, or passion growing out of anger, revenge, hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions, because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the person is accountable to the law. In addition, diseased or defective in mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Similarly, mental disease or defect means only those severely abnormal mental conditions that grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception or understanding of reality, and that are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or any other psychoactive substance. Mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. The law presumes everyone to be sane. However, after some evidence of insanity is introduced, the burden of proof is upon the people to prove to the satisfaction of the jury, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the crimes charged. In order to meet this burden of proof, the prosecution must disprove, beyond a reasonable doubt, both of the above numbered conditions. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide that the prosecution has failed to meet this burden of proof, then the prosecution has failed to prove that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the acts, which is an essential element of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. In that event, you must find the defendant not guilty and have the foreperson sign the designated section of Part A of the verdict form to indicate your verdicts. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has met this burden of proof, then the prosecution has proved the defendant was not insane at the time of the commission of the acts. In that event, your verdicts concerning the charges of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence must depend upon your determination whether the prosecution has met its burden of proof with respect to the remaining elements of this offense. Instruction 22. Concerning the affirmative defense of insanity, certain words or phrases have a particular meaning. Diseased or defective mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Mental disease or defect means only those severely abnormal mental conditions which grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception or understanding of reality, and which are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or any other psychopathic substance, except that it does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Moral obliquity refers to an act committed by a person who is capable of distinguishing moral right from moral wrong, but nevertheless acts out a perverse and culpable rejection of prevailing moral standards. Moral obliquity does not include an act committed by a person in a state of mental illness that renders the person incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to the act. Incapable of distinguishing right from wrong refers to cognitive inability due to a mental disease or defect to distinguish right from wrong as measured by a societal standard or morality, even though the person may be aware that the conduct in question is criminal. The phrase incapable of distinguishing right from wrong does not refer to a purely personal and subjective standard of morality. If you find that the defendant, and this question will make more sense once you see the verdict forms. If you find the defendant guilty of one or more of the following charges of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence, you should disregard the remainder of this instruction and sign Section A of the verdict form for that charge to indicate your verdict of guilty. If, however, I think that's a typo. I think that's supposed to be B.
Also has to be one
We'll get
typo.
to it in
Always one
just a moment.
typo.
If, however, you find the defendant not guilty of one or more of the following charges of murder in the first degree, murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence, you should sign Section A of the verdict form to indicate your verdict of not guilty And you should also answer the following verdict question in section B of the verdict form. Did you find the defendant not guilty solely based on the defense of insanity? Answer yes or no. The court reminds you that the prosecution has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt each element of the crime charged, including that the defendant was not insane at the time of the commission of the act. If you decide that the only element of the crime charge that the prosecution failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the act, you should mark yes in the appropriate place in section B of the verdict form and have the foreperson sign the designated form in that section of the verdict form. If you decide that the prosecution has failed to prove any other element beyond a reasonable doubt, you should mark no in the appropriate place in section B of the verdict form and have the foreperson sign the designated line in that section of the verdict form. In any trial or hearing in which the mental condition or of the defendant is at issue, witnesses not specially trained in psychiatry or psychology may testify as to their observation of the defendant's actions and conduct, and as to conversations which they have had with her bearing upon her mental condition, and they shall be permitted to give their opinions or conclusions concerning the mental condition of the defendant. This is an information instruction and must have no persuasive bearing on the verdicts you arrive at under the evidence. If a defendant is found not guilty by reason of insanity, it is the court's duty to commit the defendant to the Department of Human Services until such time as the court determines that the defendant no longer requires hospitalization because she no longer suffers from a mental disease or defect which is likely to cause her to be dangerous to herself, to others, or to the community in the reasonably foreseeable future. If a defendant is found not guilty by reason of insanity, she will never again be tried on the merits of the criminal charges filed against her. The question of the defendant's sanity or insanity has reference to her mental condition at the time of the alleged acts, the condition of the defendant's mind previous to the act charged, and since that time, may be considered only to aid you in determining her sanity or insanity at the time of the acts charged. In a few moments, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room, where you will select one of your members to be the foreperson. Your foreperson will preside over your deliberations and shall sign any verdict form and verdict question form that you may agree on, according to the rules that I am about to explain. The verdict for each charge must represent the considered judgment of each juror, and it must be unanimous. In other words, all of you must agree to all parts of it. This requirement applies to any determinations that you make in response to verdict questions which you conclude should be answered. Only one verdict shall be returned signed for each count. The verdict forms, verdict question forms, and these instructions shall remain in the possession of your foreperson until I ask for them in open court. Upon reaching a verdict, and if required by your verdicts, answering any verdict questions, you will inform the bailiff, who in turn will notify me, and you will remain in the jury room until I call you into the courtroom. You will be provided with 4 verdict forms. You will also be provided with 4 verdict question forms with directions that explain under what circumstances you should complete those forms. When you have unanimously agreed upon your verdicts, you will select the option on each form which reflects your verdict, and the foreperson will sign the verdict form as I have stated. Similarly, if you conclude the verdict question should be answered, you will select the option on each verdict question form which reflects your unanimous decision, and the foreperson will sign each verdict question form as I have stated. I will now read to you the verdict and the verdict question forms. You must not draw any inferences based on the order in which I read them. The verdict and verdict question forms you will receive read as follows. Jury verdict count number 1, charge of murder in the first degree after deliberation. Part A, section Roman numeral 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, not guilty of count number 1, murder in the first degree after deliberation. Part A, section Roman numeral 2. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, guilty of count number 1, murder in the first degree after deliberation. If you fill out Part A, Roman numeral 1, you are finding the defendant not guilty, and you are finding the issues in favor of the defendant. If you do that, you need to fill out Part B, which asks you the question, if you find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, you should answer the following question. However, if you find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree, you should leave this section blank. As to the charge of murder in the first degree after deliberation, did you find the defendant not guilty solely based on the defense of insanity? So with respect to each verdict form, you have 3 options. It can be a straight not guilty, it can be guilty, it can be not guilty by reason of insanity. So if you were to find the defendant just straight not guilty, the prosecution had not presented enough evidence to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that that charge against the defendant, you would fill it not guilty and be done. If you were similarly, if you were to find the defendant or that the prosecution had presented sufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was guilty, you could fill it out as guilty. If you find her to be not guilty because she was insane at the time, you need to answer not guilty and answer this question on the back. Verdict form number 2, charge of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. Section Roman numeral 1, we the jury find the defendant Letecia Stauch not guilty of count number 2, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. Section Roman numeral 2, we the jury find the defendant Letecia Stauch guilty of count number 2, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. Again, only if you find her not guilty should you consider the question on Part B. As to the charge of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, did you find the defendant not guilty solely based on the defense of insanity? Verdict form or count number 3, we the jury, Part A, Roman numeral 1, we the jury find the defendant Letecia Stauch not guilty of count number 3, tampering with a deceased human body. Roman numeral 2, we the jury find the defendant Letecia Stauch guilty of count number 3, tampering with a deceased human body. And the same question on the back under Part B. Jury verdict form count number 4, charge of tampering with physical evidence. We the jury find the defendant Letecia Stauch not guilty of count number 4, tampering with physical evidence, or Roman numeral 2, we the jury find the defendant Letecia Stauch guilty of count number 4, tampering with physical evidence, and the same question on Part B. So let me go back for a moment, double check this. Section A. All right, let me call your attention back because I may have introduced some confusion. If you look back at instruction 23, and I said I thought this might be a typographical error, it is not. That is an accurate statement. If you find the defendant guilty of one or more of the following charges of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence, you should disregard the remainder of this instruction and sign Section A of the verdict form that for that charge to indicate your verdict of guilty. That's an accurate statement. What I was thinking about is that it also implicated the insanity provision. But under Section A of each verdict form, you're determining whether she's not guilty or whether she's guilty. So instruction 23 is accurate the way that it was stated and the way that it was read to you. I just didn't want there to be any confusion about that, since I may have introduced some. So what we're going to do is take about a 15-minute recess. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 5 after 10, we should be able to start on time. Again, even though you've gotten the instructions, still can't start deliberating yet. You have to wait. So don't talk to each other about it. Don't talk to anyone else about it. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. We'll see you at 10 after 5 when we come back. My hope is that we will probably go until noon. We might go a little bit longer. So, because it would be better to have all of the arguments together. But again, as I said, I don't want you guys to be sitting there for a really long time either. So I'm just going to have to work that out on the fly. So with that, I'll rise for the jury, please.
Look how dark the room is, you guys. The lighting is very bad today. They need those perimeter lights.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Set up however you want to set up, and just be ready to go when we get back. What I have told both sides is that my intent at this point in time is just to leave the TV on. I suppose there might be a need to switch back and forth between sources. Pardon?
That would just be on your end though, wouldn't it?
Right. Yeah. So you,
From there.
Oh, so
And
it'd
if-
be the same
okay.
plug then.
Okay.
yeah. So you just need to tell me what the feed is from. But at this point in time, all of the evidence has been admitted. So I intend to, whatever is up there is going to stay up there until something else gets put up there.
Okay.
So any of this stuff that you want out, you need to move out. This is a suggestion. It is not a firm and direct rule because I don't want to interfere too much with what the attorneys intend to do during closing arguments. I think probably the poster boards are going to be best right there on that corner of the court reporter's table. So if you want to put something up there or hold them up there or prop them up on the table, that's fine. But if you want to do it over there or on the witness stand, I don't care. So I just wanted to let you know. With that, court will be in recess then.
All rise.
Okay, so closing arguments are up next. So I'm going to leave that little banner I made here for you. And I'm doing my best to brighten up the courtroom and sharpen it so you get the best view. But man, that court lighting is pretty crap today. I quickly want to show you something. So it feels like I always say that. Just want to show you something. Bring this over here. Okay. Where did the courtroom go? There we go. Okay, we're monitoring. So if you are only joining now, welcome to today, day 20 of the Letecia Stauch trial. Today will be the day for closing arguments and the jury will deliberate. I have a feeling they're going to come back today, but I mean, that's just a feeling. How do we really know? When we had Peter Tragos, the lawyer you know, on yesterday, he said they could come back, in his opinion, tonight, later tonight, right? Or by latest Monday morning, in his opinion. So I'm like, okay. I think we're all kind of on the same page. I'm hoping so. Christina Price, thank you so much. Hey, G, can I get a work? No. You are booked off today. Work notes. Yeah, we're going to need work notes and we also need certificates. All of us are going to need a certificate for surviving not just this trial, but that Maria video. Oh my word. I think that was the worst day in court ever. Okay, so what I want to show you is this, which this lady, Ashley Portillo, PA girl living it up in Colorado, KOAA reporter. She actually, we went over the jury questions before, but she actually rephrased it. And I think it's just a little bit more accurate. There's more information here, just the way that she worded it. So let's just go through that quickly. Just hold on 1 second. They said 5 passes when they're coming back, right? Just checking. I'm just going to monitor. Okay. So wait, I'm going to have to take the banner off now so that we can actually see what the hell's going on here. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. What the question? Okay, see, these are the jury questions. Okay, so they were like this when it went mute in court the other day, in case you're wondering why. Question: what, if any, significance does the defendant giving animus to her relationship with Gannon? So why are we going over this? I just want to show you guys that I think we can be quite confident in this jury, but let me know what you think, right? Thank you so much, Grizzly Cat, back in court at 10:05. Okay, so at 5 past. I heard 5 past, and then I heard the judge say something about 10 past. So 5 past. So we were almost there. Okay. What, if any, significance does the defendant giving animus her? What is it? change or do to the relationship with her and Gannon, right? If the answer from Dr. Dorothy Lewis was, if true, it's sodomy, repeated, unnecessary, unpleasant, and humiliating. It's a common antecedent to SA experienced by those who develop dissociative disorders, which again is so highly offensive, but okay. It's a thought that they begin to have because it's so painful and humiliating. If indeed it happened to Letecia, it's common for a patient to repeat the behavior as an adult. I just completely disagree with that. You can't say that. It's only in her narrow tunnel vision view of serial killers like, ooh, Ted Bundy. So this, you know what I mean? What? Anyway, but that was the question and that was the answer. I like the question. Focus on the questions. Brittany says, thanks, G. I predict the jury will deliberate less than 30 minutes and come back with a guilty. I hope so. I hope so. Question. You said the number of dissociative identity cases increased after you opened the clinic at Bellevue. Did the number drop after the clinic was closed? The answer, it's not been studied, but I say yes. And then Zach Dupont, who also, I put that on my community tab, she said she'd put money on it, that it was yes, right? Okay. The question, if yes, why were they dependent on the existence of the clinic? It's not the diagnosis that is dependent on the phenomenon. It's that the recognition diminishes. It's common for me to get calls from physicians who are familiar with it about how to diagnose and treat. There are not many physicians competent to make a diagnosis, which to me screams, as you guys said, narcissism of like, it's only me. Only I can see the signs, the magic. I'm the only one who could diagnose. And one thing I do want to say, I'm not trying to just rant about Dr. Dorothy Lewis now, or am I? The one thing I want to say is there's also a huge spectrum of dissociative disorders. So it's so weird as she goes from, like non-dissociative and takes a leap to DID. And she's the one that says, like, that's a leap for me about everything. Well, doctor, that is quite the leap because there's a whole spectrum of different dissociative disorders. But she just jumps to the most severe one and she's like, yep, that's what they all have. Debs, I have faith in this jury. They have not been hoodwinked by the defense. I'm confident it's guilty today. Thanks to G Mods and the Grizzly. Thank you so much. And I must say, I cannot wait for what the prosecution says in their closing arguments because they might just have even, an even more epic message to wrap it all up. I had a dream last night and my prediction is guilty on first degree. Thank you so much. I'm glad you slept last night. I did not. I was so stressed on my word. I was like, oh my word, what's going to happen? Shanae says, G, in the docu, they made a jingle to mock Dr. Lewis. Really? Oh my word. Okay, so yeah, Van says, you may do it. We don't mind. I can rant about Dr. Lewis. Okay, how much time have we got? Damn it, we've only got 8 minutes. So what is your specific training to determine if a patient is feigning or malingering? And the answer was, listen to this crap. Having read the study, it is my understanding there is no good definition or standard for malingering as opposed to other disturbances and is commonly used in courts. You'll find the diagnosis is made more commonly in forensic cases than in others, but it's not a well-defined phenomenon and you have to have a little be a little skeptical when someone suspects someone of malingering, especially when there's a penalty involved. The person is more likely to be accused of malingering. It's not a well-defined phenomenon. Oh, but your phenomenons and magic, you think that's well-defined? Wow. And I'm not talking about DID. That's real. That's backed by science. What she's doing with it, though, I'm like, trial for Dr. Lewis. Trial. Please. Okay, question. Did you do any tests to determine if feigning or malingering is present? And the only answer she gave there was yes. I call liar. What kind of test did she do? She just said it's not well established. So how did she test that Letecia wasn't malingering? How? If you're already diagnosing on day one with DID? Anyway, question. You said people with dissociative symptoms are suggestible. Then why describe her behaviors in front of her? And the answer was, it's an art to be able to inquire about symptoms or signs without suggesting them, but try to never go by what someone said. We must have data that antedates whatever we said. That's why we look at things like styles of penmanship, behaviors noted by others. Oh yeah, the Dear Diaries. Look, a teenage girl had a different signature and wanted to call herself a nickname. She's definitely got DID. Yes, Marie says Dr. Lewis is a malingerer. I really think she should be charged for what she's doing. Honestly, that's where I'm at. Angie says, L, Landon, Lane, and Harley, my heart breaks for your loss. Please know you have our support. We will never forget the little boy with a huge smile who loved Sonic. He touched our hearts. Thank you so much, Angie. Yes, we will never forget Gannon. And he loved Sonic and Mario so much. He was 11 years old. Wow. So I hope you guys who are here today know about the case. If you don't worry. There's a huge playlist for you to catch up on everything. Yes, yes. Allegedly says Grizzly True Crime. The simple fact is, if anyone counters anything she says, she claims she doesn't have enough information and research. However, she can without that info diagnose. Wrong. Yes, lots of art and magic. Okay, so question. If an MRI and EEG are not completed, how did you render your decision? What made it final? And the answer was, in my mind, the decision is still pending. I'd like to consult my neurologic colleagues and get more testing involved because it's an open question. There's a neurological phenomenon that looks like this. Existence of psychosis is evidence, and I think you saw it. You're not going to see a better example here that she suffers from a psychotic disorder, and that and there can be little question. She's like, don't think, don't doubt. Just blindly believe what I say. Whether DID, I think that's what she means, whether DID, the explanation to personalities and violent repetitive acts can also be explained by other disorders. However, psychosis, there's no question that this is and was psychotic. Yeah, right. Okay, question. Did you have additional evidence that was corroborated through time? And the answer was, because I was not permitted or able to interview these people myself, I have you questioned some responses. Wait, I can't see there. I got. There were people who reported to others the changes that seemed reasonable, but if I haven't seen it myself and it hasn't been well documented in this case, I had to rely on what other people said. Oh, hearsay. Okay. What was very interesting was finding that she called herself Maria at an early age, and that behavior was a core aspect of how she behaved. Wow. They say these notes were compiled by Court TV, our partners with. Okay, so thank you to Ashley Portillo for sharing that. And a lot of you have sent me this article, which I can't read through it all now because we don't have time. We've got like 4 minutes. But it's this one here. Wait. This one. It says, defense witness assails lawyers in Rochester serial murder case. So this is where Dr. Lewis had the exact same behavior, basically. They accused her of sabotage during her testimony. You see that? Look there. Before jurors returned with a guilty verdict on Wednesday, the defense lawyers began an attack. This is in the Arthur Shawcross case, okay? Let's do it from the top. There was never any doubt in court that Arthur J. Shawcross committed a series of bizarre murders of Rochester women, but the insanity defense that was at issue in his 10-week trial is now causing a bitter split between his lawyers and their own chief witness. Before jurors returned with a guilty verdict on Wednesday, the defense lawyers began an attack on the witness, Dr. Dorothy Ottner Lewis, a nationally known psychiatry professor at New York University Medical Center. They unsuccessfully asked the judge to declare a mistrial because they said that she had biased the jurors against Mr. Shawcross, and they accused her of sabotage during her testimony. You see that? That's why I got worried. That's why I couldn't sleep. D. Lasso says, I think they have lights dim so jury can't see reactions. Oh, very interesting. Okay, that's a good theory. I'm monitoring the court. Don't worry, you guys. In an interview yesterday, Dr. Lewis asserted that the lawyers had lied to her, failed to present important neurological evidence, and were guilty of a series of improprieties that she said led to an unfair conviction. You see that? You see that? It's the same. That's what's so scary about this. I'm like, oh my word, she's done it before. Now that's what plagued my mind. I'm like, oh no, not a mistrial. And this was from? See the article in its original context from December 15th, 1990, you guys. Wow. So yeah, someone says, Linda says, maybe that's why the defense brought her to the stand, to get a mistrial. Maybe. That's what I'm worried about. But the lawyer, was on yesterday, and he said he doesn't see any grounds at this point for a mistrial. But I don't trust Dr. Lewis at all. I'm like, oh my word. The accusations and public ridicule of Dr. Lewis in the Rochester area during the trial exposed tensions that often exist just below the surface when medicine and the law meet under the enormous pressure of high-profile criminal trials. In an interview yesterday, the Monroe County Court judge in the case, Donald J. Wisner, said he would probably appoint a lawyer to investigate Dr. Lewis's claims for Shawcross to determine whether a mistrial motion is warranted. Mr. Shawcross, a paroled child killer, confessed in January to killing 11 women, most of them prostitutes or sex workers in the Rochester area, over 21 months. He claimed to have committed various atrocities, including all these things I can't say right now. He told Dr. Lewis, supposedly while under hypnosis, that he had learned to eat flesh from one of his personalities. Ariemas, I don't know how to say that, a reincarnated man from the 13th century England. Over 9 days of testimony, Dr. Lewis gained a sort of notoriety in Rochester, where the televised trial had a wide audience. Her answers were frequently long and rambling. People who were in the courtroom said there was occasional laughter during her testimony. The prosecution suggested she had not followed accepted practice when she examined and hypnotized Mr. Shawcross before the trial. You see that? Dr. Lewis's performance was so widely followed that at one point a Rochester radio station broadcast a parody of the doctor's testimony, taking off on a Coasters hit Yakety Yak. And now in 2023, yada, yada, yada. I'm still monitoring the court, don't worry. But on November 19th, midway through the trial, Dr. Lewis wrote to the judge outlining her assertions against the defense lawyers who had hired her. The letter said that, among other things, the lawyers had failed to pursue her suggestions that in addition to psychiatric problems, Mr. Shawcross may have had physical brain impairments. The brain impairment, she said, could have caused seizures and other symptoms that might in part have caused Mr. Shawcross to commit the murders and could have explained the 45-year-old man's strange behavior. Dr. Lewis's letter said the defense lawyers failed to get proper neurological experts and tests. She claimed in the letter that the defense lawyers lied to her by repeatedly telling her that neurological work was being prepared. See. She did the same thing in 1990. The same thing. Oh my word, makes me so mad. The jurors concluded that Mr. Shawcross was not insane. In interviews afterwards, some of them said Dr. Lewis had damaged the defense case. The Rochester, I hope I'm saying that right, Times Union yesterday quoted the jury foreman, Robert Edwards, saying, if she could have kept her feet on the floor instead of in her mouth, she would have been okay. The more she talked, the worse it got. It's just too bad she didn't leave after she read her qualifications. Again, I remind you guys, 1990. So not dementia. Yes, fire and me. Not dementia. Just cunning, manipulative lady. Okay? Yeah, and that defense had no Google. Wow. Okay, but yesterday, Dr. Lewis said she believed that adequate neurological evidence could have helped to explain Mr. Shawcross's behavior, giving the jury an understanding. Yet they're back.
Not present.
Back.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
We'll carry on later.
Jury's not
but
present
you
in
get
the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
total
And
grifter.
you're good to go?
Yes,
Is your feed going to be prosecution table?
yes.
Okay. Defense, are you ready to go? And you're going to use his same feed?
I'm gonna use the,
Podium? Okay. All right. All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Time for those closing arguments. Buckle up, everybody.
That's better.
Me too, Stefan. I'll call her Dr. Hybristophilia. Me too. Yes. 1990. Thank you to everyone who sent me that article. Here we go, guys. Closing arguments, prosecution. Let's go.
And if you're going to use the TVs, it's up to you as whether you turn the
Yes.
perimeter lights on or off. All rise for the jury, please.
Perimeter lights. Sorry, just going to put it there so you can see. Why is she smiling like that?
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will Well, recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. At this point in time, we will start with the prosecution's closing argument. Prosecution?
Thanks, Judge. Morning. Been a long trial. You guys have sat through a lot of evidence, and you're going to have to sift through that evidence and sift through the instructions, kind of what we talked about when we're selecting you, and apply the facts of this case to the law that you now have been given. Before I start my closing, I want to just say thank you for that. You guys have been very attentive. I can see that every day. You've asked some very good questions that I'm actually going to use in my closing argument as I go forward here. One of the things about a homicide case that is true and to form in pretty much every homicide case I've done in my career is the case kind of evolves to talk about the defendant. We spend a lot of time talking about the defendant. And then when you add that the defense is insanity, you even spend more time talking about the defendant. I want to come back to Gannon in a little bit. Gannon's been in a box back here for the whole trial. This is what the trial should be about. And I'm not doing this to get sympathy from you. I'm doing this to tell you that what Gannon had to tell you in this trial through the autopsy, all you need to know. And when the defendant did what she did to him, saying at the time she did it. Not only do we know how he was killed and the effort and determination it took to kill him, we also know that his body was found in Florida. Body wasn't found in Florida. Do you think we'd be talking about insanity in this trial? It's a pure fact of divine intervention that Macon Ponder happened to be searching that bridge when he did. Remember, he said he searched that bridge every 2 years. Just so happened on March 17th, 2020, out there searching that bridge and he saw that suitcase. Dr. Lewis says it was crazy to drive a suitcase across the country and dump it over a bridge in Florida. Was it really? Think about the divine intervention of Gannon's body even being found to get here to where we're at right now. And the effort and determination that she took to hide his body. We're going to talk about that quite a bit more as I go through my closing. What I'd like to do now is talk about the autopsy and his injuries. I'm not going to show you any pictures. I'm going to tell you that right up front. I'm going to use the diagram. I wonder if we can have the TVs turned on. I can start with that to describe his injuries because his injuries are relevant. They're not only relevant to the crimes that she's charged with, the murder counts, but they're relevant to what her state of mind was when she committed those crimes. And so what we have up on the board now is People's Exhibit 144. You heard Dr. Ignacio testify. We showed you pictures of each and every injury that Gannon had to his body. This first diagram in People's Exhibit 144 kind of depicts the stab wounds. It also depicts the gunshot wound to his left chin area. Now, at least the group that I talked to in jury selection, we talked about every day of your life, you were training to be jurors. That means you're using your common sense to make decisions, just like you're going to have to today when you go back to the deliberation room. Just by looking at these injuries, what does your common sense tell you? Without Dr. Ignacio's testimony, Gannon was defending himself. He was fighting off. Despite having hydrocodone in his system. Made him lethargic. he somehow was able to fight her off. The injuries to his fingers, the injuries to his arms. 18 times. 18 times she took a knife. Stabbed him. The locations of the stab wounds. What does that tell you? Use your common sense. It's not psychotic. It's strategic. The stab wounds are to the chest. As Gannon's fighting, the stab wounds are to his back. But it's not just stab wounds. You know that. He has to use judgment and reflection to get another weapon. What that weapon was, who knows? But she got a weapon and hit him in the skull 4 separate times. Go to the next diagram. I forgot to mention the strategic stab wound to his neck just underneath his ear, which we see in People's Exhibit 145. The diagram doesn't do justice to the skull fracture that she caused in him. And I'm not going to show you pictures, but I think, remember those pictures? Completely obliterated the skull. The amount of force it takes to do that, judgment, reflection. The next exhibit shows the injuries that he had to the top of his head. 4 separate strikes to his head. Wasn't good enough. Wasn't good enough for her. So, judgment, reflection, she goes and gets a handgun. She fires that handgun 3 times. I don't know how those bullets stay in the pillow. We can rack our brain for ages. I don't know how those bullets stayed in that pillow. I don't know that we'll ever know how those bullets stayed in that pillow. What matters is the bullet that went into Gannon. That bullet matched the gun really she used that was still in the house. He attributed to Quincy Brown using, or Eduardo using, or whatever story of the day it was. Judgment, reflection, location of gunshot wound. Talk about make and ponder a little bit. Because as he drives to Florida, she checks in at about 12:22 in the morning, just after midnight, Candlewood Suites, Pensacola, Florida. Why do they drive all the way from Decatur in one night to get to Florida? Why does she want to get rid of Gannon's body in Florida? Gulf of Mexico. You drive this bridge at night, as Macon Ponder testified to, there's no lights on it. We know that sometime between, well, probably between 4 in the morning to 5 in the morning, she's out there. Look at the location where the body was found with the red arrow on People's Exhibit 63. More importantly, look at the space that she has to park this vehicle. I don't know where the pointer is, but you
Right
see.
behind you. It's right there on the window.
Okay, thanks. You can see the shoulder here, and there's plenty of room. Why does she park there? Because she can. 4 in the morning, there's no traffic out there. Does she think there's water underneath the bridge? Is that illogical thinking as you're crossing a bridge and you can't see anything? You cross a main waterway, the Escambia River, and you continue going until you find a place to stop. She probably had to wait that there was no traffic. Gets rid of the body. Did you ever think the body was going to be found again? Go to the next slide. You see the suitcase underneath the bridge. And as Macon Ponder testified, it was where he and his coworker found it. It was clearly someone who dropped it directly over the bridge. There was an imprint that you remember seeing pictures of, and they ended up dragging it under the bridge, not knowing what the contents were. More importantly, not smelling anything. Why is that important? Charlie didn't smell anything. Body had been out here since February 4th. This is now March 17th in the Florida heat. They didn't smell anything until the suitcase was open. That lends some credibility to Harley when she says she never smelled or never knew the suitcase was back in the back of the van. Anyway, they dump it out and they see that probably the most horrific thing anybody can ever see in their lives, scan his body in a fetal position, decomposed, wearing the same clothes that he was wearing January 7th, 2020. She killed him. Pants and a white stripe. Watch the video when they leave. See him wearing sweatpants with a white stripe. Talk about that more later. Let's talk about the law, okay? And as I go through the law, I'm going to later kind of go through the timeline of events. And I would like you to think about the mental states and sanity as I talk about those. So I want to talk about the law first. The first instruction I have up here is the elements of the crime of murder in the first degree after deliberation. You will see that most of these elements are not in dispute. That the defendant, not in dispute. In the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, not in dispute. After deliberation and with intent, those are highlighted because those are the culpable mental states that are attached to that crime. Those are the culpable mental states in the insanity definition that we're talking about. So I want to highlight those in a second. To cause the death of a person other than herself, cause the death of a person Gannon. Those are not in dispute either. Number 7 is the issue in the case. That's the insanity defense. I'm going to talk about in a minute. We can go to the next elements. After deliberation, not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. Now, some of you, before you came into court, you never seen this definition. You're probably thinking about premeditation, where people are planning something out and it takes days to plan out the murder and then they finally do the murder. That's not what that definition says. It's just enough time to have judgment and reflection, to make decisions, to go from grabbing a knife, to go to grabbing some blunt force object, to go to grabbing. Is she exercising judgment and reflection? And it doesn't have to be good judgment. It doesn't have to be bad judgment. It just has to be judgment. Is she making a decision? A person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to cause a specific result prescribed by the statute defining the offense. It is immaterial whether or not the result actually occurred. I don't want to bet money on it, but I bet you a lawyer wrote that definition. It just means with intent. What was their intent? Did she intend to kill Gannon when she did what she did to Gannon? I would suggest that that's not in dispute either. We can now go to the next crime, which is murder in the first degree, a child under the age of 12, and the defendant was in a position of trust. Now, the reason why there's 2 counts of murder, there's only one victim, is because this is just another theory of first degree murder. There's several theories of first degree murder in the law. These are the 2 that are in front of you now, okay? And as you can see, the mental state is what's different, and the age of the victim. And then the defendant has to be in a possession of trust. That's not disputed. She's stepmom. She's obviously acting as Gannon's parent at the time that she. But let's talk about what knowingly is, because that's the culpable mental state with this crime. Person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to conduct or to circumstance described by statute defining an offense when she is aware that her conduct is of such a nature or that such a circumstance exists. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to a result of her conduct when she is aware that her conduct is practically certain to cause the result. Stab someone 18 times, hit him over the head 4 times. When you shoot at him 3 times, striking him once, I think he might have an idea of what the result might be. I would suggest that that's not a dispute in this case. Let's go to insanity. These words mean a lot. This is not something that you're going to find in the DSM-5. This is not a mental illness. This is a legal definition. These are just like the elements of the crime that we just went through. The reason I say that is because, first of all, I'm going to start at the bottom. It says the law presumes everyone to be sane. There's a presumption of sanity. However, after some evidence of insanity has been presented, the burden of proof shifts to us, and we gladly accept it. Gladly accept it. Now, what does insanity mean? The defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the acts if he was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to the act. That's why you heard me ask that question so many times. Or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state, the ones we just talked about, that is an essential element of a crime charged. And then the next paragraph means something. Because it says, but care should be taken not to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, or passion growing out of anger. Passion growing out of anger. If you lose your temper, you don't get to claim insanity. Revenge, hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions, because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the person is accountable to the law. So you can't lose your temper and come in and say, I lost my temper, I wasn't myself. We're humans. We have emotions. The next part is what's critical. It says, in addition, disease or defective in mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested by only repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. We heard a little bit about antisocial personality disorder. Who hasn't been diagnosed with that, but that's the reason why someone who has antisocial personality disorder, they have fun killing people, they lie all the time, they manipulate all the time, they have no empathy, they have no sympathy. Those people don't get to come in and say, I was legally insane. Now, what does mental disease or defect mean? This is what the legal definition of mental disease or defect is. And I'm going to leave this up here for quite a while because I'm going to go through all the doctor's testimony here in a second. And I want you to look at that instruction as we talk about what they had to say. But first of all, it has to be a severe word means something. It has to be a severely abnormal mental condition that grossly and demonstrably impairs a person's perception of understanding of reality and that are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or drugs. Mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or other antisocial behavior. So let's talk about that. The word grossly and demonstrably. You think Harley might notice if she had a grossly and demonstrably mental condition? You think she might have shared that with you? You think Al Stauch might have noticed when it says it has to be grossly and demonstrably? He's got to demonstrate it, right? It's not something you snap your fingers and then all of a sudden go into a different personality. What about her brother? Howard. Think he might have noticed it? Let's talk about the doctors. I'm actually going to talk about Dr. Niederhauser first. Dr. Niederhauser was really the first doctor and all the doctors you heard from to see her. If you recall, she saw her on December 5th, December 13th, 30 minutes each time. Came in and remember the difference between a clinical evaluation and a forensic evaluation? Clinical evaluation. I rely on what the patient says. I rely, just like if they came in and said, I've got a fever, I'm going to take that at their word and I'm going to treat them for what they're telling me. She comes in and says, I've got anxiety. Treats her for anxiety. She diagnoses her with general anxiety. And she told you on the stand that she had general anxiety at the time she's testimony. A lot of people did that came in and testified. That's not a severe and abnormal mental condition that grossly and demonstrably impairs a person's perception or understanding of reality. We all experience that. In fact, you got to experience her experiencing it on video. In January 29th, 2020, when she's being interviewed, remember at the end of the interview, she had to call the paramedics and she said she was suffering from panic attacks. The paramedics came in and said, your vital signs are not only good, they're exceptionally good. You're breathing fine. Your heart rate's fine. I don't know what the problem is. I think she might have been faking that to get out of the setting. Dr. Niederhauser also tells us that she had no history of inpatient psychiatric treatment, no history other than anxiety of any other diagnosis for mental illnesses. And this is based on what the defendant's telling her. No evidence of psychosis. No reason to put her on an M1 hold. If she was experiencing psychosis in December of 2019, the doctor would have had an obligation to come in. That's the kind of stuff that talks about severely abnormal mental conditions that affects your vision of reality. It's not there. The other thing about that visit, the timing of that visit, December of 2019. Remember, the whole purpose of that visit is so that she can get a letter to go to her employment because she didn't want to work anymore. The ironic part about it is at the second interview, the defendant tells her, I don't want to work there anymore. But I got a contract, so I need a letter to get out of it. But what else happens right before Gannon is murdered? Goes on a cruise. Goes on a cruise in January. You think that might have something to do with not wanting to go to work based on what you know about her and the statements she's made? Dr. Moore, Christine Moore, she works at the jail. She's a psychologist. She evaluates people who come in who are charged with serious crimes, perhaps their first time in a jail. They evaluate to see if they're a danger to themselves or others. It's a psychological evaluation. She said it was a clinical evaluation. They also want to know if there's any medication they might need. What the defendant tells her is that she has anxiety. I didn't do the crime, not going to be a problem. That was on March 5th, 2020, first day of her visit in the jail. Dr. Moore spent quite a bit of time with her up until January 5th of 2021, seeing her either once every 2 weeks or once every week, depending on what was going on with her. March 20th, she goes to her and says, I just want to see how you're doing. And his body was found. Never in Florida. The reason why I'm telling you this is because she doesn't say, hey, Maria Sanchez did it. Or, you know what? I got dissociative identity disorder. You're a psychologist. I need help. Nothing. In fact, she told you there was no evidence during the entire time she spent with her that she had dissociative identity disorder or any other severe mental illness that meets that definition. This was it was a little over a month after the crime, January 27th to March 5th. And then what happens on June 5th, 2020 in the jail? You recall Dr. Moore's testimony. She reviews all the deputies' notes to see what's going on with the defendant at the time, to see how she's doing. And she reviews notes from deputies that say, I'm going to start acting crazy. That's what the defendant says. And then on that very day, June 5th, 2020, she enters a competency issue into the court. That's how we get to the competency evaluations that I'm going to talk about here in a second. The timing of that. Okay, Gannon's body was found on March 17th. She finds out about it on March 20th. You know that she's read the discovery, the police reports in this case, and there's nothing wrong with that. She's entitled to read that. Point is, she's read it. And then all of a sudden, I'm going to start acting crazy. For another defense, no dissociative identity disorder, certainly no Maria Sanchez during her entire time or entire visits with Dr. Moore for that year period of time. The first competency evaluation was done down at the state hospital. We don't pick where she goes. The prosecution, when I say we don't pick what doctors do the evaluation. Court orders it, goes to the state hospital. Doctors are chosen, they do an evaluation. What's relevant about this first competency evaluation that takes place on July 20th, 2020 is when she goes to the state hospital, is that they have a 2-week observation period. For nurses, employees are watching her. He actually goes to a nurse and says, can you tell when someone's faking it? Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray actually, they do a forensic interview with her on August 4th of 2020. Again, now we're in a forensic mode. Now we're not just going to listen to what she has to say. We're going to look at collateral information. We're going to call Al Stauch. We're going to try to call Harley. We're going to try to call family members to see if we can corroborate what she's telling us. So what does she tell them? I've got bipolar disorder. I'm a manic depressant. I ramble. I'm a manic depression. That's my mental illness. Nothing about dissociative identity disorder, which according to Dr. Lewis, she's had it since a very young age. Nothing about Maria Sanchez. Remember Dr. Torres's testimony when she was talking about the competency evaluation? One of the psychological tests that she took had a question about multi-personalities. And the answer led Dr. Torres to ask her, hey, do you have multiple personalities? This is August 4th, 2020. Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres diagnosed her with specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features. Talked about that a little bit. Now, does it meet that definition? How do we know if it meets that definition? Her actions. how other people's perceive her. Also, Dr. Torres said, no, it's not a severe mental disease. It's not something that affects her everyday life, that affects her ability to make decisions. No evidence of psychosis during that evaluation either. No history of inpatient treatment during that evaluation. Psychological testing. MMPI-2. Remember that test? What does that test tell you and told Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray? That she exaggerates psychiatric to the point where even people who are hospitalized for their mental illness don't answer questions that way. You think she might be faking it? Now we go to the second competency evaluation with Dr. Grimmett. Now, remember how Dr. Grimmett became involved in this case? The defense at the time, and it wasn't these defense attorneys, requested that she do the evaluation of the second competency evaluation. We had nothing to do with that. So now this happens on December 22nd, 2020. That's when Dr. Grimmett talks to her. And so I want you to think about how it's progressed now. Now she starts talking about dissociative identity disorder and bipolar disorder. When I say she, the defendant. That's what the defendant is telling Dr. Grimmett. She says she has 4 distinct personalities. None of those 4 were Maria Sanchez. Remember what Dr. Grimmett testified to? That she was, first of all, creating these names. Second of all, like Jasmine was a Disney character. Talk about vampires. Twilight. I've seen the movie Twilight. I know I hate admitting that, but I've seen it. And she cited the characters from that movie. And Dr. Grimmett said, wait a minute here. You're just telling me characters from a movie? That's not dissociative identity disorder. But she evaluated her for it because that's what she's telling. Dr. Grimmett evaluated her for DID. Said, no, not there. I don't even need any more information. I don't need to rule it out. It's not there. She also diagnosed the defendant with other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features. She also told you that it doesn't fit that definition. Jump forward to February of 2022. I don't know when the conversation took place, but at some point before the defendant pled not guilty by reason of insanity on February 11th, 2022, we had a conversation, the counsel had a conversation with Dr. Lewis. Remember Dr. Lewis testified that I recommended you change your plea to not guilty by reason of insanity. Why is that important? Why did I ask her about that? I think that put a little pressure on her. And she says, I recommend you plead not guilty by reason of insanity, and I'll do the evaluation. Why didn't she do the evaluation right away? Why'd she wait till November? Come out and talk to the defendant. Needless to say, when she pled not guilty by reason of insanity in February, the same process happened as happened when she raised competency. Sent down to the state hospital. The state hospital chooses who's going to do the evaluation. They make a decision on who already knows the case. Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray already read all the discovery in this case. They knew the facts of the case. They knew the defendant, but they're doing a different evaluation. As you remember, competency goes to her state of mind at the time they're doing the evaluation. What's her understanding, what's happening in the courtroom, whether or not she can get along with her attorneys, that kind of thing. Insanity is completely different. Insanity, you got to go back, just like the law says, at the time of the crime, what was her mental state? So that's a much broader evaluation. You got to look at everything. So Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray, they also reach out again, call out. They attempt to talk to Harley, family members. to see what's going on with her. But what is the defendant saying now? Gone off of bipolar now. And now she's created more personalities as part of this dissociative identity disorder. Is it just a coincidence that she's consulted with Dr. Lewis prior to all this? Now Maria Sanchez comes into play during this evaluation. Dr. Torres testified, and it's in a report, that she said, there is no credible evidence to conclude she has a condition that conforms to the definition of a mental disease or defect. Pretty powerful language. That's powerful language. No credible evidence. What's also interesting about this evaluation compared to Dr. Lewis's evaluation is they do 2 interviews, if you remember. One was in March, one was in June. The March interview, I think I couldn't count how many questions, but it wasn't a lot of questions asked. It was the defendant talking. They just let her go. In June, they asked more questions. One of the questions that Dr. Torres asked is, can we talk to Maria? Can we talk to Maria Sanchez? She said, no, Maria just doesn't come out. There's got to be some kind of stressor. There's got to be a triggering event, which coincidentally is exactly what the DSM-5 says. I can't just summon Maria. You saw on Wednesday how that happened. It was magic, according to the Dr. Lewis. No severe abnormal mental conditions that grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception of understanding of reality. No psychosis, no bipolar. Because remember the first competency evaluation, they said they had to rule it out. They've ruled it out. Bipolar does not exist with this defendant based on Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray. They also said no dissociative identity disorder. Didn't have to rule that out. They had enough to say there's no credible evidence. That's not there. They continued on with the diagnosis of other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features. Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray came to the conclusion that the defendant was not legally insane at the time of the crime. Let's go to the next slide, which is the credibility instruction. This instruction applies to experts as well. You may believe all the testimony of a witness, part of it, or none of it. This instruction applies to every witness who testifies, including Dr. Lewis. I've got highlighted certain words there. Motive. Didn't see motive in the elements of first-degree murder, but you see it here. Money is a strong motivator. Having shows on HBO, strong motivator. Having your son videotape evaluations on a first-degree murder case that's gotten quite a bit of publicity for perhaps another documentary is motive. You're gonna do a documentary if she says she's sane, sorry, did what I could. Acting. Not as good as, well, not as bad as Robert De Niro, I guess she would say, but she's acting. You also have to look at her demeanor and manner while testifying. She wouldn't answer any of my questions. She wouldn't answer my questions because she didn't want you to know the answers. She wanted you to know what she wanted to say. She shows up to court late. Talk about narcissistic tendencies. Manner while testifying. I think it speaks for itself, how she testified. Especially when you compare Dr. Torres. Obviously she would disagree with my questions. Remember how many times she says it depends, to me? She's not our expert. This happens to be the expert that the state hospital chose to come in to do a neutral evaluation, the truth. Dr. Lewis. She didn't know the legal definition of insanity in the state of Colorado, ladies and gentlemen. The whole reason she came in to testify. I'm not even sure what her opinion is anymore, based on your questions at the end. Remember how she answered it? About the MRI and the EEG that she withdrew? My opinion is ongoing. What does that mean? Does that tell you that her opinion that she was legally insane at the time counts for anything? Because when you think about her report, she does this preliminary report, which was supposed to be an insanity report, 35 days before trial. That says, hey, I need more information. I need an EEG and an MRI done if I'm going to make a decision on insanity. Well, that doesn't happen. MRIs, you take someone to the hospital for 2 hours, you do an MRI, you come back. Never happened. But yet, a few days before trial, she hands over a report saying, I find her legally insane. And that's literally all she says. Don't know what standard of insanity she's using. But I do know that she didn't get the information that she needed. But you know what information she had? She had a third MMPI-2 test that Dr. Torres told you about, that a Dr. Leach took, that was hired by the defense to do psychological testing based on what Dr. Lewis requested. Guess what the results of that showed? It was the same, exaggerating psychiatric symptoms to the point where people who are hospitalized for mental illnesses would not answer those questions that way. That didn't seem to matter. I want to talk about the facts of the case. And the reason why I want to do that is because I think it's important for you to look at the defendant's actions before, during, and after she killed. I'm going to start with the video of Gannon's burns.
Okay, buckle up, everyone.
Just get both of them.
Two, I just don't know what to do.
Well, devastating. Initially, Scott can't lie when the TMZ information.
Gannon, I promise this is the last time I'm gonna ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay, you promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Okay, all right, so listen. All right, we're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it, okay? So we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out the house. Okay? You got it? You got it?
I'm just worried about my.
Okay, shh, listen. So tomorrow,
Why is that important? Why is she videotaping an 11-year-old boy who has burns? More importantly, why did she stop videotaping a little boy? Gannon. I think it might be because Gannon said, I'm just worried about my burns. I think that was the purpose of that video. I think that's using judgment and reflection. hydrocodone. I can't stand here and tell you how that got in the Gannon system. All I can tell you is there's only one person there that could have. Did she give it to him because of the burns? I don't know. But when she gave it to him, do you think that's using judgment and reflection? January 27th. This is actually at 9:46 is when this video was recorded. Monday night. The next morning, January 27th, 2020, at 4:36 in the morning. Decision was made for her, or she made the decision to text Nick Hicks saying, my stepfather had just been killed in a car accident. Or words to that effect. Ms. Hicks responds later on saying, I'm sorry, please let me know. And I'm paraphrasing, I don't have it memorized. But she says words to the effect, please let me know if there's anything we can do and when you can come in. She responds back, the defendant does, by saying, why are you being so insensitive? This is a family member that just died on the East Coast. Why is that important? Because that's the theory that Dr. Lewis wants you to believe. The fact that she makes this text about the stepfather is somehow tied to the killing of Gannon. Some years later. It just means she didn't want to go to work that day. Could it possibly mean that she knew what she was going to do when she said, and tomorrow? And shortly after that, she calls Gannon school, says he's not coming in today. And she texts Al Stauch and says, hey, I'm going to make up an excuse, not go to work, which she does. And Gannon's not going to go to school because of his stomach issues. Judgment, reflection. Then on that same morning at 8:14 and 8:16 a.m., she takes that picture of Gannon in bed. Why did she take a picture of Gannon in bed and text it to Gannon's father, Al? Look, Gannon's alive. He's here. He's sick. He's in bed. You heard Al Stauch testify a little bit about Gannon. He has ADHD. Hyper. That's still at 8:14. I think he might be lethargic from hydrocodone. Why he's still in bed? I think she wants to prove that he's still alive because she knew how much hydrocodone she gave him. Is that a rational reason to do it? Does that make sense? January 27th at 9:54 a.m. Text Al from her phone. This was your question, by the way. She texts Al from her phone saying, I left my phone at home before she left the house. You think that's an indication that she knew what was going to happen? Is it that far-fetched to think that she knows Gannon had been poisoned and that something might happen to Gannon? Then at 10:12 a.m., they leave in Al's truck. And again, this is the video that you saw that you can see his pants with the white stripe down him when they leave. You see him get into the back seat of the pickup truck and Stauch gets into the driver's seat. They drive away. What the heck is she doing taking a sick kid out to go shopping for dog clothes? Narcissistic tendencies. Not me. Dogs. They're gone until 2:20 p.m. when they come back. You saw the videos. She drives in the back of the driveway. She's got to back in and then drive back in. Eventually the truck comes to a stop. They're stopped in that driveway for 39 seconds. What are they talking about in that truck? Doors open, you see the leg drop, you see Gannon beeline right through the garage. You see the defendant going after. At 2:26 p.m., you see the defendant come out and move the Tiguan from the driveway, back it into the garage. What was the need at that moment to back that Tiguan into the garage? Then you see her come out in the front of the garage, out in front, below the garage door, and look around. Back in the house. This is when the murder happens, ladies and gentlemen. 30. Right in that time frame. There's no activity on her phone. And does autopsy. Attacks him with a knife. Good enough. And he fought when he was born. He's fighting now. On 1 pound, 6 ounces. Get it through that. Coming after him. Goes to get a blunt force object, crush his skull. Not sound like rational thinking, but it's certainly thinking. That's the before and during. A lot to talk about. There's so much to talk about after. She stuffs him in a suitcase. She drags his body to the storage room, opens the large green suitcase, somehow manages to squeeze him in there, gets the blankets off the bed, wraps him up in that, pillows, picks up the shell casings, does something with a knife, does something with a blunt force object. She sticks him into the storage room and throws boxes on him. At 3:11 p.m., Al texted her, said, "Are you sleeping?" No response from the defendant. Lena gets home. She gets to the house about 3:15 p.m. The bus comes by about 3:11 p.m. Doesn't let Lena in the house. She makes Lena stay outside because she's got work to do. Got to clean that bloody mess in that room. Got to hide evidence. Got to tamper with things. Gannon's dad texted him at 3:35. Said, "Hey, buddy." Having no clue what she did to him. No response to that. No one read that text until 7:40 that evening. That was the defendant reading it. 6:27 p.m., the defendant texts Al and says, "Gannon went to a friend's house. He was supposed to be home at 6. He's not home yet." 6:55, she calls 911. You heard that call. How can she do this? How can she talk to Gannon's father like nothing happened? That traits of an antisocial personality disorder, the fact that you can have no sympathy, go cold and callous, and act like nothing happened. And she does it through the whole day. You guys know that. She calls Landon on Gannon's phone a couple times that night. Is that a trait of an antisocial personality disorder? Landon gets a call from Gannon. She knows he's missing, and it's her. Next morning, January 28, 2020, At 6:22 a.m., you see the Tiguan leave. It's gone for 10 minutes. What's she doing? Is it beyond the realm of possibility that she's doing a practice run to see if anybody's watching her? She's about to move the body. Is that beyond the realm of common sense? She again comes back, backs into the garage. Heard evidence that she never backed that Tiguan in the back of the garage until that day. They leave. When I say they, Bandit and Gannon's body. Go to the airport. Leave the house at 8:13 a.m. to get to the airport about 8:30 a.m. She's made the decision to rent another car. She even left the house. Is that evidence of psychosis? Or is that evidence of thinking things through? I'm going to leave Gannon's body in the back of that Tiguan at the airport. We're going to pick up a car. Al's didn't care because we're not going to put mileage on my leased vehicle. Al gets off the airplane. He's just worried about Gannon. Where's my son? You think at that moment he cared that she rented a car? But she made a big deal about, hey, I don't want to put miles on my Tiguan. She never searched for Gannon. They go to the interview at Starbucks at approximately 1:30 that afternoon. They have that interview, you heard it. After that interview, she disappears. She takes the rental car and it's gone that afternoon. No one knows where she's at. We do. Is that Life 360 app? We got her going back to the airport at 4:41 p.m. We have a parking ticket that was found inside the white Kia rental car that says she went into the airport at 4:41 p.m. Now, she must have got out of there quickly because she never had to get another ticket when she left. But we know from Life 360, and we know from the telemeters on the Tiguan that the Tiguan didn't leave. But she leaves the airport shortly after that. What is she doing at the airport? Is it that crazy to think that she's checking on Gannon's body in the back of the Tiguan? That sound like someone doesn't know right from wrong? That sound like someone who's trying to get away with something. At some point that afternoon, as Al Stauch is out looking for his son, he goes to French elementary school. And he goes there because his wife, the defendant, says, I left the Tiguan there. That's a critical moment in the investigation because when he sees the Tiguan is not there, he now knows that his wife had something to do with the disappearance of Gannon. And the investigation starts to look at her. Because he has a second interview that night, he tells the police, you know, I didn't think much about that rental car until I went to French Elementary and I didn't see the Tiguan there like she told me it was. At 5:25 p.m. that night on the 28th, she tells Al Stauch, you need to get an attorney. Seven p.m. she returns back to the airport. She parks that white Kia in short-term parking, keeps the keys, and drives off in the Tiguan and exits the airport at 7:03 p.m., very close to that time. Got the ticket. You've got the ticket. We got the telematics and know exactly where she goes. Got the text messages between her and Harley. Clearly show that she's manipulating Harley, her own daughter. Don't let the police in. Don't talk to the police. The pizza guy? All right, you can let the pizza guy in. If she's manipulating Harley, do you think she's manipulating Gannon? Do you think she's manipulating Lena? Do you think that's manipulation, the video you just saw? We're gonna have to sell stuff because the lady's gonna be upset with us, the owner of the house. Goes to the S-curve in Palmer Lake. You know that at 9:23 p.m. She's there for at least 5 minutes. We don't know why actually she's there. We know that the board was found there sometime in mid-February when we started searching there based on the information we had from our Life 360 and the telematics. We know that board had Gannon's blood on it. DNA matched it. Why is she going out to hide the body there? I don't know. Probably because it's a good location. She can't keep it in the Tiguan. She know right from wrong? At 12 a.m., 28th into the 29th, Harley drives out to her employment to pick her up. They leave the Tiguan there overnight. This whole time while she's missing and dumping Dannon's body up in Palmer Lake, Detective Bethel is trying to get her to come in for an interview. Remember that? Now Stauch's trying to call her to get in for an interview. Planes or her phone's on airplane. The next morning, Harley drives her to the airport. They drop off the keys to the Kia. When I say drop it off, they threw the keys to the Kia to an attendant, left. That rational thinking? That's someone who didn't want to get caught? Text at 10:25 a.m. on the 29th. I'm on my way to Detective Bethel, the interview. Takes her over an hour and a half to get there. We know that the car is washed on the way. You saw photos of the water dripping off of it when she gets there. The interview she gives, you watched it. I'm not going to get into all the details. I just want to emphasize that she plants seeds. The suitcase is critical. Who says that? I think it was Eduardo at this time. Eduardo also took a suitcase when he took Gannon. She knows where the suitcase is at up in Palmer Lake. On January 30th, 2020, her family shows up, Dakota Lowry, Brenda Awkward, and Deborah Locklear, her mother. Flying to Denver, they rent that Nissan Altima and drive down to Colorado Springs. They pick them up, take them to the extended stay suites hotel. The next morning, they rent that van, Brenda Awkward does, to collect their stuff at the house. They get her suitcase, including that red or pink suitcase that we recover in South Carolina that has blood on it that happens to match Gannon, with a blanket inside it that happens to match Gannon. Pretty strong evidence. You got blood of the victim you just killed with you when you're arrested on March 2nd. But what happens after they load things up? We know the suitcase was not there because the police were checking everything that came out of that house. We also know what Dakota said about when they exchanged vans, that he saw that very same green suitcase that was under the bridge that day, and she says she had softball equipment in it. But when she gives the interview with the KKTV reporter at 12:10 p.m., well, let's just look at her words. What are her words? We can play this video.
You are.
I am Letecia Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations. And I would never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun. And my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car. I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know it.
Gannon is so kind and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario. And, you know, he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house. And we have 2 little cute dogs. And he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. You know, sometimes with kids, we have to remind them and things like that. And that's okay. But he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart. We should all come together and wait until the end and see what happens because Gannon's going to come home.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is, Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband.
What we just heard there, that evidence that she might have some antisocial trait. Calmly talk about that to a news reporter. She's done. I failed to mention Amanda Van Nest, who was the same nurse who examined her for injuries based on what she was telling people. First interview that she was raped and she examined her head and found no injuries. But what else did she do? She also told you about M1 holes. And if she would have noticed anything that would require her to have a doctor examine her for an M1 hole, she would have done it. No evidence of mental disease, no evidence of psychosis. And this is the 29th, 2 days after she killed him. We know that a GPS tracker was later placed on that Nissan Altima, and you know where she went when she disappeared for 2 hours and told her family that she was going to a pet store. Got her right back at the Isker. She picks up Gannon's body, puts him in the trunk of that Nissan Altima, leaves the board out there, later found, and drives back to the hotel after she goes and gets some more dog outfits. And when she gets back to the extended stay suites, she's got to move Gannon's body from the trunk to the van that Brenda Awkward rented earlier that day. We know that had to happen because of Dakota Lowry's testimony. Her and Dakota go to the budget rental van place the next morning, February 1st, and they've got to move all the suitcases from one van to another. That's when he sees the green suitcase, knew something was suspicious about it. We saw his reaction. Had to get on a witness stand. He got subpoenaed here to come here. I think he felt manipulated by this defendant. You know the rest of the story. She drives across country with Harley. She's using the Ford Motor Company to check in the hotels. They got a little scheme you saw in video. Harley would go in with the dogs. She'd check in as one person. All rational thinking. It's also social personality traits, perhaps. They drive all the way to Florida. They get there February 4th. Another divine intervention. The power up at 4:36 in the morning in between the hotel and where Gannon's body is found. Every 24 or 25 hours it happens. It happens at that moment. That tells you that van is on the move in the middle of the night. Tells you she dumped Gannon's body that night for the early morning hours of February 4th. I'm going to go through fast now because I've been talking way too long. I want to talk about the pretext phone calls. You know all the stories. I'm not going to get into the details. Eduardo, immunity, Quincy Brown, several different versions of that. Bike accident, Uncle Matt. One that significant, and she says, I'm so sorry, Al, for lying to you. I'm going to tell you the truth. I wasn't in the car when I left Petco. He wasn't in the truck. Fake pregnant lady with cash. She's laundering money. She's arrested on March 2nd, 2020. She comes up with a story of now how it's Angel, the babysitter, who did it. Suitcase with Gannon's blood found on her. We've got all the searches on her phone that I'm not going to go through. You just saw it a few days ago. But what I'd like to talk about is what people who are truly legally insane do under these circumstances. Because there are people who are truly legally insane, ladies and gentlemen. They don't act like that. If they don't have the capacity to know right from wrong, they're not going to hide the body. They're going to act like nothing happened. They may even do the crime if someone's there watching them because they don't know that it's wrong. Do you think she would have done this to Gannon if anyone was in the room with her? Of course not. They also don't lie. There's no reason to lie because they don't think it's wrong. So they come in and they say things like, my God, I heard a voice that I thought was the devil. And the devil made me do this. I had no choice. Why are you even talking to me about it? That's what we're talking about when we talk about a severe mental disease or defect. When we're talking about the capacity to form the intent or the capacity to use judgment and reflection, I'm going to refer you back to Mice and Men, the book. I read that a long time ago, but I still remember. It's about George and Lenny during the Depression. And George is a smart one. Lenny has some severe mental illnesses. Lenny likes to pet rabbits. He's such a big guy that he doesn't even know his own strength. So he would pet rabbits to the point where he would kill them. That's what we're talking about when you don't have the capacity to form the intent to kill because the mental illness doesn't allow you to. We're not talking about someone who makes choices to get weapons to kill with. I appreciate your patience. I know I've talked a long time here, much longer than I thought, and I apologize for that. There's only one right verdict in this case. That's guilty to each and every charge that she's charged with. First-degree murder after deliberation, first-degree murder, child under the age of 12, tampering with the deceased body, and tampering with physical evidence.
Okay, it's Mr. Tellini's turn.
Can we switch over? Yeah, I did. Oh, whoops, wrong one. Sorry, my bad. There you go.
The one thing they cannot answer, because there is no answer, is motive. Motive for why this happened. Motive how we can go from this picture on a hike up at Garden of the Gods, loving, kind, to less than 24 hours later. Brutal rage, 18 stab wounds, 4 blunt force trauma, shot. This wasn't a pre-planned, calculated killing for some gain. This was a psychotic break fueled by rage, attacking a demon from the past. They cannot come up with a motive because there is no motive that makes sense, ladies and gentlemen. They have tried. They have spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours trying to come up with one. They have gone through phones. They have gone through iCloud accounts. They have gone through Facebook messages. They've interviewed everybody who they could possibly think of to try to find some motive. None of what they have done in this, the biggest investigation in the history of El Paso County, has come up with a motive. No one who they have ever interviewed has ever said that she ever had a problem with Gannon. No one who they have ever interviewed has ever said she was ever mean to Gannon. No one who they've ever interviewed or come across anything has said she's ever done anything wrong to Gannon until that horrible day when this happens. That is the evidence and the most strong evidence to know this was not premeditated murder. This is a psychotic break. That is the only thing that makes sense. And when you can pull yourself back and peel back the layers of the anger over the act, at the anger over the deceit in which it happened, at the anger over Gannon's body being driven all the way to Florida, when we take those emotions back and we try to look at this rationally, the only thing that possibly makes sense is a psychotic break. There is no other rational explanation to understand why this happened other than that. He was a special needs teacher, elementary needs teacher. That's what she'd been her entire life, working with kids with special needs. She was a mother to Harley, did everything she possibly could for Harley. She was a wife to Al, and she was tried to be the best stepmother she could be for these kids. So much so that she was left with the kids for very long periods of time. In the months preceding this, when Al had gone up to Alaska, he had left his 2 kids in her care. He was gone. We were about as far across the country as you could possibly get. And based upon his relationship with her, based upon him seeing her as a loving stepmom, felt comfortable leaving his children with her alone in South Carolina. And he did that because he knew her and he saw her and he saw that relationship she had with Gannon, and he felt comfortable based upon what he had seen with her. And he felt comfortable enough that when this was going on, he felt comfortable enough to leave to go to Oklahoma. Because what he had seen and what this photo shows is they had a loving relationship together until the evidence shows that she had a psychotic break. That something, mental illness from her past, got triggered, and there's a temporary period of psychosis. That's the only rational explanation that had been presented. And there is nothing else they can come up with as far as motive. Ladies and gentlemen, does it make sense that she may have Google searched maybe moving to Florida? Yeah. People have problems in marriages. Do people fantasize some about getting out by Googling stuff? But how would brutally murdering Gannon, how would stabbing him 18 different times facilitate that move? It wasn't. There's no rational basis behind the murder other than psychosis. The fact that she may have years before at some point in time done one Google search out of thousands saying, I don't like my stepson. That's not what I see there in that picture. That's not what I see there going on in the days leading up to this horrible tragedy. What it does seem to indicate, ladies and gentlemen, if we start looking at this time frame, looking at the reliable evidence that we have in front of us, is that somehow that fire set off some type of trigger. Maybe some type of trigger that had been disassociated long ago. But we have her starting meltdown right after this fire. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Lewis used the term wacky a lot, maybe not the most scientific term, but when something seems irrational, when something doesn't seem to make sense, we have to consider mental illness. We have to consider possible psychosis. I would say that video that you heard up there, listen to the tenor of her voice, listen to what she is saying. She says, I'm freaked out. And when you listen to her voice, she is freaked out. And she's saying irrational stuff like, we're going to have to sell the sofa. Stuff like that to Gannon. That makes no sense there whatsoever. And then importantly, ladies and gentlemen, we also see mania starting to settle in when we start looking at these timelines specifically. Up there, they're texting back and forth, 10:15, Harley comes home, 10:24, 11:30, she's still talking to Al. $2:48, she's texting Al. 4:36, texting the school saying that her stepfather passed away. Her stepfather who had abused her was not, and you heard it from Dr. Torres at the state hospital, they are not doubting or disputing the abuse that she suffered growing up. And that's from Dr. Torres, who had investigated this, who had medical record provided, who had family members provided, who interviewed other family members. And she says the state hospital is not disputing the horrible trauma that she grew up with. And the person who she had suffered that horrible trauma from, that's who she calls and says dies at 4:36 in the morning. What is more important by this, ladies and gentlemen, important to look at, what is also that we see, what is she not doing? She's not sleeping. She is manic at this point in time. She is texting throughout the night, 2:48, 4:36, 4:36 again, 5:03, 5:49, 7:32. She is up the entire night and not sleeping. There is something going on with her head that is not seeming right. There's stuff going on through the day, the text messages back and forth. Harley leaves for work. Others conversations going on, and then they leave. They go up to Petco. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Young has tried to insinuate that all of this was some type of big preconceived plan, that she had made some decision earlier on at that point in time that she was going to kill Gannon. Ladies and gentlemen, does that make any sense? If she had decided at that point, early in the day, when everybody else leaves, Harley's left for work, she's just there alone with Gannon by herself. If there was a decision that was made that for some reason they cannot explain that she was going to brutally murder him, why is she taking him in the car and going up to Petco to buy Valentine's Day outfits for the dogs? That makes absolutely no sense why she would push back a timeline to just an hour or so before Lena got home, for some reason, unbeknownst to anybody, commit this brutally horrific act. Mr. Young tried to comment a lot about the hydrocodone. Be very careful when they try to put facts in their opinion or what they would like them to be that was not provided by any of the witness testimony. Dr. Ignacio testified that there was hydrocodone in the system. She never made any assertions about how much, whether it was a dangerous level, whether it was inappropriate, whether it would have been affecting him whatsoever that way. All she said is this was a tox screen, this came back. That's Mr. Young's opinion that somehow this was an overdose of hydrocodone, but there is no evidence of that by their expert. And there is no basis that would be for a brutal, horrible attack on a young 11-year-old boy that she'd just been hiking with up there 24 hours earlier. Something is going on in her mind. Something is there losing it, and something horrible occurs in the basement where there's a brutal, brutal attack. The brutality of the attack, ladies and gentlemen, I would say is the strongest evidence in this entire case of a psychotic break. That type of violence wouldn't be needed to kill an 11-year-old boy. Gannon weighed 80, 85 pounds, 11-year-old kid, not the biggest 11-year-old kid, not the strongest 11-year-old kid, fun, nice kid, like to put, what do we know about him? He likes to play a lot of video games, but not needing this type of brutal, horrific rage to kill him. And there is no other, again, explanation other than the psychotic break. Lena then comes home, and ladies and gentlemen, look on that video. Lena wasn't pushed outside. Lena wasn't allowed. Lena came in the house. She's in that house for about 10, 15 minutes. And then she goes out and gets on her bike and leaves. The idea that Lena was never allowed in the house is a fantasy that is not supported by the evidence, that is not supported by any of the videos. Okay, that is Mr. Young's opinion. But look at that video. You see her going in the house. You then see about an hour later, Harley come into the house. And we know that Harley came in the house, and Harley actually went down in the basement. Why do we know that? Because she changes out of her uniform before going to the dollar store. So there is nothing in there that these kids were kept out of this house, and there is nothing to indicate that this was pre-planned that would keep this type of information away from them. What is going on in her head? We don't know. But here's the important thing, and here's what Mr. Young is trying to do. He is trying to introduce antisocial personality disorder into this. Because I would state to you, ladies and gentlemen, there are only two things that account for her actions at this point in time, for the remainder of this day and the days preceding, is either disassociation, where she has put that memory of this brutal attack of what she did to Gannon someplace that she doesn't have access to, and she doesn't understand what's going on or where Gannon is, or what she had done to him, or antisocial personality, or that she's some type of psychopath. Mr. Young, remember back to Dr. Torres, tried to interject many times with Dr. Torres the possibility of antisocial personality disorder, and Dr. Torres was firm. No, she does not meet the criteria for antisocial personality disorder. One, there's no past criminality with her. That's an element that you need for antisocial personality disorder. Other people with antisocial personality are unempathetic to people and don't care about people. Again, for her entire career, she was a special needs teacher, teaching kids, helping kids who have disabilities. Through her whole life, that had been her career. That is not a psychopath with antisocial personality disorder. That it could be somebody with a dissociative disorder, either DID or borderline personality disorder with dissociative features, who has kept horrible trauma in her past behind her and is trying to make the lives of kids with special needs better for them. That is somebody with empathy who does that whole thing. Ladies and gentlemen, I would put before you the strongest evidence of disassociation going on here. Look at the body-worn camera of the sheriffs when they come in that night looking for Gannon. The most horrible, brutal attack has happened before there. Gannon is in the house in the suitcase. It has all been recently covered up. She's there with her daughter. She's there with Lena. And she's acting and presenting herself to these police, laughing, joking, being incredibly friendly just after this has happened. Because at that point in time, she has disassociated the horrible act that she has committed. There's no other logical explanation for how that she is doing that. And when you go back and look at these timelines, ladies and gentlemen, look and go through them. What is really important during this whole time, she is not sleeping at all. For the whole time here that this is all going on, you see activity going on her phone or things that she's doing all through the night. She is in a manic situation and her mind is not working. Again, we heard Dr. Lewis talk about irrational things that she is doing that doesn't make any sense. Ladies and gentlemen, it makes no sense for somebody who is pre-planned for whatever reason, whatever motive, to brutally kill Gannon, to then report him missing right away, and then in a matter of 3 days later, go into the police with a completely illogical, incoherent story. You've heard different witnesses. Ms. Stauch was an intelligent, above average intelligence woman, a smart woman, everything like that. To go in only 2 days later and sit down with the police and come up with the ridiculous story of Eduardo is not the actions of a sane, rational person. It is irrational belief. Even children know. If you keep saying different stories, you're not going to be believed. Even looking back at the little boy who cried wolf, which we teach children, if you keep making up things, then you're not going to believe. She changes her story, not only completely different, not only with no explanation as to really why she had made up the prior story to one that she is changing now, but comes up with this ridiculous thing that she met this Eduardo, that he was just going to come over and fix the carpet for free. She's not even planning on paying him. That somehow he is in the garage when they get there, that he then takes her down into the basement and rapes her for an hour, and that he takes Gannon in a suitcase and leads out of the home. That are not the actions of somebody who is sane and logical. That is completely irrational to believe that that kind of thing could possibly be believed. Her actions, I would say, continue to be irrational. She keeps changing her story. She keeps giving different accounts. Gannon is placed in the suitcase, driven all the way to Florida. She goes through Louisiana. She goes through all kinds of East Texas, all kinds of places where people are not around, deserted areas, long areas of desolation, many places where that suitcase could have been hidden and never been found. And she goes all the way to Pensacola, Florida, and drops it off at a dry space under a bridge right near a major city. That's not the actions of somebody who is rational, who is trying to hide that away. She then goes to South Carolina, and you can look at the Google searches that she performs in South Carolina. Face transplant near me. Like she's Googling for a McDonald's or a restaurant that's very close to her. This is going to pop up that she's going to go over there and get an entire face plant to change the way she looks. Those are not the actions of a sane and rational person. Those are the actions of somebody that is delusional. Ladies and gentlemen, I would say all of these pretext phone calls with Al are the actions of somebody who is delusional. Listen, go back and listen. Listen to those February 14th phone calls between her and Al. Listen to how her voice and tenor changes between phone calls. Listen to how her emotions switch rapidly during the phone calls with Al, and her stories switch rapidly that no sane, rational person of overintelligence could possibly expect anybody to believe. She is freaking out, and she is delusional in the thought that anybody is going to believe all the different variations that she's trying to sell them. None of that is rational. None of that makes sense. And so again, what then we're brought back to is why. What was going on? What preceded this? And looking, it's going to end up in the mental health experts. And I want to talk a little bit about Dr. Lewis. She is 85 years old. She has been doing research, treating, evaluating people with serious mental illness for over 60 years. She is one of the foremost experts in the country on dissociative identity disorder. She has been published in peer-reviewed journals well over 100 times. Things that educates other psychiatrists and things that educates other doctors, she has authored and produced. She has done, she has the HBO documentary. They don't go just to quacks to do an HBO documentary. They went and they did a documentary on her because she was groundbreaking in her field. Had she consulted on other stuff with Robert De Niro and so forth? Yes. Not because she's a quack, because she has explored and she knows more about this subject than almost anybody else in the country. Has she, in her age, some of the details, the minute things in the discovery get lost a little bit in her memory? They do. And you saw that up on the stand when she was testifying. I'm not disputing that. But what she has is the decades and decades of experience with this, the decades and decades of dealing with people with severe mental illness who commit heinous acts. She has that experience to rely upon, and she had 14 hours of interviews with Ms. Stauch to talk with her, to base her opinion. She had notes from family members, other types of things to show this, and in her expert opinion, is legally insane. She wanted the EEG and the MRI to possibly know if there was also organic brain damage going on here. There was some type of brain trauma that was contributing to the mental illness of Ms. Stauch. What you heard at the end is she did not need those types of things to make the diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder, which she was confident on and she believes upon. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you, do not discount her decades of experience. Do not discount her expertise. Okay? The acting that she, this is a woman who has pioneered this, a woman who has made her life on this, a woman who has been peer reviewed over hundreds of times in different articles on this subject. is willing to throw that all away to come down here at a substantially reduced fee to testify is ludicrous and it's insulting. They pay their experts just the same as we do, okay? And that's why I asked their blood spatter expert, his fees. It wasn't acting like there was anything wrong with that. It's just to show both sides hire experts, both sides pay experts. Just because the expert isn't getting paid doesn't mean that they are money grubbing liars, okay? Experts in this type of thing, to come and testify, they charge money, they charge a fee. She actually reduced her normal fee to come down and help with Ms. Stauch and to do this evaluation. And what did she tell you, ladies and gentlemen? Ms. Stauch, of all the hundreds and hundreds of different mentally ill people that she has ever dealt with, is one of the most mentally ill persons that she's ever dealt with. And what else is she saying? I think this is key. Pay very close attention. She's not endorsing that it was definitely Maria that did this. She's not endorsing how Maria is saying this happened. What is she saying? Ms. Stauch has, in her opinion, more than likely disassociated the memory of the homicide because she can't bear to deal with it. That was actually a very good question by Mr. Young on it. And I think there's a lot of validity to that. Ms. Stauch accepting the idea that she committed this brutal, horrible homicide in the manner that was done, smashing that 11-year-old's head in, cannot deal with it. To accept that fact in her mind would crush her, would crush her soul, would crush her identity. And so she has come up with all of these delusional fantasies, trying to come up with some other thing that may have happened. And listen to her voice, listen to the tenor when she's describing that. When she's talking to Dr. Lewis, I can't remember if it's Dr. Lewis or Dr. Torres, about the different versions she's given, that she was coming up into her mind, hoping and believing it was somebody other than her who did this. The facts, ladies, and we're not disputing that, ladies and gentlemen, it was her. But she was not in her right mind when she did it. And you heard Dr. Lewis state that. And you can look at the evidence and you can look at the other things that go around to realize that is the only reasonable, rational conclusion as to how this horrible thing happened, was a psychotic break. Dakota Lowry, who, when he finally realized that his older half-sister actually did this, the first thing that came into his mind, based upon what he knew of his half-sister, was there had to be some type of psychotic break that had happened. That there could be no other explanation as to why it did it, and those are people that knew her and that have grown up with her. I also want to talk a lot, or some, about Dr. Torres. And what is important, ladies and gentlemen, to know with both Dr. Torres, Dr. Gray, and Dr. Grimmett, is none of the experts that you have heard from that did any type of evaluation think that there's no mental illness going on here. Okay? They all agree there's some type of mental illness. They just disagree over what to call that mental illness. We have Grimmett and Torres and Gray diagnosing her with borderline personality disorder, which is a significant mental illness, which, as you said, comes from right on the border between full-blown psychosis and a neurosis. Okay, it's the most serious of all the personality disorder, and it's so serious because there are such prominent features of psychosis that go along with it. Psychosis where people hallucinate, psychosis where people become delusional, psychosis where people stop becoming irrational. All of that stuff can come and go in people with borderline personality disorder. And it comes and goes according to DSM-5, according to Dr. Torres, according to Dr. Grimmett, when people with borderline personality disorder start to experience high stress. That is why Dr. Niederhauser was important. It was not because Dr. Niederhauser made any type of diagnosis or anything with that, but she came to Dr. Niederhauser because he was experiencing high stress and high anxiety that was causing her to be unable to perform at work. The stress and all of that was mounting. You can look at her Google searches, the Google searches leading up to this. For whatever reason, her stress in life was becoming overwhelming. She felt underappreciated. She felt like running away. She felt like leaving. She felt like this was all too much on her plate, that there was nobody there to help her. And you heard from Dr. Torres about how people with borderline personality disorder feel stress much different than everybody else. Things that would not be normal stressors for all of us can become extremely stressful for somebody with borderline personality disorder. And the other thing that was important that Dr. Torres, we talked about quite a bit, is it is a lot of the same things, the same type of horrible childhood trauma, the type of trauma where you have one parent who is molesting you and another parent who won't do a damn thing about it, that can cause either dissociative identity disorder or borderline personality disorder. They both come from the exact same of environment that Dr. Torres said Ms. Stauch grew up in. That type of environment is what can cause people to have borderline personality disorder, which then under periods of stress and anxiety can become psychotic. And I think one of the other things, and I think is something to look in, and something I want you guys to think about when you go back in that jury room, is something that Dakota Lowry said at the end. We don't know exactly all the intricacies of the trauma or the abuse that Ms. Stauch suffered. We don't. Some of that she knows about, some of that she's come to remember, some of that is locked away, some of that is hidden by other family members who don't want to admit it. But what did it go to talk about when he was a kid and after his stepdad has died and his mom had moved on to another abusive alcoholic in the home, and Miss Stauch would come visit him? What would she do? She would leave him with knives to protect himself from something or someone. And the fact you can draw that Miss Stauch sometimes as a kid going through that trauma, either had to protect herself with some knives or fantasized about having a knife to protect her. And then you have the connection between Gannon being stabbed 18 times with a knife. Some of these things are hidden. Some of these things are hard to look at, but there is that association there between what we can assume was some of the childhood trauma that Miss Stauch suffered, how she dealt with it, and how this horrible thing happened to Gannon. And I understand that Dr. Torres didn't think she was insane, but you can't discount the fact that Dr. Torres readily admitted borderline personality disorder can be a serious mental illness. People with borderline personality disorder can suffer psychosis. People with borderline personality can become irrational. People with borderline personality disorder can disassociate things that the whole person cannot deal with. And that disassociation explains all of these crazy cockamamie lies. It is a fantasy on Ms. Stauch to try to explain this horrible action that she cannot rectify in her home with. And whether you call it borderline, whether you call it DID, I think Dr. Lewis is correct. That is not necessarily the important thing. What the important thing is look at the facts overall and realize this must have been some type of psychotic action going on, because normal people, mentally healthy normal people, don't one day go on a hike, take smiling photos, and the next day stab a kid 18 times for no apparent reason. And no matter how much Mr. Young would like her to be antisocial personality disorder, and he would like that because that takes insanity off the table, none of the evaluators ever have diagnosed her with antisocial personality disorder. None of the diagnoses have even had the rule out antisocial personality disorder. Antisocial personality disorder is something that is always considered at the state hospital, but there are criteria, and she did not meet it. No matter how many times in different ways Mr. Young tried to asked Dr. Torres about it, she was firm and said, no, that is not the diagnosis that we have given her. That's not the diagnosis that Dr. Gray gave her. It's not the diagnosis that Dr. Grimmett gave her, and it's really not the diagnosis that Dr. Lewis gave her. So all the antisocial personality disorder talk is a smokescreen. And when you take the antisocial personality this off, The only thing that explains her conduct afterwards is disassociation, is disassociating from the horrible thing that she has done, and she's trying somehow to fix this or to get out of it. The other thing that I want to talk to you, and it's important, that was very apparent with Dr. Torres, Mr. Young would like you to believe that the only time somebody is legal insane if they commit the crime and they just stay there saying, yep, it was me, I did it for these reasons. Dr. Torres and the jury instructions from the court state somebody cannot know right from wrong, but still recognize that their conduct was criminal when it occurred. And so you heard from Dr. Torres, just because somebody in a state of psychosis, in a state of insanity, commits a horrible murder and then tries to cover it up, the covering up of the murder does not preclude insanity. And she talked about how there are cases that she has had where somebody was insane who then tried to cover up the acts that they have done because they didn't want to suffer the criminal repercussions. They are not mutually exclusive. That's not coming from me. That's coming from the instructions that you have from the court. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys have been above and beyond in this. And we are very grateful for the time that you guys have given us, the thought that you guys have put all into this, the sacrifice in your life that you have made through this long trial. I'm not going to rehash every detail on here. You guys know it. You guys understand it. You guys have heard the experts. You guys can put all this stuff in there together. We are asking you to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. We're not saying set her free. We're not saying let her go. We're not saying don't hold her responsible. We're saying for you to take into account the mental illness that she suffered and send her down to CMHIP, where you see how it is down at CMHIP during those interviews with Dr. Torres, where she's shackled fully, where there's constraints, where it's a locked facility, and that's where Dr. Torres told you, if you find her not guilty by reason of insanity, that's where she is going, where there is repercussions, but there is also treatment for the mental illness that she has suffered from her entire life. The other thing that is important, I just want you guys to remember, is the burden of proof. It's not whether you decide, oh, I think that she was psychotic at the time, is that they presented enough evidence before you that you can say, without a doubt, there is no way psychosis was involved here. Had they completely disregarded that, had they completely wiped it out, and I, ladies and gentlemen, I would put before you with all the different doctors diagnosing with some serious mental health illness, with their witnesses they called diagnosing with a mental illness that has transient periods of psychosis, when psychosis appearing to be the only rational explanation, with no other motive for this horrible thing, with the overkill that was involved here, with the irrational behavior afterwards, even up and through some of these interviews, even up through some of the trial, all of that points to mental illness. And in no way, shape, or form have they disproven that. And it is their burden. And so if you believe that it is possible that this occurred in a state of psychosis, your legal duty, which you have sworn to do, is to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. And that is what we are asking you to do. Thank you.
Council approach, please.
Oh my word. Let's put this. Let's check the poll results. Just got to catch up. Hold on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution does have a right to a rebuttal, and they are going to exercise that right.
Nice.
But you've been sitting there for a while, so what we're going to do is take about a little bit more than a 10-minute recess, give everybody some time to stretch, use the bathroom, those sorts of things. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10 after 12, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we'll see you at 10 after 12. All rise for the jury, please.
Yes, I agree. Thank you, woman of heart. Can't wait for rebuttal time.
I'll be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Reset.
We just turn the screen back to.
Yes, absolutely.
Gotcha.
All rise.
You want to?
Okay, rebuttal time. Let me just change my name for a second here. Okay, so that was infuriating. Sorry, my comments, I'm just like, I'm just typing there with you guys. I can't help it, okay? I have the right to my opinion. And my opinion is like, oh no, stop talking, sir. Stop saying all those things. I mean, I don't know how he goes from like DID 1 minute, then suddenly BPD, and then throw in some psychosis. Like, which one are you picking though? Which one is it? Just all of them? This is why I love that the prosecution did a malingering timeline, is what I'm calling it. Malingering timeline, a character timeline, the musical suspects. I mean, how is someone psychotic taking Al's van, and he even got one fact wrong. He said that she was buying Valentine's dog outfits on January 27, 2020. No, she did say Valentine's candy, though. She talked about Valentine's candy for Gannon. That was weird on January 27, 2020. But how did she take Al's truck that day, leave her phone at home, and text, I'm leaving my phone at home, or I've left my phone at home? Like, what the hell? Yes, Miss Ladybug says she has a disorder of the soul, pure evil. Oh, mic check. So, Al's truck, Petco, all of that, and whatever happened on Sunday night with this candle incident, and then the hike and all of this, okay? And then Al's truck, murders Gannon, Tiggy 1, Kia Rio, back to the Tiggy 1. That is not at all. We know this. I don't even have to convince you guys, man. I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just like so frustrated, but I'm so happy that the prosecution, I think they did a brilliant job. Sorry, I was still checking the poll results to see what you guys are saying here. Let's just move it forward, please. There we go. Okay, let's see. So I'm asking you, how long, sorry, I see I made a typo there. Do you think the jury will deliberate? Okay, that's the question that I'm asking you. Come on, mouse cursor, stay there now. Here we go. Welcome to all the new members. And 65% say 30 minutes to 3 hours. 25% say 3 to 6 hours. 8% say all weekend until Monday morning. And 2% say done sometime next week. Wow. Okay. Okay. So yeah, rebuttals. I can't wait for it. I just love how they presented the facts. The malingering timeline, meaning I call it that because it's the mental health timeline. Everything that Letecia was making up, okay, with all the different experts and specialists that she was seeing, all the different stories. That was brilliant. That, the musical suspects, her actions, the Google searches. Oh man, I just loved it. I loved it. And I think their presentation was so good where they pair together. The candle video was hard to hear again. I did show the trigger bunny, by the way. But showing that with words that they put on, like manipulation. And now she's, yeah, look, she's manipulating here, lying. I thought that was so brilliant. Thank you, Lorraine. I really appreciate it. Flower Goddess says, could we bypass the verdict and go straight to the sentencing judge? I wish. Can we just, can the jury just say that, please? That would be amazing, right? Flissy, 1984, same year I was born. Thank you so much. You say, G, you are top G for little Gannon. Thank you so much. We're all here for Gannon. This has been a wild trial, you guys. Leslie B says, justice for Gannon. Thank you, G, for allowing us to be together in a great supportive community. Yes, thank you all for being here. It's so nice to be together through this. It's been rough emotionally, right? It's a lot to deal with here. So they're coming back at 10 past. So we're just quickly doing a little debrief here. I don't want to miss anything there. Okay, so I'm still monitoring here. But what we were doing before they did those closing arguments, by the way, does anyone have questions, by the way, was we were looking at this article here, which I'll link in the description box afterwards, but it shows that Dr. Lewis, she did exactly this in 1990. Exact same strategy, exact same lies in 1990, okay? This is not some lady with dementia, some little old lady we should all feel sorry for. This is her MO. Okay. So, I love how they say here, the jurors concluded that Mr. Shawcross was not insane. This is Arthur Shawcross, a serial killer that was convicted and charged in 1990, right? In interviews afterwards, some of them said Dr. Lewis had damaged the defense case. The Rochester Times-Union yesterday quoted the jury foreman, Robert Edwards, saying, if she could have kept her feet on the floor instead of in her mouth, she would have been okay. The more she talked, the worse it got. I really hope this jury says exactly that. It's just too bad she didn't leave after she read her qualifications, he added. But yesterday, Dr. Lewis said she believed that adequate neurological evidence could have helped to explain Mr. Shawcross's behavior, giving the jury an understanding of how brain impairments might have contributed to his deviant actions. I think there would have been a different verdict, she said. Of course, because she's always got to be right, but yet no one freaking believes her. Well, I don't know who believes her. Seems like only killers do. Dr. Lewis, who has a national reputation for psychiatric work with death row inmates, acknowledged that she was publicly ridiculed during the trial. But meet 2023. This was 1990. Let me warn you, lady, it's going to be worse in 2023. As she said on the second day she was there, maybe she shouldn't have testified in this case. Yeah, I agree with that. Maybe rather not. Tony says, I need to hear guilty, jail for life, no parole. Yep, same. So she said that was because the lawyers in the case, including the defense, refused to let the jury hear the truth about Mr. Shawcross's impairments. This is more complicated. My perception is I refuse to answer just yes or no, she said. I tried to say, wait, this is more complicated. This is what is wrong with this man. But the questions were yes or no. Well, yeah, hello, welcome to court. My gosh. Dr. Lewis said that as a psychiatrist, she was not an expert in the brain abnormalities that were detected on some tests of Mr. Shawcross. Convenient. She said she believed that a well-prepared neurologist testifying for the defense could have helped persuade the jurors that there were some physical causes contributing to Mr. Shawcross's mental condition. In an interview yesterday, this was 1990, you guys, I remind you, a prominent neurologist who reviewed Mr. Shawcross's brain scan said he had detected lesions and a cyst. And now they go to Dr. Jonathan Pincus, which Dr. Lewis mentioned quite a bit. The chairman of the neurology department of Georgetown University Medical School in Washington said such defects could have blocked Mr. Shawcross's inhibitions and caused bizarre and uncontrolled behavior. Dr. Pincus reviewed Mr. Shawcross's brain scan at Dr. Lewis's request during the trial, but was not called as a witness. Dr. Lewis also charged that the prosecutors had committed improprieties because they used a doctor who she said had earlier been recruited by the defense and had received information from the defense lawyers. That expert, Dr. Vernon Mark, a retired Harvard University professor, said yesterday that he had never been retained by the defense. So she just makes up crap as she goes along. Jinxie says, bits of truth sprinkled in her lies. Just like Letecia, right? Oh, sorry. I'll be talking about Letecia. Okay, back it up. Bits of truth sprinkled in her lies. She said her stepdad died. OMG, did she have a psychotic break? I know, right? And did she have a psychotic break when she had those DV and battery charges in her past? Because Letecia has that in her past. She's had criminal charges before, specifically for domestic violence and battery. Was she psychotic then? That would be my argument. Don't think so. Dr. Mark said he resented Dr. Lewis's assertions. He said that because he had some contact with a psychologist who worked with one of Mr. Shawcross's lawyers, the prosecutors obtained a court order permitting him to work with the prosecution. Thomas Kokuzi, one of Mr. Shawcross's defense lawyers, said that because the case remains open until Feb the 1st in 1990, right, neither his nor his counsel, David Murante, could comment on Dr. Lewis's assertions. I would love to be able to comment and rebut, but I just can't do that, he said. So that's what happened here. They say what happened to Dr. Lewis sometimes happens to a witness. Witnesses sometimes self-destruct on the stand. Oh, yes. And that's 1990. I remind you, I say it the whole time because that's like way back. Chastity DeJohn says, Lewis pulling this again for a retrial to study Letecia and add it to her resume, maybe for the making of a sequel to her first documentary. I think so. I would say yes. Thank you guys for all the stickers. You say, I'm a registered nurse working in psych hospital for 25 years. Borderline patients do staff splitting against each other. These patients are very difficult to work with in a hospital setting. Okay. Thank you, Chris. Little Devil says, please, how could anyone on the jury actually say she's insane? She's as sane as I am. Guilty, life in prison, no parole. Oh, I hope so. I really hope so. Okay, let's bring where's this? Okay, wait. Sorry about that. Bring it across. Hello. Here we go. I just want to bring it back across so we don't miss anything because the time flies. See, it's already 8. Oh, sorry. For me, it's 8:08. That's the time here, 8:08 p.m. I can't wait for the rebuttal phase now. Let's see what you guys are saying. Donna says the defense was truly desperate to bring Dr. Lewis into this case. I was just like, please don't say mistrial. Don't say mistrial. Don't file for mistrial. Let's hope the rebuttal is not freaking anything to do with mistrial, right? Nicole Helms, for your question, all the answers, it's on grizzlytruecrime.com. If you guys ever want links to whatever it is you're looking for, membership or coffees or merch or about me or whatever, it's all on grizzlytruecrime.com. Christy Taylor says, yes, jury must be unanimous. Yes. Generally, Jenny says, BPD is difficult for both the people who have it and those around them. Oh, I can't imagine how Al must be feeling. Man. RC says they can't deliberate until 7 Eastern time. Yeah, is there a cutoff? That's what I want to know. Because I'm not, with a time zone, I've got to think of that. That's why I made a second stream for when they come back. But I don't know. I'm thinking if they come back within an hour, well, we could just keep it running and see. I'm almost so confident that they will, in my opinion. I'm like, they're probably going to come back pretty soon. But then again, we don't know. We literally don't know. So, wait, I missed that comment now. It flew by. Oh, my word. Donna said, I can't wait for rebuttal. I can't wait either. Thank you, Lisa. Everyone, check out GNT. Thank you so much. Okay, we're still waiting for the court here. They said 10 past. So now they're coming back now. Rebuttal time. So exciting. I just think what do you guys think? I think the prosecution, they did so well. That was a very powerful statement with facts. It was very logical. I found that Mr. Tellini, I mean, he really tried. I know he's doing his job. He tried very hard. Kudos to him, okay, for trying very hard. But did anyone buy it? I don't know about that. The jury, we'll have to see what the jury says. But if I was sitting there, I'd be like, no. No, sir. No, sorry, the Tiggy one and all the data and the timelines and everything. You can't just say why, because then you would ask that for every single killer. And sometimes getting lost in the rabbit hole of why, how do you, it doesn't help. You know what I mean? You're going to get sucked into all their the killers, manipulation, lies, evil, whatever you want to call it. Here we go. I hear the court coming back. Look at the lighting, you guys. This is what the court looks like today. So. Okay. Let's start adjusting for rebuttal time. C minor op says longest part of deliberations will be forms. Oh, that's true as well. Yeah, 45 minutes. Yeah, the forms. Oh, my word. True. Thank you, Kraken. Okay. Oh, my word. That's a lot. Oh. Proud of you, Kraken. Keep cracking on. Roxy, not buying what he said. Yeah, right? Okay, there's no sound right now. Can you hear the sound? They're just whispering. They're not doing anything. You hear? Thank you, Roxy. Let's move there. You can see L there. Can you see L? Yeah, why is she laughing?
All rise for the jury, please.
There. Look, she's on best behavior. She's like, do they buy it? Do they buy it? She's making eye contact with him like, please, please. Is it Aaron? Okay. Nice.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we will start into the prosecution's rebuttal. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, the only fantasy in this courtroom is that this defendant, this stepmother who killed Gannon, has psychosis. That she was insane on January 27th of 2020. That is the only fantasy that has been brought out into this courtroom. It's been brought out by this defendant. They want to talk to you about motive. We talked to some of you in jury selection about motive. One thing you didn't hear the judge read in any of those instructions is anything about motive. You know why? It's not an element of a single crime under Colorado code. We don't have to prove motive, and yet we did anyway. This defendant hated Gannon. You know that because she searched it. I hate my stepson. She has one stepson, and she hated him. She was planning to leave Al Stauch, move back to the East Coast. She wanted to hurt Al. She wanted to hurt Landon, for that matter. She did, to the core. They will never recover from what she did to them, ever. And you know that. Think about the time frame that we're talking about. This was no snap in time. This was not an instantaneous thing. This occurred over days. She was planning to leave a week prior to Gannon's death when she killed him. Look at the searches that we talked about on Monday when Kevin Clark took the stand. We know when she was looking to leave. We know she hated Gannon. She knows she wanted out of a marriage with Al. We know that she didn't like what Landon was up to because she would manipulate Gannon about Landon. We know these things because of the evidence that we brought you. And in fact, it does prove motive. I want to ask you about why did Al leave Gannon with the defendant on that weekend? He left on January 25th, Saturday. Remember that? Why would he leave and go to Oklahoma for 2 weeks of training if he knew there was a problem with the defendant? Some psychosis. Al told you the answer to that question. He would not have gone. If he had seen some problem with the defendant, he said he would not have gone. And he did anyway, because she doesn't have psychosis. He never saw a single sign from her. What he didn't know, unfortunately, he couldn't see into her heart. He couldn't see the hatred that she had for Gannon, the motive that she had to leave and to hurt him to the core. He didn't know that it was all about her, even though he'd lived with her for some number of years. Defense wants you to speculate that the fire set off some sort of a trigger. You read those instructions or while the judge was reading them to you. It says speculation. Can't do it. And yet they're inviting you to speculate. Why is that? Why would they invite you to speculate when we're talking about an 11-year-old boy who was brutally murdered? Why would they invite you to speculate? Because they want you to ignore the evidence that was brought into this courtroom. They want you to ignore this evidence and speculate on the other hand. You can't do it. Saying she's freaked out in that phone call. Acting she's freaked out. We all get freaked out sometimes. As Mr. Young said, we're human. Go drive down the highway and you see an accident, you might freak out. You might have some rush of adrenaline and it kind of messes you up a little bit. That's human, not psychosis. And further, that freaking out that she's supposedly doing is her acting. It's not psychosis. It's all about Letecia. It's all about this woman who murdered Gannon throughout the whole thing. The text to the school, to Leslie Hicks. That morning, January 27th. I want you to speculate again that that's some sort of a trigger. You know what it is. It's an unassailable excuse. You tell your employer that your stepfather, a member of your family, has just died in a tragic car accident. No employer is going to make you come into work that day. She needed an unassailable excuse to not go to work because she knew what was happening later that day. We knew Gannon was done that day. That's why she calls Gannon into school later or out of school later. The timelines that we brought to you on Monday, her internet searches tell you everything you need to know about her mental condition. She was calculating, manipulating, lying to everyone. Why? Because it's about her, not about Gannon. Deflect the blame and make herself the victim. Does it ever make sense when somebody kills another person? Can it ever truly make sense? Can it ever truly make sense when a parent kills a child? The answer to that is no. None of us in this courtroom, except one, has killed a child. That doesn't make it a psychotic act. That doesn't mean somebody's insane. Unfortunately, way too many people kill kids in this country. Why do they do it? Who knows? But it's not psychosis when this one did it. Be very careful when people introduce facts. Mr. Tellini got up here and wanted to introduce facts to you. Inviting you to speculate. Be very careful about that. He tries to brush away the effect of the hydrocodone that was found in Gannon's system. First of all, Gannon should not have had hydrocodone in his system. Dr. Ignacio told you about that. It's not typically given to 11-year-old little boys. Why not? It's an opioid. It can cause people to get sluggish, lethargic, and lead to coma, and stop you from breathing, and can kill you. All of those things that hydrocodone, an opioid, can do to you, this woman did to Gannon. Why? Because she wanted to kill him. Mr. Tellini brought up the idea that the brutality itself proves psychosis. Is that true? Does the brutality itself prove psychosis from this defendant? The evidence has the answer for you. The defendant's own actions has the answer for you. The brutality of it speaks to the abject hatred she had for Gannon and the pure determination she had to kill Gannon. This didn't start in one snap moment. When did this start? Sunday night. Sunday night with the candle. A candle incident that makes no sense, according to the way that she describes it to people, because she wants to make it Gannon's fault. Does that make sense? Mr. Stauch told you the answer to that question. Harley told you the answer to that question. Gannon didn't play with fire. He would never go downstairs and just light candles randomly. He had a long history of having stomach issues, where he'd get backed up and then have issues with it. And yet this day, he poops himself, and so he's got to go burn a candle to mask the smell, even though he'd never done it any other time in his entire life. Does that make sense? Or does it make more sense that this defendant burnt him? That's the start of the attack, ladies and gentlemen. Sunday night. And it continues with the hydrocodone. A prescription for a full-grown man is given to Gannon. That goes into the morning time. That's why he's lethargic. He can't get out of bed early like he normally would. He's walking slowly to the pickup truck at about 10:15 in the morning when they leave the house. Because he's under the influence of hydrocodone. And then she drives him around, leaving him in the car. He's probably passed out in the car. Doesn't make any sense to leave an 11-year-old boy in a car unless there's something wrong, something that she did to him. And this picture from Garden of the Gods. These two pictures that she sends Al Stauch that morning of Gannon in bed. Mr. Tellini again is inviting you to speculate as to the reason for those pictures, saying she's just a loving stepmother. What are those pictures? Think about that picture from Garden of the Gods in relation to the pictures that she sends Al Stauch. They're proof of life pictures. They're pictures that she is sending out, prove to the world that she had nothing to do with what she's about to do. Why would she send pictures of Gannon in bed to Al Stauch, except for a proof of life picture? A way to cover her tracks, and it starts early, right? They want you to think that this was some sort of a temporary snap. Said it on opening statements when Mr. Cook dramatically walks out of the courtroom, says this is way too worse, we can't handle this. It's a crack in her psychosis. And then we hear it again today from Mr. Tellini. First of all, temporary insanity is not what our insanity statute is in the state of Colorado. Look at it. That does not apply here. Second of all, there's not a temporary insanity moment in this case. It starts from Sunday night and goes all the way through Monday evening. Talking about almost 24 hours of horror that Gannon had to suffer at the hands of this defendant. What should have been the safest place in the world for Gannon to be. People who live by stories, by telling tall tales, don't stop. Why would she stop doing that once this case started, if she'd been getting away with it her entire life? Think about the manipulation that she carried out on everybody else in her life. Al told you about the manipulation. Everything this woman did in her life was manipulation to cause chaos, to make her the victim and the focus of everything. Every single thing. Harley. She didn't know how her own father died. Because she was lied to by this defendant. Why would she stop lying when the biggest thing that she's ever caused in her life is being drilled into by an investigation that is the biggest El Paso County has ever seen? That involves the FBI. That's who she is. She's a storyteller. Telling fantastic stories is not psychosis. It's who she is. She starts looking up face plant surgery centers. She starts looking up, I need a new social security number. I need a marriage license. I need a replacement passport because El Paso County Sheriff's Office has mine. And she looks up fake polygraph. Why in the world would you need a fake polygraph unless you're covering your tracks? To have some sort of thing that you can anchor a legitimate story to that you didn't have anything to do with this case. Why? Who thinks of that stuff except for people like this? I would venture to guess that not a single one of us in this room ever even knew a fake polygraph website existed before now. I know I didn't. Let's talk a little bit about Dr. Lewis. She might be a world-renowned expert. She's the only expert that they could find to bring in here to tell you that this defendant had dissociative identity disorder. Not a single other doctor that testified here in this courtroom saw a single shred of evidence that she had dissociative identity disorder. Not a single one. And yet this doctor comes in and says she does have it. This doctor comes in and says she does have it, and yet she doesn't even know what the definition of insanity in Colorado is. She starts throwing around words like McNaughton and other things that might apply in other states. And she said sanity could depend on where you are, what state you're in, that kind of thing. Don't you think if she's going to come in and tell you as an expert, this defendant is insane, according to Colorado law, should know what Colorado law is, and she couldn't do it? There were a lot of I assumes, I don't knows, deflections, stories about other cases. Anytime she was pressed to justify her opinion, she couldn't do it. You saw Dr. Torres in contrast to that. She could point to specific things about her evaluation of the defendant. Compare the two. The instructions that you got from the judge are your roadmap for this case. They help you determine what the law is, and you're expected to follow the law, and you apply that law to the facts in the case, to the evidence that's been piling up over the last several weeks. The presumption of innocence absolutely applies in every single criminal case. It applies in this case. Until you are determined that the charges have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, she has the presumption of innocence. We have the burden of proof. This system doesn't work if you don't hold us to our burden of proof. We expect you to hold us to our burden of proof. We welcome you to hold us to our burden of proof. Mr. Tellini talked about proving it without a doubt. Proving this case without a doubt. You'll never see words like that in any jury instruction in the state of Colorado or in the United States. You don't have to prove cases beyond all doubt. You have to prove things beyond a reasonable doubt. Because this is, after all, a human function. Nobody can ever prove anything 100%. Johnny Cochran, after the O.J. Simpson, or in closing for the O.J. Simpson case.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the record of Johnny Cochran.
There's no evidence of it. It's not commenting on evidence.
I'm sorry?
It's not commenting on it. There's no evidence of what Johnny Cochran did at any point in time. So
I'm actually using it to talk about the burden of proof, Judge.
well, then rephrase it.
Well, I was about to. So in that case, Johnny Cochran said, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. What he's talking about is our burden of proof. And he was absolutely right. If a case is not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, your jobs as jurors, according to these jury instructions, is to find a defendant not guilty. And we expect you to do that. If we didn't prove the case, then hold us accountable and find her not guilty. But if we did prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, the jury instructions are also very clear on that. We have proven the case beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury instructions tell you you should find her guilty. If the crimes fit, you should convict. That's what the jury instructions say. And that's the other side of the coin from Johnny Cochran's comment. If the crimes fit this defendant, convict her. Deliberations are up to you. When you get back into the deliberation room, you get to control how that deliberation goes. The only requirements are that you all have to be together when deliberations are happening. You have to do it in the jury room. But you can take as long as you want, and you can be as fast as you want. to come to a conviction or to a decision. Nobody's ever going to second guess you. If you take 2 weeks or 10 minutes, it's up to you. What we do know, what you should know from the evidence, that there's plenty of evidence to find this defendant guilty based on the evidence, not from what I say or what Mr. Young says, or find her not guilty because Mr. Tellini and Mr. Cook say so. The evidence guides you. Let's talk about that question of sanity. It says, so diseased or defective in mind to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. Can this defendant distinguish right from wrong? The evidence and her actions tell you that she can. Why do all the things she did if she didn't know what she had done was wrong? Or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state. What is evidence of that culpable mental state? As Mr. Young said, it's in Gannon. It's on Gannon's body. The evidence that Gannon's body provides you, the story that tells about what she did, shows she has the ability and had the ability to form the appropriate culpable mental state. You don't stab an 11-year-old 18 times, 11 of which are on his arms and hands as he's defending himself, unless you intend to kill him. You don't then dispose of that knife that's never recovered and hit him over the head with such viciousness 4 separate times that it cracks his skull open, unless you intend to kill him. And that blunt force object, also never found. And then you don't retrieve a handgun, a 9mm handgun, and squeeze that trigger 3 intentional times, hitting Gannon 1 time, unless you intend to kill Gannon. That's exactly what this defendant did. And that's how you know she could form the appropriate culpable mental state. This woman doesn't have a diseased mind. She has no psychosis. Multiple doctors and longtime family friends and family members answer the question of psychosis for you. This defendant knew then and knows today the difference between right and wrong. Harley said it. Dakota Lowry said it. Al Stauch said it. Every single person that knew her knew she knew the difference between right and wrong. She was of sound mind, informed the culpable mental states required. You learned about dissociative identity disorder from at least 2 different doctors in this case. Extremely rare. Prevalence in society is roughly 1.4%. But most importantly, it's marked by severe behavioral health symptoms that would be noticeable by others. Other people like Harley Hunt, her daughter who lived with her every day of her life. Al Stauch, who was married to her for 5 years. Dakota Lowry, who was her younger brother. These people would have noticed that she had something wrong with her. The forensic nurse examiner, Amanda Van Nest at the hospital, would have noticed it. This is 2 days after Gannon is murdered, and the defendant fakes that panic attack in the sheriff's office and is taken to the hospital, given the opportunity to be examined for the supposed rape story that she had. And she splits. Amanda Van Ness told you that she's dealt with people with severe mental health disorders. She's told you what happens when she deals with people like that. Called an M1 hold. It's an emergency situation where you put somebody in care for a period of time because they're a danger to themselves or to others. Amanda Van Ness saw no sign that this defendant was anywhere close to justifying an M1 hold on January 29th. Dr. Niederhauser on the other side of this equation, about a month before Gannon was killed. The last medical professional to see the defendant before Gannon was killed. Also familiar with M1 holds and saw no signs that would justify holding her against her will because she was a danger danger to herself or others. Because she wasn't. She didn't have psychosis. Why blame others? First, it's Gannon's fault, right? He pooped all over himself, started a fire. He's experimenting with drugs. Isn't that convenient that he's experimenting with drugs? He's curious about bath salts. And there's a Swisher Sweet planted in his backpack. And he's got hydrocodone in his system. Isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient concoction from this defendant? Then she says he went to a friend's house and didn't come home. Or is it because he loved his mom too much? He was a mama's boy. Is that the source of her hatred for Gannon? She knew she could never replace the love that Gannon had for Landon. And she concocts Eduardo, some random Mexican guy that works at the housing development. Just gives him access to the house through the garage code. He comes in, fixes the carpet, but in addition to fixing the carpet, he rapes her. Bangs her head on the floor, no sign of injury on her. Curiously asked for boxes in a suitcase. Why'd she have to introduce the suitcase? Had to explain away why Gannon was going to be found in the suitcase she put him in. A suitcase that Al Stauch recognized when he was shown the picture. A suitcase that Dakota Lowry recognized this defendant struggling with before she drives off to Florida. We had to explain it away. Next, it's Quincy Brown's fault. You heard Special Agent Jonathan Grusing. He talked about he wishes he would have pushed her more on the Quincy Brown and let her expand on that character. Because this is the character she gave the most information about. The real guy. Guy that was published in the media. The most wanted people in El Paso County for sex offenses. Perfect fall guy for what this woman did. He replaces Eduardo as the rapist. Knew his name when his ID fell out conveniently and landed on the floor in front of her. Then he turns into a guy up in northern El Paso County selling a bike. Or he's laying in the road as they're driving and gets into the car and forces them to come back home and he rapes her there. Or Gannon's test riding a bike, crashes, hits his head, and then he takes off with Gannon. Uncle Matt, the least descriptive person in any story this defendant has probably ever told. Boy, can she tell some stories, can't she? Somehow Gannon knew him and he was involved, but we don't really know how. And then it's the pregnant lady with the cash baby. Supposedly 8 months pregnant, involved with money laundering for Mexican restaurants, gets into the car, starts pulling money out of her belly. Somehow she's involved with what happened again. Pointing outward, right? Pointing anyway, except for her. Except that in each one of these stories, the blame for Gannon's disappearance is someone else, and she's the victim in every single one of these stories. Figuring out a way to cast blame elsewhere and situate herself as the victim as to what happened. That's a very calculated move. Every single time she does it, she's doing it to explain away why pieces of evidence are found in the case. She knows about the suitcase is going to be found. She notices that we're searching up in northern El Paso, southern Douglas County, where the board is found. So that's when the bike story comes in with Quincy Brown up in that area. She's got to explain away why her GPS is going to show her up in that area. Just up there innocently looking for a bike. But Gannon's blood is going to be found up there. Got to explain it away. Landon's fault. This is the most cruel of all, right? That somehow Landon is responsible for a Gannon because of her ex-husband. That somehow Landon is involved with Gannon ending up in Mexico. Why would she introduce the word Mexico? Because by the time she's saying this, she's already pitched Gannon over that bridge in Florida, thinking it's pitched over into the Escambia River that flows out the bay and into the Gulf of Mexico. It's Al's fault. His fault that Gannon is gone and he should be investigated. Somehow he contaminated the scene. Another cruel twist of the knife. Going after the people that Gannon loved the most and who loved him the most. Shows you the hatred that she had for these people. The hatred that she had for Gannon and how she's going to use Gannon's horrific demise against the people that loved him the most. Her stepfather, James, supposedly sexually assaulted her as a kid. It's his fault that she's the way she is. But there's not a shred of evidence from anybody until she starts raising competency that she ever suffered any sort of ill harm by James. She never reports it to a single person for over 20 years. And yet that's the trigger. Does that make sense? There's a caped invader's fault. It's the last one, right? Standing on top of the bed, wearing a cape, then realizes it's Gannon, but she shoots him and stabs him and does all these other things to cover up for whatever. Does that make any sense? Or is this just another concoction? Another way to point outwards on blame and show herself as the victim? When she realizes those external sources aren't working, Dr. Dorothy Lewis comes into play. Before she looks at a shred of evidence, in February of 2022, she's already said, yeah, you need to go with not guilty by reason of insanity. Dissociative identity disorder is the answer. Doesn't know a single thing about this case or this defendant in February of 2022. And so what does this defendant do but start creating names? There's Taylor, Harmony, Christina, Jasmine, the frisky princess, little Lucia, and Maria Sanchez. Spanish-speaking Russian sniper. Knows how to kill, kill, kill. One thing we do know from this evidence, this defendant knows how to kill. Knows how to kill a defenseless little boy in his bed. There's better words to describe this defendant and what she did. Unreliable. Every person that she's ever interacted with in her life can tell you that she's unreliable, that she tells tall tales. She hated Gannon. You know that because of the injuries that Gannon suffered. You know that she hated Landon and Al. Why take away their little boy the way she did and concoct the story she did unless she hated them just as much as she hated Gannon? She planned this. A week before Gannon goes missing, she's already looking at renting a U-Haul and places to live in Florida. Sometime prior to Gannon's death, she searches, "I hate my stepson." Premeditated this thing. You know that from the proof of life photos. Those two pictures that she sends to Al on the morning of January 27th. She's setting up her excuse. Portraying Gannon as experimenting with drugs when she knows that she's drugging him with hydrocodone. She burned him Sunday night when this all starts. Gannon didn't play with fire. Not going to intentionally burn himself. In that first story about the candle incident, she talks about taking the kids outside and then having to go back downstairs to get Gannon, they all pile in the truck and drive off. That never happened. This was just a story that she had to explain away because the fire didn't work. Gannon didn't die from the fire. Then poisoned him with the hydrocodone. That didn't work. Remember, Gannon was a fighter. 1 pound, 6 ounce little boy when he was born. Overcame all the odds. But he couldn't overcome this one. But he sure did try, didn't he? She attacked him, stabbing him 18 times. Like I said, most of those are on his arms and hands because he's fighting back. Beat him over the head 4 times with some blunt object that's never found, cracking his skull like an eggshell. Shot him in the jaw, severing his spine, and likely killing him instantaneously. She then manipulated the heck out of this investigation with her stories. Her stories and manipulations of this investigation caused it to be the biggest investigation in El Paso County history. I heard that from several different investigators involved in this case. And it stretched from Colorado Springs all the way to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. She hid Gannon's broken, dead body in a suitcase in that storage room. She ran from cops when the circle was tightening. Remember that trip to Marshall's? When the cops are going there to get cell phones and get the car that belonged to Harley, and they encounter her out in the parking lot, she takes off running. As soon as she sees those guys, she takes off running, throws the keys across the parking lot, starts yelling at Harley, "Don't say anything." Why? If she didn't know she had done something wrong, why? Then fled to Florida, and then eventually South Carolina. Get as far away from this thing as she possibly could. That's why she's wanting to get a replacement passport so she can escape the country. She dumped Gannon's body over the bridge. Mr. Young talked about this. Think about how divine intervention plays a part here. Macon Ponder had been at that bridge a month and a half before then. Gannon's body doesn't get found for at least 2 years, if ever. She murdered Gannon. January 27, 2020. She murdered Gannon. This little boy deserves so much more out of this defendant. He deserved protection. He deserved to live. He deserved to grow up and become a young man and someday have a family of his own. She took it all away.
Well, 667 Mandan Drive, Colorado Springs. Please say that one more time, make sure I have this here correctly. 667 Mandan Drive. Okay, the phone number you're calling from? 843-655-7460. Is your name? Pizza. Please tell me, sir. I didn't know if I'm supposed to call emergency or not emergency for those, but my phone says we all at 6 o'clock and it's almost 7. And then we went to my close friend's house and he said he was going to do this friend's house and they said he wasn't there and the other one said he never came there. I don't know any other people calling out, and I talked to my husband, so I told him I had to call you guys as fast as I could because I don't know anyone else. And I don't know if there's like a time limit, but like he's only 11. He's 11. 11, yeah. Okay. What's his name? Gannon. Start for me. You open. And your last name? Stauch. Stauch. I got a hard time every day. Since I have the petition in here, and if you have multiple questions, we have to ask them, we don't want to tie up an emergency. It's not emergency. Yeah, that's fine, that's why I didn't know which one of the plans. Yeah, it does that, okay. Let me know when you're ready for that number. Okay, go ahead. 719. Okay, can you put me on 19 390 390 5555. Okay. You're welcome. Call that now. Call that now. I already have the call built. We have multiple things to ask. So, we'll call back tomorrow. Where we left off. I think. Okay. Maybe the process is speaking. How can I help you? Hi, yes. I called 911, and they said I had to call the number because, I let you know I was supposed to come home at the gate. But we didn't. I noticed how we said this, but like, we went to both the friend's house and they said he wasn't there. And it was kind of like a reason and stuff. I was like, what's your last name? Maybe around like, what time did you guys go to bed? Is it 3:30 maybe? Between 3:34 and he was supposed to be home at 6. We let him all the time, like go to the neighbor's house, friend's house, they ride bikes and everything together. And we're kind of to see him. I guess me.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're gonna go back into that deliberation room and start deliberating. Gannon deserved justice. This defendant deserves to be convicted based on the evidence that was presented in this case. Gannon Jacob Stauch, 11 years old. Find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation. Murder in the first degree, child under 12 in a position of trust. Tampering with a deceased human body. Tampering with physical evidence. Gannon deserves it. Deserves all of this justice that you can give him. Thank you.
Can you get her those
Yes.
lists, please? Thank you. All right, lady. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated earlier when I read the instructions to you, there are 4 verdict forms, one for murder in the first degree after deliberation, one for murder in the first degree child under 12 by a person in a position of trust, one for charge of tampering with a deceased human body, and one for tampering with physical evidence. In a moment, I'm going to send almost all of you back to the deliberation room. And members of the jury, I want to thank you for listening so closely to the evidence in this case. Because most or all of you have not served as jurors before, I would like to give you a few pointers regarding the process of deliberation. However, unlike the instructions that I gave you, these are only suggestions, and you are free to proceed in any way you wish. First, you may wish to choose your foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. You may already have a good idea of someone that you think would be fair, a good listener, and a good discussion manager. Pick someone who is willing and able to help the discussion remain organized and respectful. Remember, however, that the foreperson's opinion has no greater value than that of any other juror. Second, you should reach some agreements about how you will conduct yourselves. The foreperson shall enforce or encourage compliance with these agreements. If he or she is unable to do so or engages in this conduct him or herself, the jurors have the right to select a new presiding juror. Jurors are often tempted to hold a preliminary or straw vote at the beginning of deliberations in order to determine whether they already agree or how divided the group may be. I recommend against this procedure because it may cause some jurors to lock themselves into a position which they will then feel reluctant to change. Experience has also shown that such early votes frequently lead to disruptive, unnecessarily lengthy, and inefficient debate and to ineffective decision-making. If you reach a particularly controversial or difficult point in the discussion, you may want to move to a less controversial or simpler area for discussion and return later to the more difficult issue. You may wish to consider secret ballots if the jury would feel more comfortable with this procedure. You each have the right to your individual opinion, but you should be open to persuasion. It helps if you are open to the possibility that you might be wrong, or at least that you might change your mind about some issues after listening to other views. Misunderstanding can undermine your efforts. Seek clarification if you do not understand or if you think others are not talking about the same thing. The foreperson or some other juror as agreed to by the jury may wish to take notes of agreements and disagreements and, from time to time, set out the items on which you agree and those on which you have not yet reached agreement. You must deliberate as a group while you are all together. In spite of your best efforts, it is indeed possible that serious disagreements may arise. In that event, recognize and accept that getting stuck is often part of the decision-making process. It is easy to fall into the trap of believing that there is something wrong with someone who is not ready to move toward what may be an emerging decision. Such a belief, however, is not helpful. It can lead to a conflict of personalities rather than a conflict of issues. It is best to be patient with one another. Taking a break can often be helpful and lead to a satisfactory conclusion. The bailiff is available whenever you need to stretch, to calm down, to clear your minds, take a walk around the building, something of that nature. As I indicated, however, these are only suggestions, and you are free to proceed in any way you wish. When we began this process, I told you that we were going to be selecting 12 jurors plus 6 alternates. The reason why we do that is because in any case that lasts for longer than a day, if something were to happen to a juror during the process, I would have to declare a mistrial, start all over on another date at another time from the beginning with a whole new different crew. This was the first trial of any length that we've had since COVID. I have had long trials before, and I understand that things happen during trial. Sometimes people have family emergencies during trial. Sometimes people get sick. Sometimes, as in this case, we had a juror who didn't know that they knew a witness until that witness got here. So we always try to plan for that because we don't want to have to put everybody through another trial at a different time and start all over without any potential of resolution and without any potential of getting through all of the evidence. However, the law only permits 12 people to deliberate in this case. The alternates in this case are chosen at random. I'm still going to refer to you as number to protect your privacy. So we have 9 people in the back, number 10, number 11, number 12. You're 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 13 through 17 will not be deliberating. I'm going to excuse jurors 1 through 12. And Mr. Combs will take you back to the deliberation room. And there should be, do we have food? No. There should be food, or food is on the way. We are working on that. So please be patient with us. But we're going to send 12 of you back now. The other 5, please remain in the courtroom because I have further instructions for you. All rise for the 12 jurors, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Records should reflect that the 12 jurors have left the courtroom. We get to this point in every case, almost any case that lasts longer than a day. And I always feel terrible for the people that are the alternates because you have put in just as much time, effort, and energy as everyone else. You have dedicated a lot of time to this case over the last 7 weeks, 8 weeks, wherever we are. But you don't get to deliberate yet, which is why it is possible, and we just had it happen last week in a different case, where one of the jurors had to be replaced by an alternate. So this is going to sound a little strange. I'm going to release you, but you're not excused from jury service. What that means is that you're not going to be deliberating back with the 12, but you still cannot discuss this case among yourselves, cannot discuss the case with anyone else, cannot do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. The reason for that is it is possible that I would still need your services if something were to happen to one of the jurors that is deliberating. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have Mr. Sproul take you back to an alternate jury room because you guys have 2 of them back there. But I want to have a conversation with you about some security things and some publicity things and also some services that we offer. So I want to have that conversation with you before we discuss anything further. And you're welcome to stay in that jury room for the rest of the day. You're down here. I don't know what you want to do. We can talk about that, but we'll talk about all that back there. I do have certificates of service for you. And I also have a questionnaire, which I'm going to ask you to fill out. It's something that the state of Colorado sends out to jurors. So if you would take the time to fill it out, and I'll be back to talk with you in about 10 minutes or so, I'd greatly appreciate it. All rise for the jurors, please.
We're not going anywhere, you guys. We're going to stay here. So stay with us. We'll keep us on in the background, whatever you got to do.
You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. I have a couple of things, some announcements, primarily an advisement, I suppose, more than anything else. First of all, I will need contact information, clean laptop, and for anyone who's listening or interested in the ultimate outcome of the process, the plan is that once I am advised that a verdict has been reached, I will be contacting Mr. McCallum and Mr. Sarche, who are the public sort of information officers for the Colorado Judicial Branch, and they will send out a tweet. I'm going to, I will not be taking a verdict until 30 minutes after it has been announced, or I'm sorry, until 30 minutes after I send that to Mr. McCallum and Mr. Sarche. So the plan is that everybody will have 30 minutes time to be able to get back in place, and then we'll take the verdict. I also want to thank the attorneys for their presentation in this case. More importantly, I want to thank the lawyers for the presentation, or for the professionalism that they have demonstrated throughout this trial. This was a long trial. It involved difficult facts. I know it was hard on the jury. I know it was hard on the families. I know it was hard on the defendant. I also know it was hard on the lawyers. This case was logistically complex. There were lots of witnesses from lots of different places. All of that had to be coordinated to get them here. There was a lot of evidence. I think I've spoken with the court reporters. We're getting a little bit better at it, but it still takes us about 20 minutes to get all of the evidence from the courtroom into the evidence room at the end of the day. And the lawyers had to review all of that, both sides. They had to figure out how each piece of evidence related to a different piece of evidence and what witnesses related to what pieces of evidence. One side had to put all of that together, and the other side had to figure out how to defend against it. That both sides had very difficult jobs, but with the exception of one or two exceptions, at least as far as I could see, you acted professionally with each other. and respected that opposing counsel had a job to do. In a case that could have been made so much worse by bad lawyer behavior, all of you rose above that. I appreciate that. From a judge perspective, may not mean much, but from a judge perspective, I think you have put on a clinic for how cases should be tried. I've always thought professionalism among lawyers ultimately benefits the client, but I know that not everyone agrees with that. So, but I wanted to thank the lawyers for the presentation because I know how difficult this case was for everybody. So we need contact information for the lawyers. I've given an advisement as to how the verdict will be handled. And I suppose if there are any questions, we'll take up the issue of defendant's presence during those questions or whether she waives presence. Okay, we'll make sure that happens. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time, prosecution?
The only thing, Judge, this is potentially only anticipating issues is if the families can't get here within 30 minutes, we may be asking for you to push that a little bit longer. There's childcare issues and that kind of thing. And I know you'll be gracious with that.
I will, and I understand that. We'll take it up if it's an issue. All right. From the defense, anything that we need to address? Okay. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
All rise.
Oh my word. Okay. Just give me a second. Let's just fix this. Yeah. Letecia. There's no sound. I'm just waiting for this camera to be turned off. Let's just see her. Yeah, you sip that water. We can always see L. He's just tiny in the back on the left. You know? We just gotta look. Broke me when I saw him crying today. I'm just waiting for this camera. I'll cover. Yes. Security's coming in. I will start a timer as well. So wait, it's 4:42. Okay. Okay, that's it. The camera's off. So now we wait. Okay, so what I got to do now is just stand by. Let's get a few things ready, shall we? And I want to see your poll results as well. Where's this thing called? There we go. Wait. Okay. We'll do it from here. What's going on here? Okay. No. Okay, so just, I hope this doesn't double play. I just want to play something in a break quickly. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, okay? I'm just quickly setting up a timer for us, okay? Okay, mic check. Jacqueline's like, who's cutting onions? I'm like, exactly. Objection case says petition update less than 200 to go to hit 50K. So let me show you the petition. What I'm doing here is running a timer. Okay, I'm running a timer so we could see. I just want to bring this over. Bring that timer back up, please. Thank you. Thank you. We're running a timer to see. That's how long it's been since I started the clock. Okay, we're counting up this time. Okay, so for those of you asking, what is this petition? Gannon's law to ensure that children under the age, can you hear me by the way? Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Thank you so much, Dana. So Gannon's law to ensure that children under the age of 13 are classified as missing or endangered. Taryn Witt started this petition to El Paso County Sheriff's Office and one other. On January 27, 2020, the El Paso County Sheriff's Department was called around 6:55 p.m. and was informed of a runaway child, 11-year-old Gannon Stauch. Due to the reporting party, Gannon's stepmother, alluding to a runaway situation, the police response time was longer than it would have been in a typical missing child case, and when they arrived, based on info provided by the present caregiver, they listed Gannon as a runaway, losing critical and valuable time that could have been spent getting leads on this case. It is said that after the first 72 hours, the chances of finding a child are dramatically reduced. Within the first 72 hours, the community was not informed of a missing and possibly endangered child. After 3 days, they finally upgraded Gannon to a missing and endangered person. I created this petition with the intent to change how juveniles under a certain age are classified when missing, regardless of whether they are reported as a runaway. In the state of Colorado and in most states, it isn't safe to leave an 11-year-old unsupervised for more than 3 hours. At the 3-hour mark, at least, Gannon should have been considered missing and in danger. Edit, this petition is not to chastise or condemn local law enforcement. I believe they've been working very hard to bring closure to this case and with the information they were provided initially. I believe they did what they thought was best. However, I also believe that those first few hours were critical and that in the future, a child under 13 years old should be automatically listed as missing or endangered after a certain period of time, not more than 3 hours missing without contact, regardless of whether they suspected of or reported as running away. So this is in the description box. It's been in the description box most days. There's 1 or 2 days where I forgot to put it in, but it was yesterday and it is today as well. So we've been signing it, and so far, it's climbing slowly but surely, but I mean, there's almost 10,000 people here right now. So if you haven't signed it, please do it. What you got to do is fill in your first name and your last name and your email address. Then you say, sign this petition. But a very, very important step that so many people forget is that you will get an email and it often goes to spam. And then you have to click on the link where it says, it actually tells you, click on this link to confirm your signature. So you have to click on that link so that it gets counted here. I'm sure there could be 100,000, but so many people forget to click that link. So please do that. I think this is great that they started this. So yes. Okay. The jury is deliberating. So just hold on 1 second. I'll make something for you guys. I did actually make something. I just want to make something else. Okay. I want to make you guys a banner. Just hold on 1 second, please. Let me just remove this. And I can't really remove it because we got to show that. We got to show that timer. Let's show the timer. Maybe like this. That's a good one. Okay. Thank you. Signed and shared, you say. Thank you so much for doing that. Just hold on. I'm just going to do this for you so that you all know what's happening. The jury is deliberating. That's what we're waiting for. We anticipate jury is deliberating. I think it could be pretty quick. What do you guys think? I think the prosecution, man, they were so good. They were so good. We're going to debrief now. I just want to make this for you so that you can look at it for anyone who's feeling lost. Again, thank you so much, mods, for being here and for everything you do. Really appreciate it. Welcome to all the new members. They're not on a break. The jury is deliberating, just in case you guys don't know. So just hold on 1 second. I will bring this up for you now. And I'm very excited. I can't wait. I just can't. I've actually made another stream so that I could be like, okay, let's take a break and see. But I can't. I'm just like, let's see what happens. What if they come back any minute? I know they said they will need to first now. The forms are 45 minutes. Getting the family back is 30 minutes. So it will be a while, you know? Let's see how this looks. Not bad, not bad. Spin Cycle Dragon says, I think that they should come back soon. Crown Dice says 1 to 2 hours. I think jury needs some time to talk, but not to come to a decision. Yes. I'm thinking this timer might run for 4 hours is what I'm thinking. But I mean, I'm in two minds about this of like, I could end the stream and then we could come back when they come back. But I'm just like, no, man, let's just wait here a little bit, right? I'm just excited. I'm excited to wait with you. Okay, so let's see the poll results. Yes, they actually can. Carly says, can they go home for the weekend and come back Monday? Yes, they can. Yes, they can indeed. So yeah, we might wait for 4 hours and then that's it. And it's like, okay, see you on Monday. So I don't really know. Thank you all for signing the petition. I really appreciate it. Okay, let's see the poll results. How long do you think the jury will deliberate is what I asked you. And 65% say 30 minutes to 3 hours. 26% say 3 to 6 hours. 8% say all weekend until Monday morning. And 2% say done sometime next week. So I'm going to end that. KJ says they will eat lunch and come back in, watch. They're going to be chatting over lunchtime. They're like, What if I can make this even more full screen? How do we make it? Oh, yeah, like this. Yes, there we go. Crown Dice says, nah, pretty sure they'd want to finish this by the end of the week. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, they might be like, oh, man, it's Friday. Like, hopefully they're all on the same page. It's Friday. Let's just get this done. Lock her up. Yes. Yes, okay, it hit 50K. Okay, cool. Let me go here. If you just type in Gannon's, I'm just going to type it in because I'm showing something on the screen. If you type in Gannon's law on Google, then it literally comes up one of the first links, change.org. Let's see. Yes, thank you, everyone. That's great. There's 50,038 now that signed. Nancy Jennings says, I am from Virginia. And I'm sure all of us across every state in the US are linking arms in unison for Gannon. Right? All across every state and the world. Because I'm in the Netherlands. Okay, I'm South African sitting in the Netherlands. Yes. And there's lots of people here in the Netherlands watching too. And they're also from all over the place. So we've got a global audience here, all here for Gannon. Lilac Peach says, I love how you acknowledge us and being so gracious, G. I'll thank you so much. We could always just keep the timer running and the court stream and play some gentle music. That's another plan we could have. Yes. I Love Snow says, I think we can safely take a break for 30 minutes or so. Are you sure though? I would need a coffee break soon. Actually, I do need coffee. Thank you so much to everyone who's already bought me a coffee and sent PayPals and helped me get this mic. I mean, I really appreciate it. I needed another microphone. As nice as the road was, it was giving me problems. So thank you so much. Charlie Sparrow says, heartbroken for him. Justice for Gannon. Gee, you are a rock star. Petition is signed. Thank you so much, Charlie. And Krishna the Brain says, hit the like button for our Gisla and for Gannon. Thank you so much. Oh man, it made me so. Did you guys see when Al was crying? Whoa, that really broke me. He was, I think the prosecution's statements, they were just so powerful and impactful and just put it all in perspective. And it just hit. I haven't seen him kind of break down like that until today. He was wiping his face with tissues and crying. And it was like, oh my word. Yes. Cheeky Llama Creation. You're like, still here. You are naughty. That's going to be me at 3:23 a.m. my time too. You have got your beady eyes watching true crime in the night, okay? That means you're a grizzly. You're one of us. Yes. So, yes, okay. By the way, if you guys are asking about them, are they first going to have lunch and then only? No, the judge said that they're going to be ordering them lunch, like ordering in. They're not going out for lunch. They're not going anywhere. They will get them food and they're going to be deliberating and snacking. Doesn't that sound fun? I would love to be a fly on that wall right now. Chastity DeJean says, go Alan, go Alan. It's a doomsday. Go Alan. Right? Someone says, Danelle, G needs coffee, Fury needs a snack. Yes. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to get some coffee, and then we could talk some more. Always. There's always things to talk about. And I've got stamina like none other, I tell you. We are here. Where's the... Oh, yeah, here we go. I've made one for you. So let's do it like this. I'll just put some music on. I wonder what they're having for lunch. What do you think they order them in? And did they ask them, like, obviously, special dietary requirements? Anyone vegan, gluten intolerant? What we got going on here? Okay, so I just want to see how this looks quickly. Wait, I want to share the screen. Yes, sorry. Sorry about that. Nope. Thank you so much, Betsy. Okay, so the jury is deliberating. I would speculate they could be back within 4 hours or so. So let's see how it goes. I just do need to quickly get up, stretch my legs, and get some coffee. Coffee is needed in this house. Okay, always coffee first. Museline all around. Yes, Tiff Knox. I did get Fury some more museline today, so he's very, very spoiled. He's already had that. I just quickly want to see how to do this. Oh, we can do that. Why is StreamYard doing that? Sorry about that, everyone. I mean, I'm right here, okay? Looks at a confused face. Make it smaller. It's just not working with me today. Thank you so much for signing. Okay, and Klasina says, did anyone else notice that Al was wearing a suit today? Wonder if he's ready for a verdict and the press. Maybe. That's a good point. Good point. Wow, StreamYard really not loving this. Okay. Yeah, Dieter. So annoying. Anyway, we're here together. It's all good. Oh, there's two of me here. Gosh. Okay. Gannon's law petition signed. Thank you. But I hope by the end of this, there'll be like 50. How many I've got? 51,000. It's so possible. There's almost 10,000 people here. Oh, my word. Okay. So it's been 15 minutes. That's it. 15 minutes. And I'm like, are we ready? Send out a notice. I can't really send out a notice. I'd have to end the stream to send out a notice. That's the problem. Yes. Thank you for signing the petition and sharing. Okay, so what for you was the most impactful moment today? There was first the prosecution's closing arguments, then the defense, then the rebuttal. I think that rebuttal was so good, right? Yeah, Stefan's like better two than none. At least we've got good sound, okay? And it's as if this freaking thing just wants to take over the whole screen. You see, I will always blame Bill Gates. That's better. Okay. Okay. They send an email to what? Oh, yeah, they do that. That's for the petition. Yes, indeed, they do that. Thank you. Yes, Alison, and thank you to Grizzly Cat for always sharing it. That petition, Grizzly Cat has been sharing so much on Twitter, and so many Grizzlies have been signing it. Susanna, welcome to membership. The rebuttal, that was my favorite. It was spot on. Absolutely spot on. I agree. Yes. Did you guys see that? Did you see the words they put on there? They were like lying, manipulating. Oh my word. They put so many words on there. Covering, hiding. I was like, damn, they really went for it. Okay. So we finished reading that one article about Dr. Lewis, right? Share the court like this. That's better. Then we can really see what's going on here. And then this is how we'll know. Tammy says, do you know if victim impact family statements will be today or not? I think that's at the sentencing when they do that. If I stand corrected, but I think when it's time for sentencing, which I don't know when that will be, then I think it's time for that. Belinda Bunn says, thank you for your hard work and always providing us with your great insight. Thank you so much, Belinda Bunn. I really appreciate it. I really like how the prosecution reminded everyone of all these little bits, all these calculated moves that Letecia made, right? That was so good. Wow. Just checking something. Okay, thank you. Sentencing, yes. Concha says, geez, what is your opinion of a US trial? I like it. And I really like how you guys stream it and televise it and all of that. I like the whole jury process. It's the first time I'm streaming a trial, but I've often broken down, made summaries and things of trials, like the Chandler Halderson one. Oh my word. That one I should have actually also just streamed. That was hectic, right? Let's see did you ever find out who the bald guy with a suit was who was next to Letecia 3 days ago? The bald guy with a suit? You mean the one that gave her, like, I don't know, medicine or something? I'm not sure who that was. Yes. Okay, now let me put this back on. Seeing as I can't put the other one back. Here we go. Jury's deliberating. Chazzy boy. Black Widow, Chazzy boy. That was one hectic trial. Whoa. My word. And even there still, I'm very visual. So like everything I remember from that, like him in the swimming pool and all of that. No. Horrible stuff. Okay, let's just move this here. Yeah, Cherry says, not sure if the judge will do sentencing today or wait till next week. I don't know. Sometimes it could take weeks too, right? Can you imagine? We will not be that lucky, right? Sentencing today, I'll be like, what? That'll be amazing. Nancy Jennings says, that is an undercover cop. Okay. Yes, different. Chazzy boy would have been hectic with me, right? Dana says, will she be in regular population in prison if she gets life? Gen Pop, very likely. Very likely, yes. So, what I'm going to do, because I need coffee, you guys, but I'm monitoring this stream. I'm taking my phone with me. I'm monitoring there. I'm going to make Mr. Grizzly monitor it too. He's going to be on night duty. You monitor just in case, okay? Follow me on Twitter. My handle is @TrueCrimeGizzler. Please don't get confused because there are impersonators on Twitter. And now that I've updated my profile on Twitter to say that there are impersonators, now their dumbass Twitter system now has taken my little blue check mark away while they re-verify me. which is just fantastic. So my handle is at truecrimegizzler on Twitter. Follow me there. And that is a place where you can reach me real quick as well. If you send me a message there, usually there I'm like, what's happening? You know, there's always like news happening and breaking on Twitter. Keep It Real says, Grizzly, I just want to say everybody in the Grizzly community, very respectful, classy, a lot of love in here for justice. Thank you for everything. You are the best. Oh, thank you so much. It's been really great. You know, when you do something that, you do something that you didn't think you would ever do, like, and then you're like, why didn't I never do this? I'm sure we all know how that feels. I'm like, why did I never stream trials with you guys before? It's really great to be with you. It's like so much better than going through all this alone. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to play a song. I just actually want to find, I wish I could find a longer one for you. Yes. If you are on Patreon, the notifications there work really well. So what I'm going to do is, as soon as that is one way to get your notifications on, okay? And it's also a very easy way to get certificates like you guys are demanding. Certificates, we've made one when we went through the whole Elliot Rodger manifesto. Then somebody, one of the Grizzlies made us a certificate that I shared there on Patreon, because Patreon, you can share documents, you can share photos, multiple formats. And they only take 10% from content creators, whereas YouTube takes 50%. I'm just saying, right? So a certificate or something like that, I'd probably share on Patreon. And my point is notification. I'm going to send a notification out there on Patreon. It'll go straight to your email. So if you wanted to sign up to Patreon for $1, you're going to know. You're going to know. Even if it's temporary, for a month or whatever. You're going to know when the jury's back, because I will tell you guys, like, get here now. Everybody get your butts back to the stream. It's going to be this same stream, okay? Julie, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Yes. The Red Stiletto says, please explain the Redbubble issue. The only issue is that there as well, there are impersonators. There's people that are making Grizzly, they're making Grizzly True Crime merch on Redbubble. I no longer have a Redbubble store because I, the original content creator, was banned because thieves decided that it's their brand. So yeah, and Redbubble was not very supportive at all. So if you're buying merch on Redbubble, it's not me. I didn't make it there at all, okay? Tina says, just got on. How long has the jury been out? Literally, we've got a timer on the screen here, so that we can see how long they've been out. Thank you so much, Tina. Really appreciate that. All right, so now let me play some music for you. Let's hear this one. Don't panic, everyone. Judge said we'll know at least half an hour before everyone returns. We'll know that they are going to return, okay? So I'll let everyone know as well on Patreon. That's the only way I can do it, because we're going to keep the stream running for now. Welcome to all the new members. Flo says, thank you so much for all you did. Best coverage anywhere. Thank you so much, Flo. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Red alert, red alert. I can hear it now. Get all the Grizzlies in. Yes, Van, tell them, yeah, they stole the brand and made merch for it. They did. They did indeed. It's horrible. It's a horrible world we live in sometimes. Okay, so can you see this nicely? We should make it, wait. No. This is fine. I wanted to make it slightly wider, but I don't think, oh, there we go. There we go. That's good. Like that. I'm gonna put it here. Okay, so the song is just gonna keep playing. I hope that's okay. Let's play this one. Okay, see you guys just now. Mic check. Mic check, everyone. Hello. Here I am. Wait, let's see what happens if I do this. Looks pretty weird. But I don't mind being here like this a little bit. Okay. So, well, welcome back, even though we're just still waiting. It's been an hour and 18 minutes. So I put the music really nice and soft because at some point it was double playing, so sorry about that. I mean, we're all just being hopeful at this point. You know that, right? But I hope they will come back soon. I mean, they do also, they ordered in lunch, and I know that they're going to be having lunch and deliberating. So I don't know, just put yourself in their shoes, you know, put yourself in that room. It could be any minute now, or another half an hour, maybe 2 hours. It feels like it could be today. What do you guys think? Stefan says mic check. It's a pretty cool mic, actually, right? This one is pretty good. And thank you everyone for signing the petition. Really appreciate it. And yes, thank you to all the protective grizzlies. You guys, you make me laugh. I mean, trolls have a right to their opinion. I also have a right to reenact that opinion on my second channel. Maybe that's what they want. But it's kind of weird getting trolled on another channel with a sticker. Anyway, cool stuff. Good job. Good job. Okay, I'm just seeing what's happening here. So Barb says took longer to fill out paperwork in Brooks' case. Didn't they say that it could take didn't they say like 45 minutes to fill in the paperwork? Something like that. Okay. C minor op says definitely today. Is this a weird view, by the way? Is this okay? I just want to make sure that everybody knows. Otherwise, you're going to ask, what is the jury doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? They're deliberating. Let me just make this banner a little bit higher, like this. I know you can't see what I'm doing, even though I say like this. Beck Fest says, you've done a great job. Justice is soon. Thank you so much. I mean, I can't wait. Silver Bullet says, oh, gee, you scared me. I'm awake now. Sorry. I should have come on with my pilot voice. Where I was like, hello, everyone. Welcome back. Okay. So there's just lots of things we could talk about. You know what I mean? My hair does look like it has a blue tint right now, but it doesn't actually. I did at some stage have like a blue tint in my hair, but right now it is looking blue, and that's just because of the lights, I think. Oh, I don't have the main light on. It looks pretty cool. I'm going to leave it like that. Nice. Okay. You see, but then hold on. My green screen is doing a thing. So just hold on 1 second. Okay. See, now it's normal again. I just saw it was like, so. Barb, oh my word. Do you guys remember that trial? I'm glad I didn't stream that one. Took longer to read the verdict in Darrell Brooks. Sure, that was a case and a half. Wow. Okay, I'm just quickly going to do this. Yes, I love to make it blue-black as well. Blue-black. That's my favorite. Yes. Okay, so I just want to make the banner so that I'm not like covered by too much. Just hold on 1 second. We're going to go like this. We'll keep monitoring the court. Yeah, that's a little bit better, right? Okay, then we can still see everything. Thank you, Alina. And thank you, everyone, for signing the petition. You guys are so funny. Synergy girl. Yes, please do. At least you provided some comic relief. Old ignorer. What are we saying? Okay. So, Jill says, I'm completely jacked right now. Are we angry? What are we? I could make another poll for you guys. How about that? Let's just see. Wait, move the thing forward. Okay, let's make a poll for you. Let's say, what do you think? What are the options, right? Guilty. I'm just going to do a simple poll time. Okay, did it happen? Yeah. Okay. Ooh, wait, I missed something. Estelle says quirkiness and snarkiness is next to godliness. Go for it. Ach, donkey, Estelle. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. The petition is in the description box. If you Google Gannon's Law, it's the first result that comes up, but I will also put it in the chat here for you right now. Let's actually refresh that petition and see how many people have signed. Right now, we have 50,642 people have signed. I think that's brilliant. Good job. Good job. Okay. You left my shorts on Letecia. I still got to do the nose one. Did you see? Oh, my word. I was going like, oh, when Letecia was sitting there today and she literally did like a nose wipe. She scratched in her hair and then she like sniffs her fingers. Oh my gosh. So if you don't know, this, yeah. Look, the camera's on here. The camera is on here. Okay, calm down. I could see a courtroom camera on. Look here. You see that? You see that? Why? Why is the courtroom camera on? Damn, C minor op 67 says you are the only creator I'm a member of too. Okay, I'm a member too. So you're great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I see this court camera went on, and to me, that's a good sign. Wait, let's quickly go to Twitter. CO courts, I think. Colorado courts. That's what we're monitoring. Look there, the cameraman's doing something. Sound on, mic check. Maybe they're doing mic checks. I'm watching Twitter at CO Courts. They say people versus staff 1 hour ago. Closing arguments have been made and jury deliberations are underway. Once the jury's reached a verdict, the court will read the verdict 30 minutes later. Notice of a verdict will be sent from this account. So that was 1 hour ago, okay? So don't worry, we're monitoring that as well. Yes, the courtroom camera just went on. But maybe they're just checking something. I don't know. But still, it just went off. Damn it, come on. Like maybe they're just checking, let's see what's happening. Call everyone back in. But anyway, CO courts is what we're looking for. And if you're wondering, like, what the hell is the stream? We're just here together. We are here together waiting. Sorry, I want to still show you. I want to still be able to show you the timer. Hold on. Nope, that one. There we go. Yeah, the court camera. I think it's time for you to serenade us, G. Is it? I don't think I'm good at that at all. Okay, Mandy, thank you so much. Welcome to membership. We will have another members stream again soon. And patrons, I know. I owe you some videos. I got blooper videos, okay? I got forest walks. Today was a rainy one. And all I did was go buy carrot cake. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I know the suspense. So we're just here together, hanging out, waiting with all hope. Just like we just got hope and faith that this is happening today. That's it. There's not much else to go on, but the facts of what they presented today, it just was so compelling that it's like, oh man. And yeah, if Alec Murdaugh was 45 minutes or so, I don't doubt that this could also be quite fast. It's already been an hour 26 since I started the timer, and I started about 2 or 3 minutes late. So about an hour and a half now. Welcome, Angela. Yes, Anita says Grizzlies are anxiously awaiting a verdict. Indeed, we are. And it's not like I have no plan. We've got all these things to look at, things to do, things to go over. And I also just like, now I can really pay attention to your comments here and see. Malibu Surf is like, carrot cake. When I get really stressed, I buy carrot cake. That's when you know, oh man, she's so stressed. Mr. Grizzly's like, what did you do today? I'm like, I went out and then I bought carrot cake and then I came back and it's just like court time. I was very stressed about this, Dr. Lewis, and this mistrial attempt. Oh my word. Rachel Boys, thank you so much for that New Zealand $2.20 super stick. I really appreciate it. Eileen says, are we doing anything Sunday? I don't know what's happening on Sunday. Why? Do you need an excuse? Do you need me to write you a note? You need to be at the stream. Brittany says they better make sure sound isn't muted. Oh my word. They better not. That sound, it better not be muted. Absolutely not. Yes. Okay. So I thought maybe we could go over the timeline a little bit. And by that, I mean, which one is it? This one? Oh, my bad. Okay, there. So Crime Curious has made a timeline. There's a website called crimecurious.com. If I'm not mistaken, is Crime Curious not the same lady that phoned into Ickett Mail? Right? I'm not sure. But anyway, Crime Curious has got a brilliant timeline here that you guys have been sending me as well. We do love bullet points and timelines. So I could show it to you like this. If muted, we riot. I will get on a plane. I will go to Colorado. They'll be like, oh, damn. Knock, knock, knock. Okay. Sorry, now the timer's not there. Ugh, word. Move it to the side. Move it to the side. Hello, timer. Could you? How about... I'm going to make it smaller again. Okay, there we go. This is not a bad setup, actually. So we can look at everything. Yeah, don't jinx it. Let's not jinx it. Don't talk about it ever again. Muted, guys. Christy Taylor says, hey, G, I was told that jury don't want to leave today without a verdict. He will come live with you if you want after they are released. Oh, really? You know I'm loving the sound of that. Somebody knows somebody who is on the jury. Let me see the emails. That would be nice. Okay, I'm looking. Where's the email? Did you email the members only one or what? I'm just checking. Oh, man. Come on, man. Come on, work with me. And then we're going to go over the timeline. So just hold on 1 second. This is pretty important because that could be pretty cool to have someone. And I'm just going to have to do my little two-factor verification. Stand by. Okay. So the timer that we've got going here is we started the clock when they started deliberating. Okay. Oh, my word. It wants me to do things. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Abby says, did they say how long they'll keep the jury tonight? Also, thanks for streaming every day. It's been great not watching by myself. Yes, thank you. And thank you for being here. It's been so great for me too, not watching by myself. Okay. I can't see that. I don't see your email right now, Christy. I'm looking. Maybe did it go to spam? Why would it go to spam? Why? I don't have it yet. But you can email me anytime. Okay, so wait. Somebody is saying something here that I almost missed. Crime Curious is a sweetheart. Yeah, she was in the chat here the other day. Life Love True Crime says Gannon had the same birthday as me. This one is dear to my heart, followed from day one. Me too, I followed this because I was also like, wait, what? Colorado again? After Chris Watts? I'm like, what's happening here? So I will make sure that this is linked as well as crimecurious.com/Stauch in the description box afterwards. So they say, so just so everyone's clear, the jury is deliberating. I'm just talking here so that we can kind of hang out and talk about the case and everything while we wait. We might take breaks here and there, but they might be back who knows when. Any minute now, could it be or not? Okay. Just got an important email here. Like that. Okay. So we are here together. Hashtag Gannon's Army, hashtag Gannon Strong. Please like and share if you haven't yet liked the stream so that others know we are here. We're busy talking a little bit now. Here and there will take breaks. I've started the timer when the jury started deliberating. That was an hour and a half ago, as you can see. We don't know how long they're going to take. But apparently, from what I'm reading on email from someone who knows someone, they don't want to leave. And they don't want to leave today until they've reached a verdict. So I think that's very cool. Thank you, Christy. I got it. I got it now. Thank you so much. TG Marie's like, nothing to talk about. Guilty. As Pascal from the Pascal show would say, he always says, him guilty. Well, she him guilty. I would say it him guilty. Right? So let's have a look at this timeline because we do love bullet points. So let's have it. It says the oh wow, that's always gets me. The 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office has presented a theory that Letecia Stauch murdered her stepson in the basement, yeah, of his bedroom, yeah, of the family's El Paso County home between approximately 2:15 and 3:15 p.m. on Monday, January 27th, 2020. I know it's a little bit small, but I just want to keep this going so everyone can see if they're hopping on or off what's happening. To be clear, Letecia Stauch is the defendant. Albert Stauch was her husband. Harley Hunt was the defendant's 17-year-old daughter. Gannon Stauch, homicide victim, was Albert's 11-year-old son, and Lena Stauch was Albert's 8-year-old daughter. Are you guys also surprised that the defense didn't have Harley on the stand at all? Because she was listed as one of their potential witnesses too. I wasn't too sure how it works if you are going to be a witness for both sides, but I was like, I really thought she would be back on the stand, but nope, she was not. And if you guys missed it the other day in that stream, I'm going to read this now again. It was her birthday, the day that Letecia Stauch was mouthing something. It did look like she was saying, "Happy birthday, Harley," right? And it was Harley's birthday that day because Harley posted something on her Instagram stories about it. Okay, so I just want to see what it looks like if I do zoom in here. See, it kind of I just need to then move this. It's not too bad. So Saturday, January 25th, 2020. So that's why I like this, because we look at everything so far, even though it's condensed and bullet pointed. I mean, there's a lot. Whoa, remember Kevin Clark? Oh my word, I love that. I love the timeline and the map time presentations presented by the prosecution and their witnesses. Oh my word. Vienna says Sarah Boone will plead not guilty by reason of unintentionally. Wow. Yes, I've got it down to 1/10 of a second. We are waiting. Every 1/10 of a second counts. Lucia says, if a juror said, that is misconduct. If a juror said, no, a juror didn't say, don't worry. Ash Marie Carlson says, did you notice the faces Al was making during Yes. During prosecution closing statement, when talking about Gannon being lethargic and motive, she really did give a tell, because every time they're like, they said she hated Gannon, and then she scrunched her face of like, as to make it as if like, oh my word, why did they say this is so ridiculous? But then that was a tell. We saw that. Okay. So Saturday, January 25th, 2020, Albert goes to Denver and spends the night. So remember, Albert's mother was staying with them for about a week. And then he actually drove with her to the airport, and he stayed at the airport that night. He said he slept on the floor on his duffel bag, and his brother flew back home. Letecia searches the internet for things like, find me a rich guy who wants me to take care of his kids. And I wonder if my husband's ex-wife is sending me a Valentine's card since I raise her kids. She was also looking for work in Florida or California as a flight attendant, and she was calculating the cost of moving away from Colorado. Stauch was curious about renting a 2-bedroom apartment. And we later learned as well, 1-bedroom apartment. Oh man, her Google searches were rough. We can go over them again if you wanted to, depending on how much time we have. I hope we don't have a lot of time. I hope I get interrupted big time, like, oh my word, the court is back. Right? In fact, I want to move this over to this screen here so that I can keep my eye on it at all times. Okay. Thank you so much, Janice. I really appreciate it. So then, Sunday, January 26, 2020, Albert flies commercially from Colorado to Oklahoma with a layover in Texas. Letecia, Lena, and Gannon go on a hike at Garden of the Gods and then to Burger King. I wonder if they did go to Burger King, right? Like, I'm just saying, Letecia's stories, oh my gosh. Harley Hunt was at work Sunday evening, but claims that she did see Gannon alive and allegedly well when she arrived home from work. Massage Envy closes at 10 p.m. But remember that, so I'm just giving my commentary in between, right? How creepy is it? I don't know what happened on Sunday night besides this candle incident. We don't know exactly what happened there, but my mind goes places of like, oh dear. And Gannon was in bed, and Letecia specifically said to Harley, let's go downstairs and say goodnight to him, and walked downstairs with Harley. They peeped in the room. Harley said all she saw him, but she saw his head, and she didn't say exactly how he looked, but she's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I just said goodnight, and that was it. Couldn't recall if he answered or not, or what happened. But that is also one of those proof of life moments, you know what I mean? Same as I like that they used that. Oh my word, that terminology was so brilliant by the prosecution today. The proof of life, like the picture she took and the things she was saying, and terrible. Summer Watson, thanks for all the long days of streaming. My pleasure. Thank you so much for being here. Alina says, Mama said you need to find a nice girl on Grizzly True Crime. Okay, please don't do that. Thank you for your sticker. Rachel Boyce, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Okay, so then Holly Hunt was at work and the misogyny closed at 10 p.m. Gannon allegedly sets a carpet on fire with a candle, which makes no sense. That whole story makes no sense still, and it sounds very, very sinister. Letecia makes an accidental video somewhere around 11 p.m. while berating her stepson, making him pinky promise that he had not done it on purpose. I can't believe when he says, I'm just worried about my burns. She says, okay, so what are we going to sell? We could sell the couch. We could sell, that was so creepy. Like, what about his burns though? He's saying, I'm just worried about my burns. And she literally shushes him and says, no, what can we sell? Darlene Weaver says, do you think you will do another trial live again? Absolutely. Yes, Darlene, yes. I do. I really enjoy it with you guys. I really do. It's nice to be together. It's actually quite comforting to be together and chat together. I think we all feel like that, right? As this happens, because watching it alone, oh my word, it can be rough. Imagine watching this whole trial alone. What? I'm now thinking, how did I ever do that before? So Monday, January 27th, 2020, that's the day that Gannon was murdered. So let's go over this timeline. And as you know, I am monitoring the court. The jury's deliberating still. It's been an hour and 40 minutes. 3 a.m. Letecia texts her employer, falsely stating that her stepfather, I think she texted him at 4:27 though. Oh, retext. Okay, yeah. Okay, no, good. Rexy55 says, thank you for streaming this trial. We love you. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's true. She said, shh, listen. Okay, so 3 a.m., Letecia texts her employer falsely stating that her stepfather died tragically over the weekend and that she would therefore not be coming to work. I find it so weird how Letecia was lying to Special Agent, FBI Special Agent Grusing about that. Like, I didn't send a text. I just booked off the Friday before already. Like, I already booked off, said I'm not coming to work. Why would she lie about that? I mean, okay, firstly, the why would she lie about that is a standard question in this case because she lied about everything. Like, why would she make up Iguardo, Cash Belly Lady? What? That's crazy. But not insane. Anyway. Sorry, I had to just add that in there. But the point is, why would she say, like, no, I didn't send it because, hello, they're going to know what text you sent. Silly? That's so silly. At 4:37 a.m., Letecia retexts her employer with the same false statement verbatim. Morning. Letecia texts Albert stating Gannon had been awake most of the night with stomach problems. Letecia excuses Gannon's absence from school. At 8:13 a.m., Letecia snaps a photo of Gannon in his bed, which was very creepy and really looked like there was a suitcase in that bed already. I'm not T-Pain says, she lies about, I have so many questions, like, why is that your handle? I would love to know. Send me an email. Did someone accuse you of being T-Pain? You say, she lies about things that can easily be proven. It makes no sense why she does that ever. Yeah, literally. Welcome, Danny. Dr. Finn is like, love G, please don't do that. Yeah, not the dating. Please don't do that. Not the dating show. Yes. Peace dog. No one knows why. It was not nice. Even with a super sticker. Sis. Anyway, the Grizzlies are very protective. Grizzlies represent the audacity there. But anyway. Okay, so 8:13 a.m., Letecia snaps a photo of Gannon in his bed. 9:56 a.m., Leticia's phone is locked but not turned off. 10:16 a.m., Letecia and Gannon leave the home in Albert's red Nissan Frontier truck. For all the South Africans in the chat, I'm so sorry that I say Nissan. You must laugh your head off at me because we say Nissan. But I'm saying Nissan now because there's more Americans than South Africans here at the moment. Nissan. Red Nissan Frontier truck. Okay. 10:37 a.m. A text message is sent from Gannon's phone to Harley's phone that reads, Tisha left phone at home. If you need her, text me. And let's not forget that Letecia also texted Albert to say that she's left her phone at home, but she texted it before she even left her phone at home. Wow. Yes, we're going to do that together as well. Dr. Defender Naomi Irion case, Cassie Carley, those trials I won't be able to do alone. I mean, Richard Allen in the Delphi case, Taylor Shea business. There's the Sarah Boone one I know you guys are all interested in as well. There's so many actually. And I mean, the Lori Vallow Daybell one's ongoing now. And then at 11:22 a.m. on January 27, 2020, Letecia is seen making a purchase at a Petco on the north end of Colorado Springs, 22 miles from home. Gannon is not visible on camera. She leaves Gannon's phone inside the Petco, and according to her, she drives up to the Palmer Lake area off the highway at County Line Road. That still bugs the crap out of me. Like, I just really wonder what state Gannon was in at that point, because she was already, in my opinion, scouting out the area, because she was in that area, you know, in Elle's truck looking. And then that's later where she went to dump the suitcase with Gannon's remains in. How scary is that? Like, to literally be a flower on the wall in this case, it must be absolutely terrifying. All cases are like that. I mean, if you think of, well, so many, but like the Chris Watts case too, whoa. You know? And this, I don't know what the hell she was thinking then. Buying doggy outfits, like three dog outfits, but they've got 2 dogs. And saying she bought Gannon Valentine's candy. That is so strange on January 27th, 2020. Kathleen says, the Nissan thing is so bad, really. Kathleen's also South African. Nissan. Yes, all the South Africans are laughing at me, okay. So then, at 12:06 p.m., a text message is sent from Albert's phone to Gannon's phone that reads, hey, buddy. At 1:21 p.m., a text message is sent from Gannon's phone to Albert's phone that reads, can I play Zelda at least? Albert responds, not today. I mean, that must break his heart still to this day. Those types of things would haunt one because he was murdered about an hour later, right? So if that's him that sent that text, can I play Zelda at least? And Albert saying, not today. I mean, he had no idea what was happening, but it's so sad to think of now, right? At 1:22 p.m., Letecia is once again seen making a purchase at the same Petco location. Gannon is not visible on the footage. I really wonder, like, did she actually buy something the second time? I know she went there a second time, and I think it's because she went there the first time, browsed around, left Gannon's phone there because her phone was at home, then drove off, scouted out the area, came back, picked up the phone that she hid somewhere in the store, I'm sure, and then bought those dog outfits, right? Casey, this is Crime Curious who typed this all up, crimecurious.com/Stauch. So shout out to Crime Curious for typing this up. It's on their website. Yes, I saw this. Another stepmother kills her 6-year-old stepdaughter and puts her in a bucket. That was very hectic. My word. Okay, so I'm still monitoring the court. As always, you guys, don't worry. We won't miss a thing. If they're back, I will tell you they're back. We can check the tweet, actually. Just hold on. Hope I'm keeping you guys entertained while we wait. Gerda D says, voor een koffie en een biertje. Thanks for the hard work. Groetjes uit Utrecht. Gerda's in Utrecht. Very close to me. Thank you. Dankjewel, Gerda. I don't drink beer. I don't drink alcohol anymore at all. But may I then have 2 coffees, please? Because you said 1 coffee, 1 beer. So could it maybe be 2 coffees? Or how about a coffee and a rose tonic? I love rose flavored stuff. So I buy this fizzy rose tonic that doesn't have any alcohol in. It's very nice. Okay, let's quickly look at Twitter, okay? Let's do that. I'll put it here so that you can see as well. This is what I'm monitoring. Colorado courts. Yep, there's nothing yet. That was 1 hour ago still. Notice of a verdict will be sent from this account. Ooh. And we're waiting. We're looking. No, where else is it? There we go. Nice. Ace Nickel says, I don't drink anymore either. 16 months Monday. Woohoo. Nice. Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to say anything more about it except for I think a lot of people in the true crime community struggle with anxiety. And I just want to say that alcohol does not help that at all. If you just research it, no, it actually doesn't help, especially not long term at all. It's not worth it, people. Okay, now we move on. So 2:19 p.m. Wait. Let's carry on let's go from 1:21 p.m. A text message is sent from Gannon's phone to Albert's phone that reads, "Can I play Zelda at least?" Albert responds, "Not today." 1:22 p.m. Letecia is once again at Petco, and I was saying I think she picked up Gannon's phone and off they went again, right? 2:19 p.m. Letecia arrives at home. I hope we can at some point see better quality footage, probably with the FOIA request or something, right? Better quality footage of all those ring cams, because we really couldn't see it that well from that little court TV, as in the TV in the courtroom. Wow, that was tiny and we couldn't see very well, but they're showing that Gannon came home with Letecia that day. Well done to everyone that is celebrating sobriety. Very nice. Oh, sorry, the timer. No. Time is here. It's just because I clicked on Twitter. Thank you for reminding me to put the timer back on. Okay, so at 2:45 p.m., Leticia's phone is unlocked. Isn't that really scary? Because they got home at 2:19 p.m. So did she already do something between 2:19 to 2:45 or what? Because at 2:45 p.m. her phone is unlocked. And they know she left the phone at home. The data proved it. And she also didn't unlock it at all. So let's just check. Is our chat, it's going quite fast, right? Okay, no, we're slow enough now. 180 seconds. Damn. Okay. So at 2:45, her phone is unlocked. At 3:11 p.m., Lena returns home from school and is sent outside. I don't know why Tulini today, the defense, in their closing arguments, said that it's ridiculous to say that Lena wasn't in the house, or that they're making like as if Leticia's like frantically cleaning, which she probably was, and that Lena was in the house. But yet when she went in the house, we know that Letecia told her, Gannon's in my room. You can't go in there and you can't see him. Go outside until I call you. And so Lena was like, whoa, she didn't even have a snack. She didn't have a normal routine. She didn't do her homework like she normally would. So yeah, I don't think the jury's going to buy that at all. The evidence showed a very different story. We all saw the surveillance of Lena walking outside for a long time. It's also not safe for an 8-year-old to just be walking around outside, dawdling around for an hour, you know? Warrior Aphrodite says, I think she burnt him and the carpet with the candle and made him say he did it, then added about getting kicked out. I think she did worse than that, but I agree with you. I agree that things were done. But man, that candle story, oh my gosh. I think it's a lot. I always keep saying, I think it's scarier than we know, right? Yes, so when we get the full discovery, when we get everything, I really hope we get like really good, crisp quality footage so we can actually see. So then, at 3:55 p.m., a text message is sent from Albert's phone to Gannon's phone that reads, "Hey, buddy, this message is not opened until 7:40 p.m. No reply." Again, I find it absolutely sickening that Letecia took Gannon's phone and was texting and calling Gannon's mother, Landon, with that phone. To me, that's just a continuation of the pain she wanted to cause. Don't you think? It is. She didn't call anyone else from that we know with that phone. She was using Gannon's phone to call and text Landon. Wow. Purple says, who on earth is the 2%? Sometimes people just want to click something to be different. You know what I mean? Welcome, Laura. And Nana Duncan says he was in bad shape when they got home at 2:20 p.m. Right? Okay. So at 4:42 p.m., Harley arrives at the residence and picks Lena up. At 4:52 p.m., Letecia sends Harley a text requesting carpet powder, trash bags, and baking soda. At 5:14 p.m., Harley purchases these and other seemingly unrelated items at the local store, and she also purchases vinegar. She got like hair ties and cotton rounds and things like that. At 6:55 p.m., just wait. Okay, I just want to keep monitoring the court. 6:55 p.m. We heard that today. That call wasn't as good as what we'd heard before. The quality of the audio they played today, but nonetheless they played it. Letecia dialed 911 and reports Gannon as a potential runaway, saying that he was expected home by 6 p.m. He left at 3:15 p.m. You see, that time is just like, damn. And her story is that as Lena was coming home, Gannon was leaving. Because she probably thought no one's going to believe an 8-year-old. So even if Lena says, no, I don't see him leaving when I came home. In fact, she told me I can't see him because he's in her room. Remember that? So, man, I think Letecia's just like, no, man, no one's going to believe an 8-year-old. I could just say that when Lena got home, Gannon left, which is obviously not the truth. Stauch was then referred to the El Paso County non-emergency number. At 7:32 p.m., Gannon is entered into state and national databases as a runaway. At 10:09 p.m., officers respond to 6627 Mandan Drive in order to investigate and perform a limited search with Letecia's permission. Now, we've heard from both the prosecution and the defense that Gannon was put in that suitcase and put in the storeroom with boxes on top. Today, the defense said with boxes on top of the bag. That was so scary. With boxes on top. Because we were all wondering, well, where did she initially? So actually, if you count how many times she moved his body, it's so many times. Because he was murdered in his bedroom. And then the prosecution said she dragged his body to the storage room and put him in the suitcase. So that's already once. And then probably left it there overnight because the next day she loaded that bag into the Tiggy one, as we know, the Tig one, and took the Tig one to the airport. Stayed there the whole day. And then she came home with a rental car and all that. Went back there later that evening, took that Tig one, moved his body to South Perry Park Road, Douglas County, to that S-curve, as they say, right? From there, she went back there to collect the suitcase again. So that's number 4, moving it for the 4th time, and then placed it in Florida. So she moved his body a lot. So scary. And anyway, so when the officers were there on that night, a lot of people are saying, well, how did they miss it? Why didn't they see it? But they were looking, they thought this was a runaway case. She reported him as a runaway. And then just 2 days later or so, she changed her story to abducted. And then this whole Iguardo story and all that. Kit Vicious says, I think blunt force trauma happened before the candle. The candle was to cover up the blood. Gannon didn't remember, was knocked out, and was blamed. Could be. Yes. That as well. I'm not T-Pain says she had him in the storage room because there was blood. There was his blood in there and on plastic bins. Yes. And on that Amazon box on the lid of that plastic bin. You're right. Yes. Yeah. The tiger iguana. Tigiguan. And I hope you guys all by now know I'm saying it because that's how the prosecution says it. Mr. Allen. Tigiguan. Okay. So the jury's been deliberating for almost 2 hours now. And here we are. Now, we look at Tuesday, January 28th, 2020. At 8:30 a.m., Letecia rents a Kia Rio and picks it up at the Colorado Springs airport. She leaves the black Volkswagen. Again, South Africans, I'm so sorry. Your ears must be hurting now. We say Volkswagen. Anyway, Volkswagen Tiguan in the parking lot of the airport. Welcome, Gigi. And Stars Alliance says, I'm so nervous. Drive the courthouse earlier, and the energy downtown is so somber. Come on, jury. Don't fail Gannon. Thanks, G, for all your work. Wow, the energy downtown is so somber. Yes, it must be. It must be. It's really tough, right? Thank you so much for your sticker. And yes, come on, jury. KS says, I missed the first part, but to all who are newly sober, be proud. It's so hard, but it gets easier as you go. Hang in and ask for help when you need. Yes, thank you so much. Lots of sober grizzlies. I'm just reading a few here. Okay. Susan, you're having carrot cake too. Yeah. Kathleen's like, sis. Volkswagen, Nissan. You're like, sis. Okay, so 8:30 a.m. She takes the Tiguan with Gannon's remains in the suitcase in the Tiguan and goes and parks it at the Colorado Springs airport and then rents a vehicle. There's text between her and Al as well, where she's like, should I rent a vehicle? And I think this because she's leasing a car and she doesn't want to put mileage on it. And he's like, what the hell? Like, okay. So she rents a Kia Rio. Letecia gives Harley the directive, pull your car in the garage via text message. At 8:50 a.m., which would probably be to what, cover up, I don't know what. Just that's weird. At 8:50 a.m., Albert's plane arrives and Letecia picks him up from the Colorado Springs airport in the rental car. Do you guys remember the text that she sent? Like, I'm sorry that you feel the need to ignore me, especially with the helicopter crash that happened, which she's talking about the Kobe Bryant and all the other passengers that died in the helicopter crash. That's what she's talking about. Can you believe how much she deflects? Like, ooh, let's focus on this tragedy so that we don't focus on her killing his son. Oh, my word. That is quite something, huh? Sure. Anyway, so at 8:50 a.m., Albert's plane arrives. Letecia picks him up from the Colorado Springs airport in the rental car. She does not disclose the exact location of the Tiguan, telling him instead that it was parked near a local school. She said near the French elementary school. That's the moment that he went and took a drive around that French elementary school and saw her car wasn't there. That's when it really hit him that, like, damn, she's lying. She's up to something. She's lying. Her car's not here, right? Gannon's biological mother, Landon, arrives in town to help search for Gannon. She got there quick. Letecia didn't like it. When she arrived, Leticia's like, okay, I'm out, which is quite telling as well. Letecia and Albert meet with detectives Bethel and Riley at Starbucks on Fountain Mesa Road to talk about Gannon's disappearance, continuing on with the runaway narrative. At 4:04 p.m., authorities ask for Gannon's toothbrush in order to get a sample of his DNA. At 4:19 p.m., Letecia uses her phone to search the internet. They are asking for our son's toothbrush, but said nothing is wrong. I mean, she searches like a dumbass. Right? The thing she searches, what? At 4:31 p.m., Letecia has a text conversation with Albert. She thinks detectives are hiding something. No, that would be you. She's projecting so hard. She thinks detectives are hiding something because they asked for Gannon's toothbrush. At 7:02 p.m., she retrieves the Tiguan from the airport. Now remember that she's not the one that ever took Gannon's comb or toothbrush to the police station. It was Elle that did that. So she was avoiding that, right? Lady Moonlight says, trial going to deliberation on a full moon. Letecia will be turning into a werewolf. No, a vampire. She's busy summoning Jasper. I say Nike. But I know there's Nike and Nike, so there's that. I say Nike. But even in South Africa, people say it differently. Yes, Hilaria says, like Google's going to talk to her. Can you imagine how scary her Alexa history must be? Huh? Because she switched that Alexa off. Remember, she disconnected the switch and Alexa from the Wi-Fi. That's a scary thought. Imagine what she asked Alexa all that time. Whoa. I just quickly want to see something here. Okay. Just still monitoring the court. And let me just quickly, I'll put the timer back on now. I just quickly want to refresh this. Okay, nothing new yet. Okay. So if you lost, we're still looking at Tuesday, January 28th, 2020. And this is from Crime Curious, who made all these wonderful bullet points. Love bullet points. If you guys ever want to send me bullet points, I love them. I love it when emails have bullet points. I'm like, yes, this is so nice. Okay. At 4:19 p.m., yeah, Letecia, we looked at that now. They are asking for our son's toothbrush, but said nothing is wrong. Detectives are hiding something because they asked for Gannon's toothbrush. 7:02 p.m., she retrieves the Tiguan from the airport, but doesn't hand in the rental car yet. At 8:08 p.m., the Tiguan sits idle at a nearby supermarket for about 10 minutes. At 9:15 p.m., Letecia arrives at Highway 105 South Perry Park Road in Palmer Lake. Her iPhone was disconnected from the cellular network. Wow. She spent about 15 minutes in the area. That's a scary thought. Imagine if anyone could have seen her. At first, dumping the suitcase there and the wooden board. Nana Junkin, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jed is like, Alexa told it, shut up. Yes, Alexa. Duck says, when she told Al the Tiguan was at the elementary when it was really at the airport. Don't worry if anyone's feeling anxious about this. I mean, we're all anxious, but we're here together. So hopefully that calms us all because we're here together waiting. And we're monitoring the court as well to see when are they coming back. Mandio, thank you so much. I really appreciate your $1 super sticker. Porter Street says, how did Letecia learn they found Gannon? They talked about it in closing. It was actually a mental health forensic psychologist, or it was actually a, wait. It was the El Paso County jail psychologist. I think it was Dr. Christine Moore that went to check on Letecia when they learned that Gannon's body was found, especially because she'd been charged with it. So just to make sure she was okay with it. So that's how she found out. But the defense said that Letecia used to have other lawyers. And then those lawyers apparently met with her that day, but via WebEx, I think. And they told her. That's the story. Anyway, so between her previous defense attorneys and the El Paso County jail psychologist, that's how she found out. But when she found out from the psychologist that Gannon's body was found, she said, I didn't even go to Florida, which was like, wow. So there's still that debate, I think, a little bit of, well, did the attorneys tell her or not? That I'd still like to know. Thank you, Lucy Lou. Woo. Yes, and it would have been pitch dark where she dumped the body. I think that was, oh man, it just flew by. Sorry about that. But yes, it would have been pitch dark there, which is why she slipped up when she explained to Elle on a phone call that they went to Petco. She's talking about January 27th, before the murder. We went to Petco and Dunkin' Donuts and all those calls, right? And she said, then we took a drive because he wanted to see the castle. And there's apparently a castle there near in that area, that South Perry Park Road, Douglas County, Palmer Lake area. So she's like, we were going there. And then she also says they were looking for a bicycle for Elle. Oh my word. That whole story, the Craigslist guy story. So they were there. But she said we were driving around. It was all dark and mountainy. But she slipped up there because it wasn't dark and mountainy that day. In fact, it was dark and mountainy the next day when she ditched his body there. Yes. Paige Matthew says, what scares me is it could just be one juror who believes that she had a break with reality. Really hope that juror paid attention to that timeline because it's very hard to argue, especially just even those Google searches. Yeah, I don't know when they think they come back. I don't know. This we do not know at all. Let's just see here quickly. Okay. So we're still looking at January 28th here. That's what we're doing right now. And monitoring the courts as always. If anything happens, I will tell you. I'll put it right on. Kitty Cat says, I think the jury will decide by 3 p.m. Let's quickly just look here. I just want to make sure I have this here as well. Colorado time. What time is it now? 4? Denver. Wait, what? All right, I'm just quickly looking. 3:20. It's 3:20 p.m. now in Denver. So it's 3:20 p.m. there. So hopefully by 5? Yeah, 3:20. Thank you. Okay, so we're just debriefing now with bullet points. Nay says, gee, I've managed an all-nighter, 7:20 a.m. here in Australia. Good morning to you. Hope the coffee's good. Wow, an all-nighter. It does happen in true crime, huh? I do that sometimes. I wouldn't recommend. That's not so good for us, but here and there, it's okay. I do it too. Then I'm like, morning to Mr. Grizzly. And he's like, what? If you wonder who Mr. Grizzly is, you guys called him that, okay? His name is Raphael. But you guys are like, Mr. Grizzly. So, yes. Okay. We're still, just in case, last Tuesday, January 28th, 2020, we're busy with the whole Tiggy-1 route, or route, as you say in America. At 8:08 p.m., the Tiggy-1 sits idle at a nearby supermarket for about 10 minutes. At 9:15 p.m., Letecia arrives at Highway 105 South Perry Park Road in Palmer Lake. Her iPhone was disconnected from the cellular network. She spent about 15 minutes in the area. Detectives perform a more thorough search of the Stauch residence after Albert relays some concerns about Letecia's behavior to detectives. Namely, he knows that she lied about the location of her vehicle. Things aren't adding up. Lena is taken by detectives from the home to do a forensic interview with Albert's permission. At 10:26 p.m., Harley leaves the Stauch residence and uses her Volkswagen Jetta to meet Letecia in the area of Powers and Carefree parking lot of Harley's work. Detectives are still searching the home. You guys are so funny. It's right now in Denver, Colorado. So Colorado time, it's 3:20. Okay. For me, it's 11:20. Of course, I'll be covering it. Yes, absolutely. Did I not mention it? No. I'm living in Europe. It's completely different licenses. I have no interest in it either. So no. No, I'm not a pilot anymore. And I'm very glad about that. Okay, so 10:26 p.m., January 28th, 2020. Harley leaves the Stauch residence and uses her Volkswagen Jetta to meet Letecia in the area of Powers and Carefree, which is her work parking lot. Detectives are still searching the home. At 10:45 p.m., Letecia makes a statement to Detective Bethel via text message that reads, "What do you want from me? Because I have nothing. One of your very own leaked to me what you guys were doing. I did nothing or am being set up. I'm not really even sure, other than being told that by another blue with El Paso. I was told I couldn't go home to sleep, and on top of that, men was sent to a home with a minor female, and she was forced to stay there, not even to leave for food. Every conversation that is said, even at this moment, I can hear inside. What do you want from me?" Wow, Letecia, wow. Shh. Can you believe it? Can't believe how she talked to the Detective Bethel. Wow. Okay, so Letecia and Harley spend the night at the Stauch residence. Wednesday, January 29th, 2020. Stars Alliance says, "Gee, you're living in the future." I know, right? Do I know the verdict yet? Unfortunately not. Okay. Lally will have a member stream sometime, and then you guys can ask me all kinds of questions like that. Right? Because that's got a longer answer than I can just say quickly here. Okay, so Wednesday, January 29th, 2020. At 7:19 a.m., Letecia texts Albert while he's on the couch in the next room. Oh man, Letecia. She asks him to come into the bedroom and talk to her. This is the first time she tells him that Gannon didn't run away. Instead, she claims that she was SA'd and Gannon was kidnapped. Albert collects and secures the firearms in the house, tells everyone to stay out of Gannon's bedroom because it might be a crime scene. And then he and Landon go back into the master bedroom and ask Letecia to tell them both the story. Wow. Ms. Marple says, watched most replays, but grateful to be here on Jury Watch with Gisela and the Grizzlies. Yes, we are on Jury Watch, everyone. Can you imagine all the small talk that Will Cook is making? I feel like he's a small talk kind of guy, you know? Standing there with his hands in his pockets like, so. Okay. 9 a.m. Letecia returns the rental car to the airport, but she left it at the short-term parking area and she just chucked the keys with someone. They actually said on the sidewalk. Like one of the representatives, she's like, here you go, here's the keys. And they're like, what? Like, where is the vehicle? Like, oh, it's in short-term parking. Gotta go, bye. And off she goes. At 11:30 a.m., Letecia stops on her way to the police station in order to wash the Tiguan. She was already running an hour and a half late for the appointment by this time. 12 p.m. Letecia arrives 2 hours late for a voluntary meeting with detectives and brings handwritten notes. Do you guys remember that? We saw a lot during this trial. We saw a lot. Oh my word. Becky G, yeah, leave for food. Is there not any food at all in the house? It's weird, right? Especially at that time of night where she's like, she couldn't even leave for food. Like, what? Yes, jury, can they hear us? Come back, please. It's been almost 2.5 hours. So, that's true. Someone says, I think they are debating the premeditation. Could be. Will is a small kind of guy. Al got scared, then, holy crap, get the firearms. I'm glad that Al then was like, whoa, nobody go into the room. So at 12 p.m., Letecia arrives 2 hours late for a voluntary meeting. I mean, as if that's not strange. And she arrived with handwritten notes. She admits that Gannon did not run away. She then falsely claims to have been held at gunpoint and essayed by a dark stranger named Iguardo in the basement of the home. She says that he was a man that she had hired to fix the burnt carpet. Letecia tells investigators that she provided her attacker with a suitcase and a cardboard box before he kidnapped Gannon. Because remember, Iguardo came in there with those baggy pants, pink boots, okay? Red and black jacket, which is interesting because I thought she was so triggered. I thought Maria was triggered by wearing, someone wearing red. Yeah, okay. And he had a business card that also just slipped out of his pocket. And then she could see, whoa, that's not Iguardo, that's Quincy Brown. Anyway, but he demanded a suitcase. So after essaying her and knocking her out all over the place, which makes no sense at all, then he demanded a suitcase. So she gave him a suitcase and a cardboard box. Letecia admits to cleaning up the alleged crime scene. And later even sickeningly said that Lena helped her clean it up. I really hope that is not true at all. Lena was outside, but I really hope she didn't at some point say, clean this or do... Oh, no. Ooh, I still get such chills just thinking about... I'm like such a clean freak, germaphobe, and just thinking of Letecia putting those scrub brushes, oh my word, in the dishwasher. No. Thank you so much, Heidi. Really appreciate it. So, she refuses to participate in a SANE exam, and that's a SA exam. Like, was she essayed or not? Not sane or not sane, not like sanity, you know what I mean? Authorities seize her cell phone and the Tiguan. They detain her while they apply for a warrant to obtain DNA, and she begins stuffing used tissues in her pants, and claims to be having a panic attack with chest pains and shortness of breath. Do you guys remember when she was like something was oozing out of her? Sorry, I'm just like, but she was like dabbing something here. Oh my word, that was like 2 days ago. What was she doing? What was oozing out of her shoulder or neck or whatever? That was weird. And there also she started stuffing tissues in there, which is why I thought of it here. But we saw that she's like, when you watch that footage, she's like, oh no, I think I peed a little bit. And so now we know why she stuffed those tissues down there. She thought she peed a bit. That's it. Ew. As if we thought things couldn't get worse. Every day of this trial, we were like, But seriously, it can't get worse, right? Like, no, it can. Like, Leticia's always got another story up her sleeve. And I'm sure there'll be more as well. So then, paramedics transported to a local hospital. Letecia once again declines to participate in an evidence collection exam and signs herself out of the hospital's care after making a miraculous recovery. Yes. She makes a phone call from the waiting room. Letecia is transported to a nearby Taco Bell by an unknown person. I wonder who that is. And is reunited with her daughter and her daughter's friend, where she then invites herself for a sleepover. Letecia and Harley spent the night at the Lorson Ranch residence of Janine Sanchez. So if you didn't remember that, because Leticia's phone and the Tiguan was seized, Leticia's like, meet me at the Taco Bell. Somebody took her there. She gets there. She's in the car. She's using Harley's phone. She's texting Janine. Like, can I sleep over too? And then she's turning off the location and saying, we need to turn off our location now. Like, oh my word. And yeah, she invited her for a sleepover, which must have been ultra awkward for Janine. You guys know I've never had Taco Bell, and I am very upset about it. It looks very nice. We don't have it. Not in South Africa, not in the Netherlands. And whenever I've been to America, I never went to Taco Bell. I'm not sure why. Okay, so Thursday, January 30th, 2020, 1:05 p.m. Letecia and Harley are detained at a Marshall's department store in order to search and or seize Harley's white Volkswagen Jetta and cell phone. Letecia runs from detectives and throws the keys across the parking lot before being detained. And remember, that undercover police officer was like, whoa, what the hell was that? Because he's just like, hey, we'd like to talk to you. And she's like running, keys being thrown. And she's like, don't tell them anything. And they're like, what? They're like, okay, cuff them. So, yes. Oh, wow. You guys are like, you're not missing anything? Oh, okay. Good to know. I'm not missing a thing. So, that was, and they don't have body cam for that event there outside the Marshalls. And this was already the day when she'd already called her aunt and brother to come and help search for Gannon. But meanwhile, she actually just used them to help, rent a van. I was still looking forward to the defense because their potential witness list had Brenda Acard. They wanted to say it almost like awkward. It spelled like A card. Conrad says, recall, even the Halderson jury took 2 hours. Yes, true. So, oh, there we go. Crime Curious. Thanks for sharing timeline. Work in progress. I love it. I love the bullet points. This is Crime Curious, everyone. So now you can just easily tap there, subscribe over there. But thank you so much for making this. Love bullet points. And it helps us like talking points. We can chat along with it. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Taco Bell. So there's no body cam for that time. And that was the time. Sorry, I was saying two things at once now. I was looking forward to the defense because on their potential witness list, they had Brenda Acard on, or Acard, or Awkward, however you want to say it. Brenda, Amy Lowry, which is Leticia's sister, they were on that list as well. I'm like, ooh, that'll be so interesting. But no. Nope. They had Dr. Niederhauser and Dr. Dorothy Lewis, and that was that. Like, wow, okay. Anyway, but the point is the family was on the way, and they were looking for Letecia, but her phone had been seized. So she was saying to Harley, we need to go buy another phone. That's what they were doing. And then at this moment, yeah, undercover cops were like, we need to talk to you. And Leticia's running and throwing car keys and getting cuffed and all of this kind of stuff that happened there. But there's no body cam because they were undercover cops. Yes. So, yeah, big shout out to Crime Curious. Thank you so much that I can read this. It says Colorado case files. Love it. And we're all signing the petition and everything. So that's in the description box, you guys. Gannon's Law petition. I will check the Twitter after this again. So they say Leticia's mother, brother, and aunt arrive in town to support Harley and Letecia and to help search for Gannon. I wonder how they feel about this. Huh? How do they like feel after all this? Jinxie says, no, 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 Taco Bell cock. Okay. Well, good to know I'm not missing out. Crunch wrap. Nice. Yes, Brenda says she screamed, don't tell them anything to Holly. But what did Holly know to tell them? I don't know. Don't tell them anything. Very interesting. Maybe it's just a coercive control language. Just always, just don't tell them anything. Don't answer anything. Just in case. Just in case, right? Yes, Jean says bullet points are so awesome. Love bullet points. Okay, and so Thursday, January 30th, the families arrive at the Sir Marshall's. That all happens. Leticia's mother, brother, aunt arrive in town to help search for Gannon. I mean, shame. They must be like, wait, what? They pick her up at the Marshall's location after Harley's vehicle seized by law enforcement. Leticia's aunt, Brenda, secures a Nissan Altima by rental contract, and law enforcement applies for a warrant to track its location by external GPS device. Gannon's case is upgraded from a runaway child to missing endangered. Friday, January 31st, 2020, Letecia gives Spencer Wilson of KKTV an impromptu television interview. Now we know she wanted that interview. Do you remember that? Learning that? That was like, wait, what? She actually wanted it? She makes like, oh man, the media was just after me. No, you literally, you were after them. Lovely Denver. Thank you so much. You say, I had an epiphany. Dr. Lewis's son was in the Leticia's interview because it was take your child to work day. That's what Dorothy should have said. Yeah. I can't believe she had a son there. Oh my word. They were like, she would give your phone to Eric. She's like, yes, just give my phone to Eric. Because remember, Dr. Lewis's phone rang during the proceedings as well. That was quite something. The murder jury, apparently, it took about 45 minutes, right? Can't remember. To me, even this it feels quick, even though it's been 2.5 hours. I'm still like, oh, we're just still chatting yet. Okay, so wait, let me check Twitter. Nothing new yet. Still here from 2 hours ago. Lucia says, why didn't they follow her to park when she moved? Gee, the Altima had the tracker. This bothers me. They would have caught her red-handed and found G. Follow her to park. Oh, when she moved, Gannon, sorry. So I'm so used to being called G myself that I'm like, wait, what? Okay, let's just go back here. Why didn't they follow her to park when she moved Gannon? The Altima had the tracker. They would have caught her red-handed. I think they need to have evidence, right? They were still busy processing the crime scene. Not even knowing at that point it was still, she went so quickly. Remember, this is already on the 30th. She's renting vehicles and making her way there. So it's all about probable cause. That takes time to actually have all the evidence and do all the testing and get everything together and realize this is not a missing case, a missing child's case. This is not an abduction. Like, this looks like murder, but then to prove it, to find all the evidence and everything. So that's probably why, right? Dr. Fenner says, perfect prizes go to crime curious for delighting G with bullet points. Can you guys tell I'm very happy with bullet points? Yes. So then on Friday, January 31st, 2020, Letecia gives Spencer Wilson a KKTV an impromptu. Who wants to watch that again? We can watch it again if you want. Is there anything you want to watch again from the trial? Like the Google searches or more of Elle's testimony? Hopefully we won't have too much longer to wait though. Or, the Maria video right now. No, I'd have to actually work with that audio to even try. Anyway, for now we're doing this. Let's hope this is all we have to do, you know what I mean? Let's do this and then they come back. How about that? I hope so. So Letecia gives Spencer Wilson an impromptu television interview with her back to the camera outside the family's Lorson Ranch home after loading a moving van full of items and before the property was sealed off as a crime scene. Letecia then utilizes the rented Altima in order to return to the Palmer Lake area one final time before skipping town. Interesting. You guys are like Al's testimony. I'm just looking. Google searches. Yes, the interview and Al's testimony. We can watch it again. Maybe we have time for everything. Okay. Letecia then utilizes this Ultima. So everyone asked, how did she get her stuff out of the house? Because remember, police were checking everything they took out of the house. But at that point, Gannon's body was still in Palmer Lake. And after all of that, putting all the stuff in the van, then Letecia utilized the rented Ultima to go back to Palmer Lake one final time before skipping town. That was to pick that suitcase up. The verdict does have to be unanimous. Yes, it does, Amanda. Thank you, Angie. Kimberly, she first heard it when she was already in jail. She was arrested on March 2nd, 2020, and his body was found on March 17th, 2020. And I believe she found out, if I stand corrected, but I think it was on March 19th or so, like 2 or so days later. And she wanted to call her mom. That's what they're saying. She kept saying, I want to call my mom. Like, I wasn't in Florida, so it wasn't, she didn't. Have you guys noticed we haven't once seen her cry through this whole thing? There's no tears from her at all. And that's also quite a tell. Lori says, thanks, Grizzly, for all your hard work. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. So, Letecia, Harley, Brenda, that's Leticia's aunt, Deborah, her mom, Dakota, her brother, plus Sadie, French Bulldog, and Chance, English Bulldog, spent the night at the Extended Stay America Hotel at 5855 Corporate Drive in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Renee Days, thank you so much. Yeah, there's been no crying. Yeah, I'm not T-Pain says, them crocodile tears be flowing though. Oh, yes. No emotion at all. The television interview. So let's see some of these notes here. Letecia Stauch seemed to feign both outrage and innocence while speaking about her stepson in the past tense. The tell was most likely unintentional. Notice that Letecia gets Spencer Wilson of KKTV to move forward to his next question by claiming that she's not allowed to talk about the case, when what she really means is, I can't answer that question about the last time Gannon was seen because I already told detectives 2 days ago that he actually didn't run away. Instead, I was sexually assaulted and he was kidnapped. 2, when she says, I'm not missing, what she really means is, I just loaded up a moving van and I'm about to skip town after I stop in Palmer Lake one more time. 3, and when she says, I am being cooperative, what she really means is, I narrowly escaped a police interview by faking a panic attack and then fled from Memorial Hospital. I also ran from detectives outside a department store and threw my daughter's keys across the parking lot in an effort to escape the situation before they got us both in handcuffs, and I directed my daughter to remain silent and ask for an attorney. Loving the snarky undertones, Cram Curious, loving it. Jessica Andrews, not dissing officers, but why didn't they move boxes and suitcases in the storage room? That would have changed a lot. The problem is, it's because Letecia reported Gannon as a runaway. So they wouldn't really do that. You know, it's not a full forensic search. I don't even think they have the right to do that, you know? So that's probably why. Okay, it's been 2.5 hours. The jury is still deliberating. KKTV, you are? Leticia's like, I am Letecia Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother. You've been part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right? She's like, correct. What did you see when you last saw him? And we know how difficult that question was for her. We saw it. Special Agent Grusing, oh my word. He asked her that like more than 30 times. And she couldn't answer that. Letecia, well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations like the things that have been said that I've just disappeared from the community, that I haven't been there to help. But there's a lot of reasons behind that. I could almost speak like her after listening to her for so long. Oh, no. Agent Scully Wannabe says, yours was the first channel I became a member of. I'm a proud Grizzly and you are awesome. Thank you so much, Agent Scully Wannabe. That's so nice. Thank you. Not Squirrel says, gee, how about some humor to break the tension and show G&T? Guess you missed Nora's super sticker on The Lawyer You Know. I may not have a single sight of a smirk or a smile ever. This is true crime. Like, obviously, we're talking about a case, but here and there, we need to break the ice. But not squirrel. There's so many things for everyone. If you guys do want some comedic relief, yes, make your way over to my second channel, but keep an eye on this stream so you don't miss anything. And go check over there. What's happening there? Okay, it's been 2.5 hours. I'm just reading through this and then let me just see. So this we know, this is like transcribed, right? Okay. So let's go to, map time 2. Crime curious, speaking my language over here. Yes, the road trip. Mother and daughter relocate to Myrtle Beach. Yes, I love all of these. Look at, there's so many bullet points. We could be here all night with this, you guys. You're like, oh my word, what? All night. Okay, so just hold on. I would like to quickly do this. Let's do it on the side. Hey, Heineman's like, naughty Nora. Okay, so 2 things. Take a break from that. I'm going to put, this is Mr. Grizzly's channel because you guys keep asking about it, right? There's Sakura Aviation, number 1. This is, everything is on the website though, you guys. If you can't find things, it's all on grizzlytruecrime.com. In the chat now, this is my other channel. It's where there's like some comedic relief and some fury and all kinds of stuff there for you. And then I want to Old Dustone says, I'm going to start worrying pretty soon. Don't worry. Let me type. Okay, this one. Okay.
I am
Here we are. So let's watch this one again. I just love Spencer's face here. He's like, oh man. Oh, sorry, and we need the timer still. Okay, there we go. Well, when I press play, it's going to go away. So hold on.
Letecia Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations, like the things that have been said that I've disappeared from the community. I haven't been there to help, but there's lots of reasons behind that.
Reasons like death threats, right?
Right. Death threats are one of them.
There's so many reasons behind that. Like, we know she's the killer. So we really know a lot of stuff now since the day we saw this interview. Wow. Yeah, the jury, the verdict has to be unanimous. Oh my word, Delta Dawn. Love you, Mods G, but not gonna lie, I love Fury the most. This was hard and you all made me feel safe. Thank you so much, Delta Dawn. It was hard. And we do all feel much safer and comfortable together as we watch this trial and fight together using our voice for Gannon. Thank you so much. Oh my word. So yeah, I pause here and there. The timer is still going. I pause here and there so that we can just talk about what she's saying here. But damn, what she's like, there's a lot of reasons behind that. But see, even here, she can't answer the question, when did you last see Gannon? She makes like it's all about death threats and everything. White Mama says, you think she'll cry for herself if guilty or sane? I personally don't think so. I think she'll try to just make like it's nothing, just brush it off in her cell maybe. But I think she'll pretend in front of everyone or act out. Those are probably the 2 things. Okay.
My family's getting lots of death threats. We counted over 20 some death threats already. 2, my husband's ex-wife is living in our home. And of course, I'm not coming home to do these things and to help with the family when I was kind of like told I couldn't. And then many other things that happened with the El Paso County Police Department, and in doing the investigation, I was told I wasn't complying. And can I elaborate on that?
Please do.
Yes. So I asked for an attorney during the interview, and I was denied that by them. I was held because they were blocking the door, and I was told I couldn't leave, and that if I would have touched them, they would have probably, said I still wasn't complying, or said I was, trying to run away or something. But during the interview, I asked several times, could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? Could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? I was denied. I was told I couldn't get nothing to drink. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I mean, it was continuously that my constitutional rights were violated.
And that's why you say that they said then you weren't cooperating with the investigation.
That's why they said I wasn't cooperating at that time. Correct.
And why did you ask for an attorney at the time?
Well, I asked for an attorney at the time because there was one individual, there was two really good detectives. And so I'm not, going to talk bad about detectives, but the tactics they started to get when I would answer questions, they try to, they're detectives. They're supposed to twist. The one main goal is to find Gannon. But during that time, some of those things made me feel uncomfortable the way they were saying things. So I immediately stopped and felt like.
Oh man, I'm just gonna pause here and there. Oh, she felt so uncomfortable because it's all about her, right? Becky G says for Fury, he will have deliberation jangled nerves and bubble us. He will. He's just been eating tuna and he eats like a wild boy. My word, the tuna is like all around. I don't know, he like takes some out and circles around. So it's like a plate with tuna and all around the plate is the tuna. So he's loving all your treats, guys. I think we're going to have a big cat soon. He's a growing boy. Wow, Letecia. I just remember that was also a favorite moment. The minute that Spencer took the stand, I'm like, that's Spencer. Everyone's like, how do you know that's Spencer? I'm like, that's him. And there he was. It was like, yes. I mean, and he talked about her demeanor change, but not in the sense of DID, just like, oh, am I still on camera? And then just be like, wait, can we just refilm that? And then she's like crying at the end. They're like, oh, come on. Wow. She's like, lights, camera, action.
Like an attorney would help me with some of the vocabulary and things like that I needed help with and understanding some of the things that they were asking.
I'm going to shift gears to what has become a huge online presence of people obviously trying to do the right thing, help find Gannon. But at the same time, sometimes it just feels like rumor mongering. Have you seen any of those comments yourself?
We have. And see, that's one of the main things we haven't been around in the public eye because I didn't want to expose my family to it if all these things were going on. There was comments about Gannon getting pushed off the hike, and there was comments about this, and that's just not true. I took care of Gannon for the last 2 years in our home because his mother didn't want to do it. And I would never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun. And my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car.
And they weren't in there?
They weren't even in her car. I mean, in her purse. And they were in my pocket.
You originally didn't even know it was the law enforcement officers?
I didn't know it was a law enforcement officer because when he came out, I guess he was putting his jacket on, and it wasn't necessarily his fault. He was adjusting and happened to catch me. But I saw the gun and I panicked originally and kind of thought, oh gosh, I got who's this guy? And then once I realized it was the sheriff's office, I was totally okay, but they still had a gun and told me they were going to shoot me. But I was really concerned.
What a liar. Oh my word, she lies so much. If you guys do want to skip forward or whatever on all of those live stream replays that I have from this trial, right? It's timestamped, meaning go to the pinned comments or the description box or hover over the video and it literally says on whichever day it was, you might have to look through some of them. I can't remember which day Spencer was there, but it will say Spencer's testimony. So just check it out. It's very easy to find all the witnesses because I made sure to timestamp it for you. Oh my word. And here you could hear, she's like, I panicked. I saw the gun. They said they're going to shoot me. Like, that is so not true. We heard what the police officer said. We heard she ran. She threw the car keys across the parking lot and ran. She's like, don't say anything. Like, oh my word. Wait, what? They never did show Al on the stand. No, they did not. So yes. Wait. Somebody's saying there is a 30-minute flipping hot fines. Did they say something now or what? Okay, wait. I'll have to monitor on all these different screens. Let's just look at Twitter quickly. Colorado courts. I don't see anything new. Kelly G just emailed you a photo of Els Moods, through Dr. Lewis' testimony, wanted to share with the Grizzly fam. Thank you for being here for us and Gannon. I will check it out when I can. Thank you so much, Kelly. Her Moods through Dr. Lewis. Oh, man. Robin, Moan, thank you so much, Grizzly Family Challenge. Over 8,000 people watching. Let's show G some gratitude for hard work during this trial. Remember, YouTube keeps 50%. Thanks, G, for all you have done for us. Every dollar helps. Thank you so much. That's true. YouTube does keep 50%. So thank you so much, especially if you send PayPal, that's direct. Or buy me a coffee's great. Patreon is fantastic as well. They take 10%. But thank you so much. Old Jerry says, Grizzly, I love your timestamps. It makes it so easy to find what you wanted to watch. I'm glad. That's what it's there for. Okay, nothing is on Twitter. No other updates yet.
Concerned about my daughter asking why she was being detained in handcuffs and things like that, when that shouldn't even happen for a child. That shouldn't happen for someone who was standing inside of a store shopping, because we couldn't have any clothes because all of our clothes were here. If we came here and got clothes, we would be harassed. So she went to purchase some underwear and things like that and was putting the handcuffs in the store, and then brought out with men with guns. And that's just not okay. They could have approached me and said, hi, I'm with El Paso County. Can I please get this? Instead of the way that it happened.
I'm just going to check your shot. You're doing great.
Yes, they're just so impolite to a child killer. You know what? They could have just asked me. They could have just been like, excuse me, like, hi, are you Kim K? Oh my word, I thought you were Kim K for a second. Do you mind if we just quickly ask you a couple of questions? I mean, come on. Paige Malone says, if Landon is suffering drug addiction, it's definitely more of a mental illness than anything LS ever wished she had. If she is, yes. But yeah, Letecia, come on, right? And Sarah says she was not in the military yet. Exactly. Letecia got arrested on March 2nd, 2020, when she had dropped Harley off at the recruitment center to become part of the army, right? Yes. Okay. What kind of person? I mean, even just this, okay? Her calculated move of being such a weirdo and having her back to the camera. Well, she actually does love the spotlight. She wants to do this interview, but she needs her back to the camera. Why is that? You know what I mean? So you got your back to the camera. This is not someone psychotic. This is not someone insane. It's someone weird, okay, and calculated and a criminal. But to calculate, I'm just going to make sure, wait, where's the camera? Yeah, okay, I'm going to have my back to it. Did that come across okay? No, I'm going to can we just do another take? Okay, now quickly. Waterworks, 3, 2, 1. Come on. Okay, continuing on.
I want to make sure that we're still good on recording, still can hear you okay. Okay, yeah, sounds like we're good. Every once in a while my mic will give out, and I want to make sure that's not going to happen here. Okay.
Ooh, thank you, Grizzly Cat. Okay. Closing arguments have been made, and jury deliberations are underway. Once the jury's reached a verdict, the court will read the verdict 30 minutes later. What? Wait, what? I'm looking at the status. We've seen that. Closing arguments have been made. Notice of a verdict will be sent from the SCOT. No, that's the same thing we've read, okay, but what else have I got? I don't see. Okay, wait. Get to the status. We're looking. So that's still from 2 hours ago that I have. Well, thank you, Grizzly Cat, but what is it? What is the update? Please can you DM me there? Stacy B says her attorney saw this interview and still claims she was above average intelligence. Sure she is, right?
I should try and clarify here, not necessarily crime rates, but the way that people are reacting online to rumors about you with the search.
Oh yes, wow. The rumors have gotten so bad. I pretty much have been told at least 10 different ways that these people have these conspiracy theories. I guess they watch a lot of law shows and maybe they have all these theories on how Gannon is dead. And that's what they're saying. So I'm like, why are you saying Gannon is dead? He is not dead. We are going to find Gannon. And that's the main goal that we all have.
And she's saying that so confidently because she thinks no one's going to find him. Just to quickly clarify, thank you, Grizzly Cat, for saying the official link. That's the one we've been following, you guys. That's the one I've shown you throughout the stream. Thank you for sending it though. But there's nothing new on there yet, okay? So that is where they're going to have the update, but we don't have it yet. Ginger snapped. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. You say, hey, all been listening all day with you. Just been busy putting up a pool. Listen, are you talking about swimming pools? Can I come swim? A pool and a new bed. Patiently, anxiously awaiting the jury, hoping for a verdict real soon. Much appreciation to you, G, and the mods for all you've done and continue doing for us. Thank you so much. Oh my word. That is so sweet. Damn. Thank you so much, Lissy Holmes. Really appreciate it. And Tara, am I saying it right? Where was Maria at Marshall's when she had a gun pulled on her? She was like, I'm protecting the people, yeah? A little bit Jamaican, a little bit Irish, a little bit Spanish, with a tiny dash of Russian. Yeah, I'm not T-Pain says, girl, we were right. We were all right. You did it. We knew it from the start. This is one of those moments where in true crime, right, we sometimes watch interviews like this, and then you know how it goes. It's like red flag, red flag. This one is so freaking guilty, but we can't say that. Isn't this just so nice that at the time when we all watched this, okay, I wasn't on YouTube yet, but I did watch this. I was on YouTube, like you guys, like many of you, watching, commenting, and I saw this and I'm like, whoa, that is such a red flag. Like, what is she doing? What? Isn't it just like, yeah, we knew it. About this one especially, we knew it. Wow. So, yes. Yeah, we you guys are like, Jen just snapped. All the Grizzlies are coming over. We're all coming for a swim. Dink, or must I say Dink 182. Surely the jury will see through her lies and manipulate attempts. She has her back to the camera, so it's easier for her to lie. Yep. They should have shown this interview again, just one more time, just in case, right? Oh, yes, all the Grizzlies are going for a pool party.
My family has. Just because you haven't seen us, we have that same goal. We've been out searching. My aunt has been out searching. My family has been out searching. We all have been doing that together so that we can protect each other.
How does it feel when not only you have a lost child who you are in care of, but then people blaming you for that child not being there?
You know, I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that.
Did you hear it? Do you see how she said it? She's like, I hope that they will all have a sincere apology for me. Like, oh man, I just hate that so much. Just look at her go. Freaking greasy ass Kim K wannabe. Child killer. Okay. Annette Music says, this is from Annette's two black cats, Maximus and Titus, who heard you talk about tuna and fury. Let's hope Sweet Gannon gets justice. Yes, let's hope Sweet Gannon gets justice today. Absolutely. And thank you so much. Yes, if you haven't seen my second channel, Fury's on there. Like the latest short on there. By the way, the second channel is mostly a shorts channel. But you'll see Fury over there. Yes. Jury O'Clock's coming back now. Every time I click play, then it goes away. So let me just speak.
Who you are in care of, but then people blaming you for that child not being there.
Look.
You know, I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Gannon is so kind and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves.
Let me put the clock back on. Wait. Yeah. While we make commentary. You guys today were like, was she flipping the bird? Did she flip the bird? You know how many times I want to flip the bird at her today? I was like, oh, these Grizzlies are going to be bird watching me. My hand's ready to fly at this one. But that would not be very professional of me. But just know I was thinking it, okay? I was just looking at her like I'm a bird. Synergy Girl, thank you so much. Hey, from South Africa, thank you so much. ZAR, if you guys didn't know, is South African rands. So when you guys see ZAR, that's hometown. Buying super stickers. Thank you so much. Yes, social media will not even just apologize, sincerely apologize. And she, even here, she's like so greasy. Look at her. Like she's so, oh no. She must have so much body odor all the time. Ew. And just like, and then choo choo choo, and then she's a booger girl. I don't even know. I could come up with so many names for this one. It's just terrible. They will all sincerely apologize to me. Excuse me. No one's apologizing. Ever. Gross.
Sonic and Mario, and he's always helpful, and he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house, and we have 2 little cute dogs, and he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. Sometimes with kids we have to remind them and things like that, and that's okay, but he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart.
I know you just said that you can't say anything about the investigation, so you can just say so again if you can't answer this. But is there anything we can hear about the hike? Was there a hike? That just seems like rumors right now.
You know what? Could we bring my daughter up here? Because she can go and say that, she came home from work after the hike, and she can verify that Gannon was at our home.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine with me. And if she doesn't want to, that's okay, but you're allowed
That's
to
fine.
ask her.
One second.
Say, are you okay? And such a kind heart.
One more.
I know you just said that you can't say anything about the investigation, so you can just say so again if you can't answer this. But is there anything we can hear about the hike? Was there a hike? That just seems like rumors right now.
You know what? Could we bring my daughter up here? Because she can go and say that, she came home from work after the hike, and she can verify that Gannon was at our home.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine with me. And if she doesn't want to, that's okay, but you're allowed
That's
to
fine.
ask her. Sound okay so far?
Yes. I need Harley. Because they want you to verify was Gannon at home after the hike. Because you didn't go to the hike, but you came home from work.
Do you want me to just say yes?
No, just answer the question. Yes, you came home from work and you.
Listen how that coercive control is strong, you guys. RLF, your question can be answered in my FAQ section on my homepage on my website, because so many people ask me that. So go check it out there. That's why I put it there. So grizzlytruecrime.com. If you guys got questions, I've got a FAQ section and an About Me page, which could answer a lot of the same questions that I get every day. So I hope that helps a lot. And damn, just listen now. She's like, no, man, just say this and this and this. Whoa, scary. Welcome to all the new members. Oh my word, so many members. Okay.
You can verify Gannon was at home. Yeah. I told her she didn't have to be too in depth because she is still, a child. But I want to make sure that someone knows that there's another person to verify that Gannon.
Sure.
Does she need to hold this?
No.
Yes, so I came home later that evening. I was at work, and I can verify that he was there that night.
So there was a hike that you guys went on, but then you guys came home.
Yes.
Where'd you guys go hiking?
Garden of the Gods.
Oh, yes. Okay. I guess when.
And then we ate Burger King afterwards. So,
I mean, at this point, you can see, I'm just saying, Harley looks super uncomfortable here. I know the banner is kind of blocking her here, so just hold on one second. Okay. She's looking uncomfortable here. And at this point, Spencer says, so there was a hike. But Harley just looks down and she's like, uh-huh. But Harley wasn't on the hike. So that's why watching this again and again and again, probably won't watch it again, it's just like, oh, interesting. Because here, Harley's not saying, no, I wasn't on the hike, because she knows she's going to get in big trouble from this curse of controlling freaking child killer. Not that Harley knew at that point what happened to Gannon from what we know, but sure, I think the way that she said that Letecia would just backhand her, and just the way Letecia is, I think it must have been scary. So you just stand there, go, uh-huh, yeah, okay. And Leticia's running with it. She's loving this here in this moment. She's like, oh yeah, and then we went to Burger King, as if she's thinking, okay, so Spencer's assumed that she was on the hike. Although when she called Harley, she said, well, Harley was at work and she can verify that Gannon was at home that evening. She didn't say that Gannon was on the hike. But now with Spencer asking that question, you can see how quickly Leticia's like, yeah. You see, we were on the hike and then we had Burger King, uh-huh. Like, wow. Just look here.
I was at work, and I can verify that he was there that night.
So there was a hike that you guys went on, but then you guys came home.
Yes.
Where'd you guys go hiking?
Garden of the Gods.
Oh, yes. Okay. I guess when.
And then we ate Burger King afterwards. So,
There you go.
Yeah.
and then it just was, I'm gonna go to play at a friend's house. And then it was just, I'm off to go to play at a friend's house.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to like comment on that anymore. And for that reason is because some things have been turned and twisted. And, you know, that was one of those stories you were talking about where people say things. We had to hear things like who would let their child go out at dark and things like that. And that's just why I don't want to answer.
That one always, that sentence, I'm always like, what the hell? She's like, who would let the child go out of dark? What language we're speaking now? Because that doesn't sound like Maria to me. Who was that? Not a PhD person. Letecia, oh my word, she makes me so mad. Yeah, Delta Dawn says Spencer's body language is all of us. Look at him, look at him. He's just like, oh man, this is so bad. Paige says, I honestly believe Harley is in fear for her own life at this time. She may have been. I mean, remember, the van is parked right there. Speculatively, with Gannon's remains in the back. Letecia had already told her, we're not opening the back of that van, okay? We're going. Where do you want to live? Texas? Where do you want to go? Florida? Like, sorry, what? So that's a scary thing. So Holly was probably like, oh my word, like, I don't know, can I just go now? Get back in the car. And they drove all the way from Colorado to Florida without a change of clothes. That's from what we heard. Because Letecia wouldn't let Harley go into the back and get her clothes or anything. Wow. I saw a comment flash by there. Sorry, I missed it. But like, how do I drink my coffee? Anyway, coffee is so important. Yes. But I mostly, I just love all coffee, honestly. Guam Lori, thank you so much for your super sticker, $20 super sticker. Thank you so much. Okay, I'll put the timer back on now.
Answer that. If I had to give, I'm not gonna say that part.
That's okay.
Never mind.
That's right.
We can take that out.
I understand that it gets tricky with
Yeah.
legal stuff. Do you feel like I asked you what I need to? Do you feel like this is going to help kind of turn the tide of what feels like a witch hunt, in my opinion?
I hope. Am I on camera now?
You are still.
Okay. I think that a lot of people can see that I'm not missing and see that I am being cooperative. But to me, it's okay that they think those things because the way someone thinks about me, I don't have a problem with that. My main thing is I would never want someone to think that I would hurt Gannon or any of the children in our home because that's just not the case. I've spent my whole entire life working so hard in education. There was even things online that was talking about my education license and I shouldn't even be a teacher. And they just didn't know that. Like we moved on a military move and I didn't finish out my contract. So I gave up my license in that state. It had nothing to do with any criminal activity, or any of those things. And it just got blown out of proportion on my professional status, and
Do you feel like these are just internet detectives who think they know what they're doing?
it definitely is. And, here's the thing that kind of saddens me. It's like, if you're going to talk about someone like that and have a witch hunt out for them, why would you even care about doing those things? Because this is a child. You're telling me that you're just as mean, you're just as hateful to talk about someone else like that. That's how I feel. Like we should all come together and wait until the end and see what happens because Gannon's going to come home.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is, Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband.
Like, guys, have you ever in your life heard anyone pleading for a missing child like that? Any message for Gannon? And her message is, Gannon, when you get home, you're going to tell everybody what really happened. And there will be a sincere apology. Like, sorry, what? Can you believe it? Yeah, okay. You say, law and crime, no clock anymore. We've got the clock here. We've got the clock. We have it. I don't know what's happening, though. But worst case scenario, we have another stream ready already. Okay? Yeah, ish buena. 3 hours, ish buena, ne? Choo. Everyone's going to be like, wait, what language are you speaking now? So it's been 3 hours, you guys. Can you believe it? I think that's a good sign. It's not making me nervous. I think they're going to be back then. I mean, they're like, okay, let's finish this up on Friday. You know what I mean? Let's go. Let's go. 3 hours now. Yeah. Can we redo that? So, oh, sorry, I missed that comment. It just flew by. Man. Oh, no, sorry. It just flew right by. But yeah, she's like, can we redo that? Because I want to sound more human, basically, is what she's saying. Charlie Sparrow says, I think she was jealous of Gannon's relationship and desired to be with his mom. I agree with you. That's also what I think, right? Letecia felt inferior, and a narcissist doesn't like to feel unimportant. She's gross. Yeah. And she was probably like, come on, it's going to be fun. We're going to go to Petco. We're going to this and this. I don't know, to try to make it up to him or something, which means the abuse that she had already inflicted, in my opinion. And he was probably not having it. Like, nope, I just want my mom. I don't care. I'm staying in the car and all that. And then she lashed out. Possibly. That's all speculation. Okay. So I think here's where she said, can we just do that one more time? And here we go.
We just wanted to add a message to Gannon from my family, is that we love you and miss you, and we hope that you come home soon. And Gannon, I can't wait till you can come home and let everyone know that you're okay.
Says the killer. Wow. Yes. Yep. Swift Ass says, when Gannon got home, he did tell everybody what happened. His phone and his coroner's report. Yes. I know, right, Daniel? I'm so disappointed with that. We never heard from the Petco guy either. I want to see the Petco video. I want to see Dunkin' Donuts. I mean, there's still going to be the discovery that we can get our hands on, possibly. Yes. Anne Marie says, thank you so much, Grizzly, for highlighting victims of crime like our beautiful boy Gannon, and for your integrity and dedication in the pursuit of justice. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Let's check Twitter. I'm like, whoa. I've got a feeling. It's not, wait. Nope. Nothing yet. It says 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago, still the same. People versus Stauch. Closing arguments have been made and jury deliberations are underway. Once the jury's reached a verdict, the court will read the verdict. 30 minutes later, notice of a verdict will be sent from this account. And we are waiting. That's what we're doing. Oh, yeah. We are most definitely waiting. Alexis North says, your laugh is super cute. Thanks for all your hard work. Carrot cake round 2 on me. Oh, yes. Round 2 of carrot cake. Did someone say carrot cake? My 2 favorite things. Coffee and carrot cake. Cherry's like, G is speaking in tongues. Yes. Everyone's asking as well. Wow. Okay, here I am. Everyone is asking about Letecia's qualifications. Can we vet? How do we prove that she actually had a PhD or diploma or whatever? We can't, except for her saying which year she got it, and then people digging for the graduation list from that year, and her name's not on there. So it's like a process of elimination of seeing, well, does she have that? But we already know she lies so much, so I would not doubt. She definitely a PhD. Carrie says she uses that voice to manipulate the person she's talking to into doing what she wants them to do and making them believe it's what they want. She's very manipulative. Very. Queen Band says, are you taking some annual leave after this case? G, you've done a superb job of covering such a distressingly sad case. Thank you. Thank you so much. I haven't had leave in probably 15 years now, so probably not. No, I'm a full-blown workaholic. I'm like, what's that? No. Shindog City would be fascinating if you could get this newsman on for an interview. It would be. It really would be. Spencer, if you're watching this, you are welcome on Grizzly True Crime. Anytime. I would love to pick his brain about what was it like? Did you know how sus she was then? Because he looked like he knew that she was sus, right? Okay, so. Oh, I was trying to, wait, you say play the video. Wait, there's so many requests now of like what to play, what to do. We're just hanging out here waiting for the jury to come back. Sorry, the timer. Sorry about that. There it is. The timer is there. 3 hours and 7 minutes it's been. 4:18 in Colorado. Who thinks by 5 o'clock something will be done? Maybe even by 6. So maybe within the next 90 minutes. See, this is again where I was an airline pilot for 9 years. Okay. And so I sometimes, man, some of those long flights, I was an in-flight relief pilot on long haul flights. It's part of the process when I was at South African Airways. And the point is, man, some of those flights were long from Johannesburg to Hong Kong. Oh, whoa, guys. So I have stamina like none other. I'm telling you now. I'm trained for this. This is muscle memory stuff for me. We could be here all night and I'll be good. Never mind that 12-hour stream we did once upon a time as a challenge. This will be like, let's go. Are we here all weekend or what? We are here until they come back. At some point, it might just not be that feasible. So let's just see what happens until, I don't know, like 6 o'clock or something, Colorado time. We see what's happening, right? And we take it from there. And we keep an eye on all our emails. We keep an eye on everything. So I've been sharing the petition for Gannon's law in the chat, but it's also in the description box. Okay. So if you want to sign there, I see now 50. Wait, let's just check the exact amount. 51,062 people have signed. Thank you so much to everyone from this community who has signed that petition. It's been there for a long time. I can't see. Yeah, it was created 3 years ago. Yes. It must be nice to see all the signatures roll in now. I hope that Taryn, who made this, is very encouraged by it as well. And it's so that children who are under the age of 13, go missing or are reported as runaways, they should actually be automatically listed as missing or endangered after a certain period of time, like quickly, so that there can be action taken. Nos, I don't know how to say this name. Nos. Anyway, thank you so much for Czar. Thank you so much for your super sticker from hometown. Mzanzi. Grandmama says, why did Letecia make Gannon pinky promise after she burned him? That's weird. It's really creepy, right? Pinky promise you didn't do it on purpose. Ooh, that's so manipulative of her. Roxy says, time for a gin and tonic. I don't drink gin anymore. I do like tonic, though, by itself, actually. Becky G says, the time leads me to believe that the jurors are taking their responsibility very seriously. I love this about jurors, and it makes me proud. I agree. MCC says, they're coming back in tonight. Yes. Yeah, Angela Bloom says, quite a few people are saying there's no evidence anyway of her schooling. Why can't you guys sign the petition? You just name, surname, email, and then you should be able to sign it. And then you must just click the link in your email. Okay, so let me just look for something else here quickly. I'm just checking my emails quickly. Just hold on 1 second. So we were still listening. Remember, there was one stream, there was a long break. So we were listening to Al's testimony, which was from day 2, I think it was. Day 2. We were still busy with that, remember? So I don't know if you want to do that or if you want to see specific little highlights or her Google searches. I made a video on that as well. Yeah, online education. Exactly. Let's see. I'm not T-Pain says, if we don't get a verdict in 2 hours, all the jurors are grounded. All grounded. I mean, they said they're not going anywhere. Like, what's the cutoff? What happens? For like going to sleep, going home, all of that. Mama 3 says, would the jury be sequestered tonight if they haven't reached a verdict? That's what I'm asking. If they don't tonight, will they have to come back tomorrow or wait till Monday? I also want to know that. That I don't know. Okay. Let's just see if it was this one.
Please.
Yes, it's already now 12:30 in the Netherlands, past midnight. midnight. Yes, indeed. You guys say L's testimony. I'm just checking. So we listened. I think it was this one. Because I didn't stream it, this is MB Inc.'s channel. You could check out MB Inc. I'll put his channel here now. Wait. Just go like this. And you can go show some Grizzly love over there. He did say then I could stream it from there. which I really appreciate. Matt Black Incorporated. So here's his channel. That's where I'm playing it from. And I think this is where we were. It was 122. This is from day 2. Kayla, thank you so much. Thank you for your coverage. And I signed the petition as well. I've been crying for this boy today. Being in Colorado, this has been close to my heart since day 1. Justice for Gannon. Yes, thank you so much. Man, it broke me when I saw Elle crying today. Yes. Yeah, I think they'd have to come back Monday, right? That's what I'm thinking as well. They'd have to come back Monday, says Christina. Paris Flood says Monday verdict, I'm thinking. So we're just going to keep monitoring here. Just hold on. Yeah, there's nothing there yet. Okay. Let's see if this is where we were. Just go 122.
But that she was enrolled there.
Yeah.
And it seems to me, Mr. Allen, that what you can do is, I think.
Was that one of the issues that the defendant raised as the basis for sexual harassment?
Okay, so we're carrying on from where we watched this from last time. This is Al's testimony from day 2 of the trial. So we're just watching this while we wait, in case anyone's confused. I did timestamp it on whichever day we did this. There was a very long break the one day, so we listened to this in one of the lunch breaks, I think it was. Nay says, I missed Al being upset. When was that? If you go back in the stream, I mean, it was during the prosecution's closing arguments, and I think it was actually during the prosecution's rebuttal. That's when he had a tissue and he was crying. He was very tearful there, and that was like very sad. Wow. I don't know why the quality is so bad on this one here. It says 720p. Sorry about that. That's the highest I seem to be able to go.
That situation, yes, sir. A comment he had made.
Okay. And we're not calling Captain Jenkins, so we don't need to get into what he said.
Yes,
okay. And then as it relates to Colonel Ortega, did you witness a specific event that was an interaction between Lieutenant Colonel Ortega and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
What was that specific thing?
Let me describe the event.
Yes, that you witnessed.
I was the S1, which is the personnel officer for the battalion. Lieutenant Colonel Ortega was the battalion commander. I was still in the office. The defendant was coming to pick me up because we only had one vehicle in Alaska. And she was coming from the house to pick me up. And when I came out of the building, he was leaning over into the truck, talking to her. I don't know what they were talking about or anything. And then as soon as he saw me, he left, didn't stop and, communicate with me, just left and walked away. And that was it.
Okay. And so did the defendant specifically use that incident as another part of the allegation of sexual harassment?
Yes, sir.
Did she file a formal complaint with your command?
There was I don't know. I don't think it was with the command. I think it went through the state. So
Okay.
the Alaska National Guard. I don't know the specifics of it. My only involvement was to basically say what I just said.
Okay. So what I'm asking you is, when I say command, again, I'm not informed on National Guard. Did she inform the National Guard of this complaint of sexual harassment?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that?
Yes, sir.
Did that cause you issues in your unit?
Yes, sir.
And did that eventually lead to you transferring from Alaska?
Yes, sir.
Was there a time when she specifically sent you a text and told you that she was pregnant?
Yes.
And did that text also include a ultrasound picture?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she was actually pregnant with twins?
Yes, sir.
Was that another form of manipulation?
Yes, sir.
Sustained. You can ask him how he
Sure.
felt about it.
Did the defendant ever give birth to twins?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm just going to pause it there for a second. So, damn, there's where Al said that Letecia told him that she's pregnant with twins. Man. Oh, and I'm sure you guys saw the message there from the docket. Man, I'm trying to scroll up to find it again. I did put it on screen for a second there. Oh, damn. I think I missed this. What? I'm missing so many. No, we don't. Tammy Donaldson says, do you have the Petco video? None of us do. We haven't seen that Petco video. The doctor was saying he called the court and it's up to the jury to decide if they're going to, carry on over the weekend or come back on Monday. Vienna says, what? Link span Russia children were evacuated. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your sticker there. And Charlie Sparrow, welcome to membership. And Laurie said there should be zero question in this verdict. So yeah, we're listening here to Al's testimony from day 2 from MB Inc.'s channel, which I put in the chat as well. If you want to subscribe over there, show some Grizzly love. And just as we wait, I'll put the clock back on now.
Did it ever turn out that she was pregnant with twins?
No, sir.
Sustained. Jury will disregard that answer.
Well, did you ever go to any doctor's appointments with the defendant?
For that specific instance, no.
Okay. Do you know whether she went to any doctor's appointments for that specific incident?
I'm confident that she did it. No, sir.
So we talked about the sexual harassment claim and that causing tension in your unit, and that eventually leading to you transferring from Alaska, right?
Yes, sir.
When did that actual transfer occur?
Like I said previously, I when I say boots on ground, I arrived here February 15th, I believe, 2019.
Okay. Kelly, what is your source for this information? You say this just in, because I don't see it on the official link here. This just in, jury will deliberate until 7 p.m. So that's 9 o'clock Eastern. If there's no verdict, they'll pause for the weekend and resume on Monday. Okay. Until 7 p.m. That's a long ass time. So just hold on one second. We're watching Al's testimony from day 2. Kelly, if you're still in the chat, can you please tell me what your source is? I just want to know where can I check that? Where can I vet that or double check it? I really appreciate the information and the sticker so much. I just want to know in case anyone else also asks what. So until 7, if not until Monday. So I'm just going to take this off for a second here while we wait. Where? You're like, I saw it. Where? Where did you see it? Oh, man. So if that 7, which is 9 Eastern, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. That's 3 in the morning for me. So I guess I'm not sleeping tonight at all. Right now, it's almost 1 o'clock. It's 12:30, 12:30 midnight for me. Jenny P says, you're the absolute best, G. Thank you for all you do and for creating such a positive, caring community. Thank you so much, Jenny. I'll just put I'm just going to pause that for a second here and put this on. Okay. Because I'm not seeing it here on Twitter. See? I'm not seeing it there. So I'm just waiting. I want to see is there an email? Or Kelly, can you guys please show me? Mary V says, even Dr. Lewis kind of poo-pooed Letecia's education. Yeah, there is no set time. You say there's no set time the jury will stop deliberating. Like, how do we know? The judge said it where? Did the judge say it at some point that I missed? Oh my word, there's so many like debates going on in the chat. See, this is why I don't know. You say they are not sequestered. What is happening? Lacey says, I do appreciate that you're staying up for SG. If it's like 3 or 4 in the morning for you, holy Moses, it probably will be. It probably will be. Because if they're going to go until, even if it's midnight for them, well, that for me is 8 in the morning tomorrow, right? Maggie says, what percentage does YouTube take when you get a donation? Half, 50%. 45 to 50%. And then I still pay sometimes 50% taxes. So yeah. So it's quite something, huh? So if someone sends $10, I would get $5 of that, but then I still have to pay between 30 and 50% taxes in the Netherlands for it. So really, I'm going to get $2.50 there, which is why PayPal gifts are the best way. That's direct. So thank you so much. Thanks for asking. Oh, okay. Law and Crime says they can go till 7. Interesting, interesting. I'm just watching the chat now. I'm waiting to see what you guys are saying because I'm like, sorry, what? Daniel says they are sequestered. They were sequestered before the trial began. Okay. Tammy says G is trained for the stuff. Yes, but we may need a nap time in between. You know what I mean? Renee, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I will be here. I'm not going to, I don't know if I should stay live then. I might then, because I've made a second stream for us, okay? So what I would then do is stop this stream, and then I would go live when they actually are back. Kelly says jury can go to 7 p.m. Weekends are off, just how it is in the US. I think it depends which state, right? You're like, what can possibly be the holdup? Marissa says, Kelly said news came from Facebook group with court sources. Okay, okay. Now, 7 p.m. is 1 a.m. for me. Is it? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. No, it's 2 for me. Watch me count with my fingers. I haven't seen anything about that as well. Okay. I'm not T-Pain says, I'm going to be honest. I have no idea. Now, that's an accurate one here. I'm going to be honest. I have no idea. And we're just waiting. So we've got the Twitter open there to see what's happening. Let me also quickly search here. If we search the hashtag Letecia Stauch trial, I mean, none of us know. Now at this point, I think we're guessing, and then maybe there's a source somewhere. Okay, so they say latest. Let's go. Letecia Stauch trial latest. Someone says on Twitter, Josh Tellini, stop lying. Dorothy Lewis did not reduce her normal fee. She thought you were paying her the full amount and found out you weren't when she was on the stand. That's true as well. Remember that? Oh, my word. This is the official link that we're following to see if there's an update here, okay? None of us know. We'll have to wait. T3 says, how many coffees have I had so far? Well, it's past midnight, so do we mean yesterday or today? Today, none so far. And all these questions you guys have of where's this link and that, it's everything on grizzlytruecrime.com. Okay, so they say, someone tag me when the verdict's in, please. Okay. They say, just remember Casey Anthony was acquitted because she was charged with first-degree murder, but the prosecutors couldn't provide a cause of death or determine when the murder happened. That case is not this case. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Yes, live Twitter, you can, it updates with a refresh. Yes, indeed. Denise Parker says, judge said they were there for the duration this morning. Judge said they were there for the duration this morning. Yes, that we know. I think everyone's just trying to figure out, you know, this news now about until 7. AP says, Bluetooth so kids don't hear cleaning. I'm here to stay. Oh, my word. You're like, I'm here to stay. Okay. So, anyway, let's see what else is there. They say, what Colorado courts following has doubled in the last 3 hours. When the jury left to deliberate, there were about 3,000 followers. So, everybody following them now. The jury has an insane amount of evidence to review. I'm praying they make the right call. They say jury, Samantha says, jury, the word you're looking for is guilty on all counts. Floating the River says, during the interview with reporter, she kept referring to Gannon in the past tense. Yes, she did. She did indeed. And she was all me, and deflecting and the usual, I'm the victim here. Nonsense, right? Thank you so much. I mean, let's see how the poll is doing. So what do you think the verdict will be? 98% say guilty, 2% say not guilty by reason of insanity. I'm going to end that poll for now. What is happening with it? Okay. Okay. Everybody remain calm. We are fine. Prompt Critical says, hey, you read my tweet. Are you Samantha on there? Yes. Yeah, jury, the word you look for is guilty. And as I say, as Pascal from the Pascal show says, she am guilty. She am guilty. I'm hoping they come back with that. Please, come on, come on, come on. They say, hey guys, we know that the juror are highly intelligent by the questions they ask. They have faith in them and be patient with them getting the verdict right. Yes. People are saying, why is the verdict taking so long? I'm just reading over there while we're looking at this official link, okay? Blondie says, hope it's not a hung jury. Let's hope not. Ginger Sora says, all of us on Twitter for 3 hours now watching for the latest news. Refresh, 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 refresh. Oh, man. True Crime Sushi says it's been almost 3 hours and 15 minutes. Still waiting. It's been 84 years. They say, please, jury, don't believe her BS for 1 second. Mm-hmm. Okay. Huh. Chicken Noodle Girl says, I just woke up from a great nap. I wish I had a nap. I haven't napped in a long time. Okay. Tanya says, there's always 1 or 2 people in the beginning who think the defendants are not guilty. Damn, imagine it, imagine it. That's a scary thought. Okay, so shall we continue with this?
And I think you had previously said that the defendant preceded your move to Colorado.
Yes, sir.
When did she leave Alaska?
I'm going to go look for Fury quick.
So she wasn't in Alaska. She came to Alaska for a couple weeks or a month, I think in December of, that would have been 2018. The kids, she brought the kids with her, that being Gannon and Lena and Harley as well. And then we stayed there. Actually, we stayed in a house on one of the bases, like a temporary house. And then, like I told you, they came ahead of me about a month and a half or so.
Okay. So you're saying that they being the defendant and the kids,
Yeah, all the names I listed, the defendant, Harley, Gannon, and Lena.
would that have been in January of 2019?
I believe they came in January because we did Christmas in Alaska.
And I think you had previously said that the defendant actually found the 6627 Mandan Drive house, and that's where you all moved into.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the defendant filing burglary allegations in 2019?
Yes, sir.
How many different ones did she file?
I believe it was 2, to my recollection.
One of those specific claims was a burglary in the fall of 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there were some things that she pointed to you to support that as being a valid burglary claim.
Yes, sir.
One of which was a hammer hanging from a string in the garage.
Yes, sir.
That included potentially somebody had maybe got into the attic access in the garage.
A squatter is how she referred to it.
Was there ever a squatter in your house?
No, sir. No one was ever found.
Did you have an ammo can in the house?
I did. Yes, sir.
Was it dumped out on the floor and made to look as if someone had rummaged through it?
Objection. Stain, you can ask him what he found and what it looked like.
Okay. Tell us what you remember about this ammo can.
In this specific break-in allegation, the ammo can. I kept it, I think next to the bed or under the bed or something. And it was open and dumped out like somebody had been rummaging through the ammo can. One of the clothes hampers was dumped out and the bed was kind of pushed, the mattress was pushed off the box spring. Just enough to look like somebody had forced their way through that area.
Did the defendant tell you that that was another piece of evidence or sign that there had been a burglary in your house?
She did.
Was there also a gunshot claim?
There was.
Did this come from the defendant to you?
Yes, sir.
What did she say about that?
She claimed that she fired one of the weapons, I don't remember which one, up the storm well. That's pretty much what summation of it.
So let's talk a little bit about that. Oh, one of the weapons you said. Did you have firearms in the house?
I did, yes, sir.
What kind of weapons?
I had a 9mm, a Smith & Wesson 9mm compact. I had I don't remember the brand, but it was a black and Tiffany green 9mm full size. I also had AR pistol type gun. There was a 20 gauge Benelli youth shotgun and a 12 gauge. It was all black shotgun. I forget the brand. And then I think there was at least one Smith & Wesson little 380 compact as well.
So when she's telling you that there was a weapon that she fired in the, I think you said the storm well, is that the window well?
Yeah, and the specific one was the window well next to, if you remember the picture where the computers were, there was a window well right behind those computers. That's the one she said that she fired it out of.
Did you ever find a shell casing associated with that gunshot?
No, sir.
In that particular, those pistols that you're talking about, the Smith & Wesson 9mm, that what sounds like a Tiffany green or blue 9mm and that 380, are those semi-automatic handguns?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with semi-automatic handguns?
Sir.
Have you fired them?
I don't know specifically the 380.
So what I'm asking is generalized. Have you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
When you fire those weapons, does the slide automatically slide back and eject the shell casing?
Ejects it and then loads the next round into the chamber.
Did you ever see any evidence that that gun had been fired in that window well in the basement?
No, sir.
Did the defendant ever admit to you that she made up those burglary claims?
Yes, sir.
What did she say?
I don't remember specifics, but I don't know how much you want me to elaborate, but I had to do some digging and eventually I found out that most of the stories she had told was just not accurate. And then she finally admitted to making up the claims of break-ins. I don't remember if she gave a reason why either.
In your mind, was that another attempt or attempts at manipulating what was happening in your relationship?
Absolutely.
At some point in 2019, did you and the family get into family counseling?
Not family counseling.
Well, counseling.
Yeah, Gannon and Lena specifically.
Okay. What about the defendant?
To my knowledge, I don't think she had counseling.
Okay. Did she make specific comments to you about Gannon that led to you wanting to get Gannon into this counseling?
Yeah, there was two reasons. And do you want me to elaborate on that?
Yes.
Okay.
As long as these are things that she told you as to things that led you to want to get Gannon into counseling.
Yes, sir. One of the reasons is the other reason was, like I said before, he was a mama's boy, and both the kids had struggles with, we had a little bit of back and forth of custody issues. So that was part of the reason. The other reason is she made a claim that he was coming after her to some degree.
He and her.
Gannon coming after the defendant to some degree. And so, once again, twofold mission with the counseling. One, to make sure he's dealing with his, the situation with his mom and being apart from her. And then also the counseling should uncover anything else that's going on or any disdain he had for the defendant.
Who was the defendant closer to as far as the two little kids? So Gannon and Lena.
Lena, undoubtedly.
Did you say undoubtedly?
Absolutely, she was.
Whose idea was it to move Gannon to the basement?
It was mine.
Okay. Did you ever witness Gannon displaying any behavior that would support the claim that Gannon had it out for the defendant?
Absolutely not towards no one. I absolutely never witnessed that, period.
Did you ever take family trips together?
With the defendant and the 3 children?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, was there a trip in early January
January.
of 2020?
That would have been just myself and the defendant.
Okay. What was that trip?
It was to celebrate our anniversary and we went on a cruise out of Southern Florida.
Did you need a passport for that cruise?
I don't believe so. No, sir.
Did you ever take any trips with the defendant that required a passport?
I don't remember specifically. We had one when we went through Canada just to get it stamped, just for, remembrance. I don't remember specifically. Well, we did. We went to Mexico. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yep. Sorry, I forgot about that.
that's okay. So that leads to this question. Did you have a passport?
I did. Yes, sir.
When you would,
I'm just going to pause this quickly. Let me just put the timer back on. Otherwise, you guys are like, where's the timer? Fury's so cute. So I know my screen was a little small, but Fury came to say hi to all of you. Fury is our black cat. You can see him a lot on my second channel if you want to see him there. Thank you so much, Charlene. Really appreciate it. And AP says, please look to Marina Bulter. I'm involved in the case. Please send me suggestions like that on email. And thank you so much. I really appreciate your sticker. Okay. Yes, L calls her the defendant. I think he has to, right? Sometimes he says Tisha, and then he said, no, sorry, the defendant, right? Okay, so it's been almost 4 hours, you guys. Now, still that, I want to know, where do you get that info from? The jury work until 7. And if they don't have a verdict, then they're going to continue on Monday. So that's interesting. But that's still a long time to go. I hope it's today. Come on, is it today? Let's see if there's anyone. Okay, so what I want to know is, do you want me to find Mr. RN bought a sticker and said, can you find the video of Letecia attacking the deputy? We've seen it together twice before. This we haven't watched together before because I didn't stream day 2. But do you guys want me to find that? I could find, there's lots of things we could rewatch. I'm just playing this now because we haven't watched this together before. Even though, yeah, I watched it alone and then I streamed full time from the afternoon, day 3, and then from day 4, we were on it, okay? Does PayPal payment direct show up here where? No, definitely not here. This is YouTube and there's stickers and membership and all that. And then there's Patreon, completely separate, and PayPal is completely separate. Everything's explained on grizzlytruecrime.com if you want to see the difference. So it doesn't show up here at all. It's a private gift that you would send. So thank you so much to those who do send that. Yeah. I'm not T-Pain says, I hope she doesn't have any access to any energy drink cans in prison or brooms. Brooms. Okay, you guys want to watch this. Okay.
you said you went to Canada to get it stamped?
Mhm.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes, sir.
When you went to Mexico, did you get your passport stamped?
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant, did you see her with a passport?
In Mexico, yes.
Did she get that passport stamped in Mexico?
I don't remember. I would assume it would have had to been, because we went to a resort in Mexico, so
But you know for a fact that she did have a passport.
she did, absolutely.
In this, and I'm going to ask you to give me a more specific timeline, but in late 2019, early 2020, where was the defendant working at that time?
Early 2020, I don't know, but late 2019, she was employed, I believe it's Whitefield School District 3 and French Elementary School, as I referenced earlier. She was attempting, is what she
Well,
told.
let me get to that. I'll get to that in just a second. So she was working in late 2019 at Whitefield School District.
Mhm.
That's
Yes, sir.
it.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And again, that's for our court reporter. She'll get mad at me in a minute if we keep doing that. Was she enjoying her work there?
She was not.
Did she tell you that?
Absolutely.
What did she tell you?
She had a conflict based on her educational status. She had a conflict with a principal where she thought she was more educated and should have more of a leadership role. And then just other stuff surrounding that. I don't remember specifics, but.
So let's unpack that a little bit. When you said that she had a conflict because she
I actually also want to know, why did they not show Elle on this day? Why didn't they not show the witness stand on this day? Do you guys know? I'm not too sure.
felt like she was more educated. You mean the defendant felt like she was more educated than the principal?
Yes, the defendant. Yes, sir.
Did you ever go to French Elementary School?
I did. Yes, sir.
How many times did you go visit her there?
I don't remember exactly, but I would cook lunch and take her lunch for her and her coworkers. And you can elaborate on that a little bit?
Just, you would go there and take lunch?
Yeah, with her and sit and eat sometimes with her. Sometimes I would drop it off. Yes,
Did
sir.
you see her interactions with people at the school?
Yes, sir.
Did you see any problems with anybody at the school?
Not with her, the team that she was always with.
That conflict that you described with her and the principal, did that lead to her manipulating, in your mind, getting out of that particular school?
Allow it, overruled.
In my mind, it.
Yeah, here's MB Inc., everyone. This is Matt. This is his channel that I'm streaming day 2 from. This is who I was telling you about. So now you can easily just click on his logo there and go subscribe over there. Show him some Grizzly love. Thank you, Matt, that I can stream day 2. We still remember the other day when I asked you. We're still doing it. We're just continuing on where we left off last time. So thank you so much that I can do that, and for always keeping me updated. And thank you, Paige, for the coffee. If you guys are, I really appreciate stickers. If you're ever not sure how to do something, if you go to grizzlytruecrime.com, it should help you out with links and things and explanations. So, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I might need another coffee. Yep, I might, because if we're going to be staying here, damn. Sorry, what? No, I'm not going to remove that. We want to make sure that it says the jury's deliberating. Otherwise, I'm going to have 8,000 people asking me, what's happening? What's happening? Thank you so much, Irene. I really appreciate that. Oh, what currency is that? Queen Vega, Miami. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Did in accompanying with an injury claim she had as well.
Did she, okay, so let's ask, I'm going to ask you about that.
Okay.
Did she specifically tell you about some allegations she made about being injured at the school?
Yes, sir.
What did she tell you?
That she was standing on a bench or standing on the bookshelf or something, but she fell and a bookshelf fell and hit her in the head, and she had a head injury from that.
Did you ever see any signs on the defendant of being injured from either falling or having a bookshelf fall on her head?
No, sir.
Did that lead you to believe that this was another manipulation by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what kind of work she was hoping to get into?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
She always had talked about wanting to be a airline flight attendant. And so I think from what I understand, she started pursuing that late 2019 through the Christmas holiday and into early 2020.
Who was she pursuing employment with?
Spirit Airlines.
Where's Spirit Airlines out of, to your knowledge?
I have no clue. I know she went to Orlando, Florida for Spirit Airlines training is what she told me.
When did that happen?
I think shortly after Christmas, within a day or two after Christmas, 2019. And it was a short trip.
You mentioned earlier when we were first talking about the weekend of January 25th, Saturday, Sunday, January 26th, your mom being in town.
Yes, sir.
When did your mom get into town here in Colorado Springs?
She was here for about a week, if I remember correctly. I don't remember a specific date, but She was there, I think, that whole week
Did she stay in a hotel or at the house?
at the house.
Where did she sleep?
Oh, I don't remember that specific time where she slept.
Okay. You mentioned that there was Gannon's bed in his bedroom.
Mhm.
Let's say yes or no.
Yes, sorry.
And then there was a second bed in Gannon's bedroom.
Yes,
And then there was a bed in Harley's bedroom.
yes,
There was the master bedroom.
yes.
And then you had couches both downstairs and upstairs. Do you remember?
Okay, are we listening? I made a poll for you guys so you can vote as well. Thank you so much, Sam Panther. I really appreciate it. So the jury is deliberating, and they've been doing so for almost 4 hours now. Okay, almost 4 hours now. And Jean was saying this chat has always been respectful. Hope it stays that way. Generally, it will, but I must say trials are an entirely different ballgame. So for all the OGs, original Grizzlies, you know how we normally have our streams and how we are. You know what I mean? Like, it's not normally that there's this many people. There's a lot of new people as well. So I think trials are something completely different. And I just find that our chat is generally good. Because normally if you watch trials, you know, when there's lots and lots of people on mainstream media channels, like sometimes, whoa, like a lot of weird stuff can be said there, right? So thank you, moderators, for keeping it kind and friendly and welcoming, and always keeping in mind that family is very likely watching and the community. So thank you so much. L, Jane, Clifton, Roselle, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I am, while we're watching this and you're voting on the poll that I made for you, this is L's testimony from day 2 that we're watching together. I've given you some other options. You can, of course, type something in chat if you don't want to pick one of those options. So L's testimony, Letecia attacking the deputy, Nicole Mobley, maybe if you guys don't know who that is, it's that lady that lived in the neighborhood that completely played Letecia. That was so good. And then Leticia's Google searches testimony as well, because I've clipped that for you in a video. But you can also, I mean, I was going to put on there Special Agent Gruesing. I don't really want to put the Maria video again because the audio is so crap. I would actually have to toy with it a bit, you know, fiddle to try to make the audio even mildly audible. Yes. Okay. Thank you for keeping us going with the time. It's 5:01 p.m. Colorado time. So, yes. So let's continue on with this while you vote. Most of you are voting for this, but it's pretty close. Pretty close, right? Red Cloud says Emily D. Baker has a great chat too. Yes, yes. And sometimes she's also got she can have lots of people there. And yeah, that's generally a very good chat too. Yes. Ray Bay says, what if the jury feels like it wasn't premeditated? Is there another charge? Some moron may think she snapped and it's not murder 1. I wonder, I mean, there are all those charges to go over. You know, is it going to be guilty on all charges or not? I could also pull that up because we've done that before too. Go over all the charges that she's facing. Mara says 4 hours is a short time, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, this could go till next week, Friday, for all we know, or longer. We don't know how long this could go. We're just being hopeful. And actually, I already thought they would have come back by now, in my opinion. So already, we were wrong. Many of us. Suzanne O says, gee, thank you so much for your amazing coverage. So hard to watch this trial without crying my eyes out. Thankful to watch this with you, mods, and this amazing community. And thank you so much, Suzanne, for your support and for being here with us. I agree. It's much nicer to watch it together. Yes. Yeah. And Annette says 45 minutes for murder. Yes. There was 14 hours of Dr. Lewis testimony. Maybe they're looking for more. Do they want some more of that? Should we put that on? Yes, someone is saying Harley's testimony. Okay, that's a good one as well. Philippine peso, but I'm from Guam. We are US dollar. Okay, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Some of you are saying Harley testimony, so that's also a good suggestion. Yes, that's also a good one.
Remember, with that in mind, where your mother slept when she visited you in
I still don't, not that
Okay.
specific visit.
Okay. How were you and the defendant getting along during this period of time when your mom was visiting?
Not well.
How was the defendant interacting with your mom?
I think it was fine, peaceful. I don't remember it there any negativity.
Is there anything out of there?
Sorry, don't know what's going on with Sunday. Rochelle says Grizzly crime charges first-degree murder by a person in the position of trust, child abuse resulting in death, tampering with, and there's 2 first-degree murder charges because one of those charges also for a child under the age of 12, right? And then child abuse resulting in death, tampering with the deceased body, and tampering with physical evidence. Yes, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Carrie says, I'm shocked they're still deliberating. Oh, yes. There's so much we could look at, you guys. There's so many, like, especially with the timestamps, it'll actually be quite easy to find things, right? So we could look at Harley's one. So let me let me put this on for a bit while I find things. Going forward a bit. Thank you, Crystal Jane. Okay, I'm gonna make another poll. Hold on.
I asked you earlier about together. Do you remember taking a trip to Hawaii?
Yes, sir.
When did that occur? You okay?
Yes.
Is there a Kleenex up there?
Yeah, I got some.
Okay.
I think 2018, right before that volcano erupted. So I think it was spring of 2018.
Who went on that trip?
The defendant, myself, all three children, Harley, Gannon, and Elena.
You remember taking a video of Gannon in Hawaii?
Yeah, we took multiple pictures and videos. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Allen, you refer to witness violation.
Okay.
Okay, vote again, vote again. Wanderlust, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You guys are like Dr. Dotty. Yeah, this is Al on the stand. Sorry, I don't know what's happening here. Go, go,
Taking a trip to Mecca. When was that?
And I just kept it after me and Landon split up.
Where, and was that also stored in that storage room?
It was.
Did you ever use that large green suitcase on trips?
I used it more so when I moved or PCS'd. I don't remember using it on a trip or vacation because it was just too big.
Do you remember being shown a picture of a suitcase under a bridge in Florida?
Yes, sir.
Did you recognize that suitcase?
Yes, sir.
What did you recognize it as?
That same extra large green suitcase from my house.
Want to have you flip to People's Exhibit number 48 in that notebook?
Sorry, I'm just monitoring so many things now. Court TV says no. What? Julia, Court TV says no verdict. Well, they mean not yet, right? And Anonymous says other, Nicole Mobley. That's one of the ones that I put on there too. She was so good. And I would remember Nicole Mobley. That was so good. But then when I had that on the choices, you guys didn't vote for it. You guys are funny. Okay, the countdown. It's not a countdown clock. It's a count up clock, right? Also, it's like this. Just hold on. Court stream just. They did take the court stream away from what I can see. So that's interesting. Join it, please. Join it. Nicole Mobley was someone, sorry about that. I just clicked, sorry. I just want to answer this one. Who was Nicole Mobley? Nicole Mobley lived in the Lorson Ranch area, one of the neighbors, right? And she befriended Letecia Stauch and pretended to be on her side to get information. Let me just see what's happening here. Ah, you see, they say webinar has not yet started. So it's just, they closed it down now. Oh my word. Wait, what? Other channels reporting no WebEx is down. That's what I'm saying, right? Are we saying the same thing? It just suddenly the WebEx meeting ended. And now it says can't start or join the webinar. It's not, the meeting is not ready or whatever. Jury going home. Are we sure or are we guessing? Are they going home? On the record. Let's find the Twitter page again, okay? Yeah, it's almost 4 hours now. 4 hours, you guys. Oh my word. So then we'll be back on Monday. But I wonder what time. What does that mean? What time? Does it start again from 9 o'clock or what? D Flash 60 says, saying the jury's deadlocked and the judge is sending them home until Monday. I just want to know where you guys are getting this information. Because right now we got to take that with a grain or a pinch of salt, whichever you prefer. And because it's probably on Facebook and all over the place, right? Julie, apologies if this has been answered. If no verdict is reached today, will deliberation continue through the weekend or resume Monday? Apparently it's up to the jury, but it depends on which state. So lots of people are saying, no, they're going to be back on Monday. Some are saying it's going to continue. Okay, so you guys are saying court TV, so just hold on. Oh, thank you. Riley says you tagged me in court TV's quote. Okay, so we'll go there. Don't worry, we're here together doing our thing. Okay, let's go to court TV. Bring it up here. Jury going home. There, they say jury going home, no verdict yet. Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate you guys for tagging me in all these tweets. You see, Twitter is the place. Okay, they're going home, you guys. They are going home. Are we staying up all night anyway? No, I'm just kidding. Are we up all weekend or what? I like that they're taking their time, though. Okay. We were all hoping that it's going to be like, oh, my word, they come back within an hour, and then they're like, guilty, guilty, guilty. But I also like that they're really thinking about it. They're taking their time. You know why? Because then when they come back with, guilty, let's say if they did, okay, hopefully, then it's like, oh, they took their time. They thought about this a long time. Tara says they cannot be deadlocked after 4 hours. So this is on court TV, jury going home, no verdict yet. Let's see what's happening here. Oh, it's taking me somewhere. Taking me to court TV. I'm not going to play that because they copyright like, bam, quick. You play like 2 seconds and they're like, that's it. This whole stream is mine. I'm like, no. Okay, so are we feeling shocked or what? So now I'm going to have to take this off because the jury's going home. They're going home, guys. This means it's nap time. Yeah, Cherry says, I'd like more than just Court TV's word on it, just to be sure. Me too, actually. I'm not T-Pain says, freaking jury. I don't like that they're taking their time and thinking about it. There should be no debate. She's guilty. Yeah, there's no deadlock mentioned. So I think people take that and then they add to it, right? To be like, oh my word, now there's a deadlock and all that. But they just say jury going home, no verdict yet. That's what is being said here. So if I quickly go to, am I like flying above the screen here? Yes, I'm flying. Hold on. There we go. Okay, let's quickly look on Twitter under the hashtag Letecia Stauch trial. Wow, there's a whole new Letecia Stauch trial verdict. Damn, okay. And we go to latest. There we go. Let's look at this. Thank you, Beholder, for tagging me in that. Her jury possibly gone home. True. Looks like the jury's going home for the weekend. They say, ugh. Seeing reports that the jury's going home will continue deliberating on Monday. Juries never fail to surprise me with the amount of time they take to deliberate. I thought murder jury would take days. I thought Letecia Stauch trial would take minutes. Going on 4 hours is wild to me. Right? That is wow. And how do they know? That's what I want to know. How do they know? Let's see if there's an email from someone who knows someone, maybe. Let's see. Nope. Can't see anything there. I just wish they would put it on that official link. That'll make me feel much, much better. If they say, we're going to say it on here, then say it on there. The Colorado courts, you know what I mean? I'm Not Too Pain says, this is some cuck. Oh, there we go. It's there now. There it is. People versus Stauch. The jury is left for the weekend. Deliberations will resume at 9 a.m. on Monday. So, guess what we're doing on Monday, guys? We'll be back for jury watch. Oh, indeed. And they say they will resume at 9 a.m. on Monday. So it doesn't mean they'll be back in the courtroom at 9 a.m. on Monday. It means they resume the deliberations in the courtroom on Monday. So there's the official source. Finally, we see it here from the Colorado courts. Jury's left for the weekend. Deliberations will resume 9 a.m. on Monday. So what I can do now, because we were going to watch a whole bunch of things, so the best thing that I can offer you now is this, okay? So if we go to my channel and we go to playlists, right? And we go to Letecia Stauch trial, you can see we're live right now. See, this was upcoming, so I'm going to have to delete this stream because that's not happening now. It's going to be moving to Monday. So here's a playlist for you, okay? And I will share it with you. It's also in the description box. Here we go. Everything is time-stamped for you. I'll show you an example so that you can see what I mean. Becky G says, I'm not shocked as much as we despise her. This is someone's life they're considering. Yeah, I'm not that shocked either. I mean, I was hopeful, okay? Very hopeful. But I'm not shocked. Yes, thank you, Volker. That's what we were just reading out. So here's the interview I just did yesterday with the lawyer you know. And for instance, this, wow, look at this one. Letecia Stauch, day 18, afternoon session, Dr. Dorothy Lewis testifies. Okay, so great one to pick. I just want to show you guys, in case you don't know what on earth I'm talking about when I say timestamps. What I do after streams is this. This one has a few timestamps because the YouTube, actually, I wonder if it synchronized. Did it ever synchronize?
When we, very often
Maybe it sorted itself out eventually. Mary T said, deep dive, Harley, or deep dive bedtime, because it's 1:30 in the morning for me. How about that? Thank you so much for your sticker. So my point is, maybe that wasn't a good example to show. If you go to, let's find another one. This one. Oh, no, go there. Okay. If you go here, what you can do on any of these streams, right? You can look at, why is it doing that? Standby. There we go. AM near Eddie Sampson and Chicken. Double G time. Okay. So what you can do is on any stream here that we've got, you can go to the pinned comment. You see the pinned comment? And you can skip to any of these moments. Leticia's notes in her phone. Let's recap everything we just heard. The defense witness list, timeline time, coffee time. We've got Tiguan backed into the garage time. So if you just click on that, then we're going to go there and see
he
it.
needs to go to
Yes,
the
sir?
airport again to pick up Al. This particular entry is this video that we watched earlier this morning, People's Exhibit 2.
So if you just go to the playlist that I just put in the chat for you, you can go through all of these days that we've been over together before and just find key moments that you want to rewatch. So it's all there, and those timestamps, they take some time. I do that for you because I know it's very helpful, because I, myself, would never want to watch an 8-hour replay if they didn't have timestamps. So the timestamps are always in the pinned comments and in the description box. And if you hover over the video, it actually shows you the little chapters, okay? No yada, yada, yada. No yada, yada, yada. I don't know how to read this, but it's like no yada, yada, yada. Or like no yada, yada, yada. Yes. Yeah, so why are you guys all freaking out? We've just read it from Twitter. We just read it. Thank you so much, Christy. You say see you all on Monday. I don't know if you guys are behind on the stream or what, but here, okay? If you're behind on the stream, People versus Stauch. The jury is left for the weekend. Deliberations will resume at 9 a.m. on Monday. I always triple check, because if they said this is the official source, then I want to see it here before I know for sure that's what's happening. Now we saw it here. Now we know that's for sure what's happening. AP, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And Ellie Wright says, gee, judge ended instructions suggesting not to take a straw vote. So they are likely just obeying the judge. Probably took 1 hour plus just to get them evidence, clean PC, pick a 4-person, etc. I'm not worried. I'm not worried either. I'm not worried. Laney the Wolf says, don't forget it took 15 hours to convict Jody Arias. Yes. Yes, so everyone, jury's gone, they've gone home for the weekend. I'm sure they're not happy about it either, really. You know, they're like, oh man, I've got to come back on Monday and deliberate some more. Although they might be really tired after all that, right? And today was so powerful. The closing arguments from the prosecution particularly, that was very powerful. And I must say the defense did a fairly good job today. Yes, I mean, put yourself in their shoes. That must be not so nice. So I will see you all again soon. There's always lots of cases to talk about, of course. Maybe I'll have trial Babalas tomorrow, which is actually today, because for me it's almost 2 a.m. Okay. Nanine says, can we hit a timestamp for Monday already? Can we hit a timestamp for Monday already? Do you mean like a link or something? I have to create that because if I just leave it there now, it's going to be complicated. So I'd rather make a new one there so you could see it. Don't worry. You will be here with that. Well, hopefully. Make sure you are subscribed. Put the bell on. Let me turn off slow-mo so you can chat now as fast as you want for a second here. It's going to go wild now, you guys. So make sure you're subscribed. Bell on so you don't miss out on Monday. But I'm sure this weekend there's still other things that we have to talk about. Unless I'm absolutely devastatingly tired, which I'm not always that tired for long. I'm always like, I'm dead, I'm too tired. And then I have a nap and I'm like, okay, I'm good to go. You guys are all trying to send me to bed, but I only listen to Sunny Slaughter. Okay, so you can subscribe for any duration. Slow mode is off. And I mean slow mode is off. So 6,200 people, go. Chat. Thank you so much to all the mods. I really, really appreciate it. I know these trial days, they keep us very busy, right? Ryan says timestamps will be nice to see you, Ryan, in the chat. Ryan, one of the Grizzlies, who's also a patron, recently went out to the Spread Creek area and actually left a rock there on behalf of us Grizzlies. It was so nice. So I'm going to be putting that on Patreon soon as well. Thank you so much, Ryan, to honor Gabby Petito. So that was really nice as well. Okay. The Bag Lady says, can we find out if Al and Landon have a GoFundMe page? Usually, if you've been in the true crime communities for a long time, when you hear GoFundMe, you generally hear an orange flag. It's not quite a red flag, but it's like a little bit orange of like, I don't know. It's hard to trust because so many people whip up GoFundMes and pretend they're them and all that. So I just don't trust it. But you guys are welcome to donate wherever you want to donate to and research it and all of that. I just personally can't force myself to trust them. I really struggle with it. I've had some bad experiences. So yes, and don't even get me started on donating to AWP. That was like, oh man. And I got the hat and the everything, and that was just, okay, I'm never going to speak about that again. Control-Delete. Okay, so everyone, thank you so much for being here with me today. Sorry that it didn't work out for us. It did not work out for us today, but it's okay. Monday, Letecia Stauch trial, day 21. Jury deliberations continue. And then it will be so worth the wait, I hope, when we see that sentencing. What if sentencing's on Monday too? How do we know? That will be amazing. Oh, my word. Okay, so thank you, mods, patrons, members, old subscribers, new subscribers, everyone. Thanks for the coffees and the PayPals and all the support you show me. You guys definitely make all this hard work worth it. I really appreciate it so much. You encourage me a lot because it's true crime all the time can be quite hard sometimes. Does mean Monday? They said Monday. Okay, so I'll see you then, guys. Have a great weekend. Have a great evening, whatever time it is for you. I'm probably going to do nap time now. It's 1:30 in the morning. Okay, bye, everyone.